The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that roly-poly little road hog who, whenever he's stopped by a traffic cop, always says,
Hey, Costello, come here. Where have you been? Hey, wait a minute. And where did you get that suit? It looks like a naval officer's uniform.
Oh, a naval officer's uniform.
Uh-huh.
I should hope to tell you, Abbott, I'm going to join the Merchant Marine. How do you like the fancy uniform? Get a load of gold braid on my cap, the gold braid on my sleeve.
Wait a minute, Costello. That's a nice uniform, all right, but you've got the pants on backwards.
I know. I want to be a rear admiral. After all, I beat him in this...
Look, you can't get in the Merchant Marine. You couldn't pass the physical examination.
Who couldn't, Abbott? I walked in the recruiting office this afternoon. Everybody stood up, and the captain pointed at me, and he said, "Boys, there's a whale of a man."
The captain said you were a whale of a man?
Well, he didn't use them same words.
What did he say?
He said, "Boys, get a load of that big hunk of blubber." You know, I can hardly wait till I get on my ship, Abbott. Sailing, sailing over the bounding New Jersey.
Now, wait a minute, wait a minute. That's over the bounding Maine.
I come from Paterson, New Jersey. Why should I give a plug to Maine?
No, look. Oh, there you are. That shows you know nothing about the sea. You're not a nautical man.
I'm not what?
I said you're the least bit nautical.
Oh, I have my moments.
Oh,
I
no,
really
you
do,
don't.
Abbott.
No,
I do.
No.
After all, a fella can't be icicle all the time. There's no sensical in being icicle when you meet a little cuticle who wants to be nautical.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
Yes.
Well, last nighticle, I met a cuticle riding a bicycle. I bought her a popsicle, and just as she was going to give me a kissicle, a copsicle on a motorcycle blew his whissicle and gave me a slapsicle in a pussicle and sent me homesicle.
That's enough of that silly talk. What do you mean by coming in here talking about being a sailor? You don't know anything about the sea.
Who don't? My whole family were sailors, Abbott. Even my Uncle Artie Stubbins was a sailor.
What was his capacity?
5 quarts.
No. What did he do as a sailor?
He was on a tanker.
Where is he now?
On a bender?
Now, will you be serious, please? Now, take me.
Who wants you?
No, shut up. I love the sea. The sea is in my blood. Sailboats, steamboats, rowboats, they're all in my blood.
No wonder your skin is so lumpy.
Oh, you can joke all you want, but I love the sea. Do you realize that I lived on salt water for 20 years?
How can you drink that stuff?
Oh, never mind that. The ocean is wonderful. Did you ever see the flying fishes fly? Or the leaping tuners leap?
Nope, but I saw the dolphins dolph and heard the porpoises porp.
Look, Costello, I'm going to see how much you know about boats. Now, have you ever been down to the docks?
Yeah, I was at the docks this morning.
Did you see any vessels?
Yep, the nurse carried one in.
No. I'm not talking... I'm not talking about that kind of a dock. I'm talking about a wharf.
A what?
A wharf.
Oh, that's cute, Abbott. Now, give me your paw.
No, Costello. The wharf is where the boats embark.
Do what?
Embark.
Woof, 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 woof.
What are you doing?
I didn't know you want to play doggy.
Oh, Costello, please. I don't think you know anything about boats. Do you know anything about sloops?
Oh, I'm crazy about sloops. There's nothing like a hot bowl of sloop with plenty of crackers.
You dummy, you wouldn't know the difference between a...
I'm starting to talk like Charlie Chan.
Listen to me, please. I'm just after telling you. You wouldn't know the difference between a sloop and a gunboat.
That's what my mother made for lunch.
She made what?
Chicken gunboat sloop.
You please talk sense. Look, how about this boat you're going out on? How fast is it?
How fast is it?
Yes.
It goes 40 miles an hour.
Oh, no. You don't mean miles. You mean your boat goes knots.
My boat goes nuts.
Certainly. Every boat goes nuts. The faster the engines turn, the more knots you get.
And the more you talk, the more nuts I get.
Now, will you please listen? Knots are nautical miles. For instance, if you ask a sailor how fast a boat is going, he won't say miles to you. He'll say knots to you.
And I'll say nuts right back to him.
No, you don't. No. You're a fine sailor. Great guy to have on a boat in case of an emergency. Look, what would you do if you were on a boat and it started leaking in the middle of the night?
I put a pan under it and go back to bed.
No. Look,
Well, ain't that right?
no, certainly not. Suppose there was a big hole in the side of the boat and the water was rushing in. What would you do?
I bore a hole on the other side and let the water out.
You see, there you go again. Why, you don't even know what part of the boat from... You don't one part from the other.
Oh,
at
yes,
all.
I do.
No,
Yes,
you
I
don't.
do. Yes, I do.
Well, let me hear. Let's
All right.
see. All right, go ahead.
Well,
Name the different
bow-
parts of a boat.
Okay, the bow is the front of the boat.
That's right.
The stern is the back of the boat, and the starboard is on the right side.
Yeah. Where's the port?
In a bottle in the icebox.
I told you. Look. Suppose you were out in a boat and a strong east wind came up. What would you do?
I throw out an anchor.
That's right. All right. Now, but suppose a terrific west wind came up.
I throw out another anchor.
But suppose a north wind came up.
Then I throw out another anchor.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those anchors?
Same place you're getting all that wind.
Costello, you are without a doubt the most imbecilic moron I have ever met in my life.
Thank you, Abbott.
That's all right.
I wish you'd tell that to my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Why?
He thinks I'm a jerk.
Freddie Rich with the wonderful arrangement of Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
what's the idea of dragging me down here to the shipyards?
Well, Costello, if you're going into the merchant marines, you've got to learn something about boats. Now, see right over there, tied up to that pier, you see 2 schooners and a skiff.
Oh, this must be the place where my Uncle Artie Stebbins was last night.
What do you mean?
He had 2 schooners and he come home skiff.
No. Will you cut that out, please?
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Look.
What?
What's that funny-looking boat over there without any top on it?
Oh, that's one they're just building. That's a hull of a ship.
You're telling me. But what kind of a boat is it?
Hey there, fat boy, step aside. We're about to christen a ship. All right, lady, break that bottle of champagne over the stern.
No! Lady, what's the idea? He said hit the bow, not me.
Oh, Oh, I'm so sorry. In all this fog, I couldn't tell one tub from another.
Let me at the day.
Get away from there, Costello. It's not her fault. She mistook you for a ship.
I hope I didn't hurt you.
Oh, no, you didn't. You just cracked my boilers and my engine room is flooded. I shouldn't let girls around shipyards, Abbott, I'm telling you.
Oh, I have a perfect right
Kid
to be
looks like
here.
a blood transfusion.
All right, never mind that now.
I said that, didn't I?
Perfect right to be here. In fact, they named this boat after me because I have such graceful lines. My friends tell me I look just like a streamlined ship.
Well, don't look now, kid, but your cargo has shifted.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you two guys hanging around here for?
My friend Costello here wants to be a sailor.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yes.
Well, come on, fat boy. Grab that duffel bag and follow me.
Okay.
Oh, put me down, you fool!
I'm sorry, lady. In all this fog, I couldn't tell one old duffel from another.
Costello, come on, let's go.
Our singing star now, lovely Connie Haynes, in one of today's favorites.
I dream of you more than you dream I do. How can I prove to you this love is real? You're mean to me more than you mean to be. You just can't seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you. I dream of you.
Come on, please. Let's get going. Come on.
Yeah, step right into this office and we'll examine you. Now, that's it. Now, open your shirt, Costello, and let me see what kind of a chest you've got.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, come on, Costello. Open your shirt.
Abbott, I can't. I feel too embarrassed.
Embarrassed to show your chest?
I forgot to comb it this morning.
Come on, here. I'll help you off with your shirt. Come on.
Say, you got some nice tattooing there. What's that picture of that lady on your back?
Oh, that's Whistler's mother.
Whistler's mother? Well, what are those two sailors doing there with her?
Those are the guys she whistled at.
Well, you seem to be all right physically. Now, just step in the next room and see the officer in charge of personnel.
on Shogrendi, on the poop deck I'm a dandy.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Kitso. Can you imagine?
Well, for goodness sake, what can I do for you, boys? I'm in charge of the CBs.
CBs?
Yeah, could be. Now, just a second, Costello. What are you doing with your hand?
I'm saluting you.
That's a very funny salute.
Can I help it if my nose itches?
Costello, behave yourself. Kitzel, could you use a man like Costello on one of your ships?
Oh, yes, indeed. You know, I've got a ship leaving tomorrow for the Underwear Islands.
The Underwear Islands?
The West Indies.
Oh, I was telling you last summer with a picture company.
In the West Indies?
I was making shorts.
He was making sure. Oh, I get it. Making shirts. I don't wear them.
Listen, Kitzel, where else does your boat go?
Well, after it leaves the West Indies, it goes to Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Haiti.
And what comes after Haiti?
Haiti 1, Haiti 2, Haiti 3.
Oh, Abbott, this guy is nothing but a big no-bab.
What is a no-bab?
Spelled backwards, baboon.
Who are you calling a baboon? In my country, that means fight.
Well, in my country, that means fight, too.
Well, how do you like that? We're both from the same country.
Costello, quit hogging or Kitzel won't give you a job.
Yes, sir, Mr. Costello, and you know I got just the job for you. We're looking for a brave boy like you to fight man-eating sharks in the water.
I'm afraid I couldn't take that job on account of my middle name is Earl.
What's your middle name got to do with it?
Earl and water don't mix.
Costello, don't be such a coward. Why don't you admit that you can't swim?
Who can't swim? Every night I go swimming after dinner.
You mean you swim on a full stomach?
No, I swim on my back. Last night I was out swimming in the ocean. I saw a school of whales swimming 8 feet above the water.
Now, just a second. How could a school of whales swim 8 feet above the water?
This was a high school.
For goodness sake, a high school. Well, we're going to see how much you know about swimming. I challenge you to a swimming race right now.
There you are, Costello. Kitzel is calling you bluff.
Yeah?
All right, Kitzel, tell you what I'll do. Do you see that little red light way out in the water?
Yeah?
Well, we'll swim out to that red light and back. And the guy who makes it in the fastest time wins.
Okie dokie, I'll go for it.
Go ahead.
Well, there he goes, Costello. He's swimming straight for the red light. You'd better be ready to try it when Kitzel gets back.
Kitzel ain't coming back.
Isn't coming back? What do you mean?
That red light is on the back end of a boat going to China.
Tonight, Connie Haynes sings a beautiful ballad, I'm Making Believe.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the lights and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Making believe that you're in my arms. I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the lights and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Nobody else but you.
Costello, this is ridiculous. We've been rowing around this harbor in the dock for over an hour. And they've chased you off every ship. Nobody wants to hire you as a sailor. And besides, I'm very hungry.
Oh, here's a bottle of milk. Catch yourself a fish.
What kind of a fish could I catch with a bottle of milk?
Catfish.
No. Look, let's go back to shore.
Not me, Abbott. I'm going to every boat in this harbor until I get a job.
Hey, look. There's a boat bearing down on us now.
Ahoy in there, old boat! Can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
A dime for a cup of coffee? Who are you?
Oh, just a tramp steamer.
Here's a quarter, Niles. Go scuttle yourself, will you?
Hey, Costello, there's a big ship lying at anchor. And there's a ladder hanging over the side. Look, I'll grab you by the coat and boost you up.
What rip?
Your coat is gone.
Then you better grab me by the shirt. What ripped?
Your shirt is gone now. I'll grab you by the trousers.
I'm afraid to ask.
What's coming off down below?
You'd be surprised.
Better get you aboard.
Never mind aboard. Give me a barrel.
Stand by below. I'm sending down my first mate.
Put something around me, Abbott, quick. His wife is coming down.
Ahoy up there! Don't bother sending down your first mate.
All right, I'll send down my second mate.
How do you like that? The guy's a bigamist. Don't send down your second mate either.
How about my third mate?
The guy's got 3 mates. What is this, to see a matrimony?
Oh, go ahead, Costello. Climb aboard.
Well, welcome to the SS Sponge.
This sponge is soaked.
Say, you must be our new admiral.
Just a minute, Captain.
Wait a minute, quiet.
Hey, what's the matter?
Abbott, this guy thinks I'm an admiral.
Oh,
This is my big chance to run my own ship.
take it easy.
Here I go. Watch me put
Take
it on.
it easy. Go ahead.
Crank up the ship. Let's get started. Put it in gear.
Oh, but sir, you can't start the ship until you get steam up.
I'll get steam up. Hey, steam!
Yes, sir.
Get up.
Anything else, sir?
Yeah, batten down the hatches.
But the hatches are all battened down.
Batten them down again. We'll show those hatches.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't make this ship go until you weigh the anchor.
Okay, Abbott, bring me the scales.
Before you start, Costello, you'd better get all your hands on deck.
Get what?
Your hands. Where are your hands?
In my pocket, you dope.
Costello, what about the weather? Did you get the weather forecast?
The what?
The weather forecast. How do you find the weather?
I opened the window and there it was.
Now, this is serious, Costello. Suppose we run into a storm.
Oh, I don't think we'll have a storm.
How about a shower?
Take one if you think you need it.
Oh.
And I think you need it.
Never mind.
I think we both need it.
All right. Come on, Costello. Let's go up on the captain's bridge.
On his what?
That thing over there is the captain's bridge.
Goodness sakes, how did he get that big thing in his mouth?
Pardon me, sir, but we'd better not set sail. The barometer is falling.
Well, pick it up and let's get going. Avast, you swabs! Larboard the mainsail, raise the jib sail, lower the sheets, and change the bedspreads.
Well, we're moving, Costello. Isn't this wonderful? Here we go over the bounding waves. Up and down. Up
faster,
and
Rabbit,
down. Up and down. Up and down.
Stop the boat! Stop the boat! Stop the boat, Abbott! Stop the boat!
What's the matter with you?
Something terrible is going to happen.
How do you know? Are you psychic?
No, I'm seasick.
You'll be all right in a minute. Let's take a walk around the deck.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Isn't the air wonderful?
What do you mean?
What's that little coop up on top of the ship?
That's the crow's nest.
The crow's nest? Let's go up and take a peek at the little darlings.
Oh, please. There are no crows up there.
Then what are those big birds flying around up there?
Those are gulls.
How can you tell the gulls from the boys?
No. Come on, please, Costello, please.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, I want to climb up in that crow's nest and gather some eggs.
There are no eggs in that crow's nest.
There must be. A couple of them just dropped after that last gag.
Look, please, forget about the egg.
I wish I was an egg.
What do you mean? Now, take it easy.
Recitation.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
Recitation.
Just a minute. Look. Now, look.
Recitation.
Now, be careful what you're saying.
I'd like to be a little egg sitting in a tree. When you'd walk by, I'd break myself and splatter thee with me. Some yolk.
Yes, plenty. Costello, please, cut that kind of stuff out. Well, I think I'll go below and get something to eat.
Where do I eat?
Well, you can mess with the captain's wife.
Not me. I ain't messing with nobody's wife.
Oh, pardon me, sir. We'll have to turn back. We're going to run into a squall.
Costello, look. Something looming up ahead of us in the fog.
Yeah. He's trying to run into us.
Yes.
Hey, you! Don't you know the rules of the sea? Get out of the way. Do you want us to run into us?
What do you mean run into you? This is a lighthouse.
Well, get it out of the way. You're on the wrong side of the street anyway. And dim your lights. You're blinding me.
Costello, you'd better let me take that wheel before we're all killed.
Don't you get worried, Abbott. Don't you worry. I can steer this boat. I know every rock along this coast. That must be a strange one. Hey.
Costello.
What?
I think you struck a reef.
A what?
Reef.
You were barking much better in the first spot.
Right.
Hey, we're moving again.
Look out, Costello. There's a little fishing boat dead ahead.
Fresh clams at 25 cents a dozen. Fresh clams at 25 cents a dozen. Clam a chowder, 10 cents a bowl. Clam a chowder.
Hey, Abbott, get me some crackers. I'm in the sloop again.
Well, our lovely singing star, Connie Haynes, is all ready to musically tell us, is you is or is you ain't, my baby. Come on, Connie.
I got a man who's always late. Anytime we have a date, but I love him. Yes, I love him. I'm gonna walk up to his gate just to see if I can get it straight, 'cause I want him. I'm gonna ask him, is you ain't my baby? The way you're acting lately makes me doubt. My baby, baby. It seems my flame in your heart's done gone out. A man is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you find he's gone and made a change. Is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby's found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby too? A man is a creature who's always been strange. When you're sure of one, you'll find he's gone and made a change. Is you ain't my baby? Or has my baby found somebody new? Or is my baby still my baby true?
And now here, Bud and Lou back with a final word.
Say, Costello.
Yeah.
Did you know that your kid brother Sebastian was sitting in the control room all through the show tonight?
Yeah? What's he doing in there? I'm gonna find out. Hey, Sebastian. Come on out here.
Hello, Uncle Bud. Hello, Louie. I came down here tonight to ask you guys to do me a favor.
Well, what's on my mind? I mean, what's on your mind? Abbott, if I'm gonna play these double parts, I want more money.
Come on, Sebastian. What do you want?
Well, Uncle Bud, I'm thinking of starting a program of my own. And I got a couple of good guys to help me do it, Magee Shields and Tommy Lamb. And we want to put on a nice program. Now, you know all the big shots in radio. You can help me.
Well, we'd like to help you, Sebastian, but really, we don't know anybody.
Don't give me that. I heard this program tonight. You must know somebody.
Now, look, Sebastian, I'm surprised at you to think that you would come out here on this microphone and deliberately try to discredit the acting ability of your brother Lou and myself. How can you be so ungrateful? What in the world is the matter with you?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
Good night, folks.
Right now, Dunlop tires are best-selling Goodyear. Top brands like Pirelli are 10 to 20% off during the November tire sale now at Sears. The good life at a great price, guaranteed.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Got a happy thought for today, Bing?
Oh, yes, indeed, Rosie. Today, let's say happy birthday to the solar system.
Okay. Happy birthday to the solar system.
From Norcross greeting cards and us, of course.
What's all this about, Bing?
I'll give you a detailed explanation after a song.
All right, who's going to sing it?
I think you should sing it, Rosie, because I've got a lot on my mind. I've got to work this out.
All right, Bing, just relax.
When you're once a true lover, send for me, send for me. You'll never want any other. Send for me, send for me. I promise you I'll be true. Send for me, send for me. Anytime you just tell me your problem and you'll find out, baby, I'll solve them. If you're late one morning, don't hurry. If you've got big trouble, don't worry, just depend on your friend. Send for me, send for me. Morning, noon, and night, in the early bright. Don't you fret, my pretty pet, I'm gonna treat you right. Don't you dare raise a hair. I'm gonna share your every care anywhere. Oh yeah, send for me, I'll be there. Anything that upsets you, send for me, send for me. I'll be there to protect you. Wait and see, wait and see. Don't delay, right away. Send for me, send for me. It's gonna be Tweedledee, yes sirree. You and me, faithfully. Send for me, send for me.
That was just fine, Rosie.
Thank you. Now, how about happy birthday to the solar system?
Later. Later, dear girl. More important things right now.
You mean you've got something more important than the solar system?
You, above all people, know we have, Ken.
Oh, certainly, yes.
How do I look, Rosie?
Bing, you're looking very wistful today.
Well, Rosie, I've been glancing over the new Norcross greeting cards, the ones for folks about to take a trip. My old bones are just burning with the wanderlust.
You ought to take some vitamins.
You're such a realist.
Maybe.
No, girl, what I need to take is a trip. To travel.
Okay, then I'll tell you what. If you go on a trip, I'll send you one of these marvelous new Norcross greeting cards.
Oh, I'm packing my knapsack immediately.
Who wouldn't? These new Norcross greeting cards are the handsomest and happiest way to wish anyone a joyous journey. They just bubble with good spirit.
Bubble, they effervesce. They flow, they overflow, and what a selection to choose from. Truly, there's a Norcross greeting card for wishing Godspeed to everyone from men of action to maiden aunts, and one for every possible journey from Maine to Madagascar. I'm telling you, these Norcross lads never miss a trick or a trip.
So when your friends go off on their trips and their vacations, wish them a wonderful time with a Norcross greeting card.
Yes, sir. Travel down to your store now, pick the nicest cards on the rack. The cards with the N on the back.
Norcross greeting cards say the things you want to say.
Yeah, Rosie, every time I think of these new Norcross greeting cards, I can barely control my feet from wandering.
Maybe you need new shoes.
Oh, come on. Maybe I should sing now, hmm? Where the moon swings low on the Alamo, in a garden fair where roses grow, in the tender light of a summer night, I can see her wander to and fro, for she said I'll wait by the garden gate. On that night I said, I love you so. And in all my dreams, it seems I'll go where the moon swings low on the Alamo. She said she's gonna wait down by that garden gate. On that night I said, I love you so. And in all my dreams it seems that I'll go where the moon swings low on the Alamo.
Ladies, here's a modern convenience you shouldn't be without. Instant Fells Naphtha. All you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and Instant Fells Naphtha. Instant Fells Naphtha gives you the cleanest, softest, freshest smelling laundry ever and does the full job without you having to add anything but the water and the washer. Any washer, conventional or automatic. All you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and Instant Fells Naphtha.
You suppose, at this point, Rosie, we could rocket Buddy and his boys into space musically?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Matter of fact, I'll light the fuse.
Well, wait till I clap my hands over my ears.
Here we go. Boom!
And they're off.
That was a killer diller, Buddy and boys. Now, shall we get back to the solar system, Bing?
Yes, now, what was all that happy birthday stuff?
Well, I'm glad you were listening and that you want to really learn something, because I want to tell you that the solar system just happens to be 4 9/10 billion years old. And I think it's about time somebody wished him a happy birthday.
That's the latest count, huh?
Yep, the old solar system has been kicking around for 4 9/10 billion years.
We've sent a Norcross greeting card, of course.
I sent a gross.
Well, good boy.
Golly, just imagine the constellations being that many billions of years old.
You know something? Our man-made satellites are really Johnny-come-latelys when you figure how old the solar system is.
Yes,
huh?
indeed. They're mere pups.
For instance, Vanguard 1, it's 2 years old.
That Vanguard broadcasts, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, yeah. What a deal. What a contract it has.
How long? 13 weeks?
Oh, no, more than that.
26 weeks?
No, nothing like that. Vanguard 1 is scheduled to broadcast from 200 to 1,000 years, or even maybe 2,000 years.
That Van must have a good agent.
Oh, he's going to be on longer than Hope.
My...
Long contract.
Yeah, my goodness. Broadcasting back to the Earth for 2,000 years. That's going to eat up a lot of material, isn't it?
No, it won't be too much of a drain, I don't think, on the writers, on their library. All it says is beeble deep, beeble beep, beeble beep.
Beeble beep, beeble beep, beeble beep.
There'll be a new song on that pretty soon.
That's pretty easy.
Beeple beep, friends, that's all for today.
Why don't we get a show like that?
Yeah, it sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Real handy to come in and just say beeble beep, beeble beep, beeble beep, wouldn't it?
I kind of like that. Beeble beep, beeble beep.
Take it up a tone,
Yeah,
will you?
it's catchy. Beeble beep, you all.
Whoa.
You all. Kentucky
Southern
style.
beeble beep.
Yeah.
We better look out, though. Someone might tune in and think they've contacted the Vanguard.
Then I suppose we should stick to the conventional form of broadcasting here in the studio, huh?
We have to, yes. We're limited until we get blasted into outer space. I guess until such happy a day, we're going to have to stick to the usual thing. You know, talk, music, songs, so forth.
But in the event we are fired into outer space...
Beeble beep, beeble beep, beeble beep.
Well, we're all rehearsed for that. We're ready with that, aren't we?
Beeple beep.
Beeble beep.
And beeble beep to you?
Oh, come on. If it was just a song called Beeble Beep, like I say, we'd be in business, wouldn't we?
Oh, that would be just too much to ask, wouldn't
And
it?
don't ask. Please don't. Someone will heed the request, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. How about some other songs?
Well, what, for instance? It's time for one, I guess.
Would you join me?
Well, you sing, Rosie. I'm going to practice Beeble Beeping. I think Tex would like it. Quietly, of course.
Okay, beeble beep, buddy. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. I'll say it slower. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. It can make a man 300 pounds, light as a feather in the breeze, or a guy who's mild, meek and weak, swing like a Tarzan through the trees. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. I'll make it plainer. Love is the feeling that I feel when you're close to me, a feeling I've never had before. It can make an old maid 98 whirl like a girlie in her teens, or a gal who's prim, pure and staid, hop like a crop of jumping beans. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. I'll make it plainer. Love is the feeling that I feel when you're close to me, a feeling I've never had before.
wish you had a screened-in porch these fine spring evenings? Oh, they're wonderful. But here's the next best thing. Light your porch or patio with General Electric yellow bug lights. These GE bug lights are almost invisible to night-flying insects. The bugs don't come around because they hardly even know you're there. Why not get yourself some of these GE yellow bug lights today and try them in all your outside light sockets tonight? You'll be amazed how the bugs stay away.
Here's a ballad of the mid-40s or late 30s, I don't know which, very popular. Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me then? I dare not guess at this strange happiness. Oh, how am I to know? Can it be that love has come to stay here? Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me there? I dare not guess at this strange happiness. For oh, how am I to know? Can it be that love has come to stay here? Au revoir, bientôt, à tout à l'heure. Listen again now, won't you?
Bye, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
What if you caused a serious accident? How much coverage should you have? Do you want lower premiums or a smaller deductible? What about rental car reimbursement? Some people say they can put a policy together in 15 minutes. I've never thought doing it fast was as important as getting it right. You're in good hands with Allstate. Mine.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Tonight from the Pasadena Community Playhouse, Pasadena, California, we bring you Bob Hope and his guests, Brenda and Tobina.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bob broadcasting from the Pasadena Playhouse Hope. Well, here I am in Pasadena. Pasadena, that's Ovaltine spelled backwards. That just means it's restful here, that's all. It's wonderful to be in Pasadena again. I was here for the Rose Bowl game, and I just dropped back to look for my fenders. But I like it here. Pasadena is such a quiet town. In fact, it's so quiet, after 9 o'clock at night, they make you wear a vest to muffle your heart murmur. Yes, sir, this is really a quiet town. I've heard if you drink a 7-Up here, they have a special bus that takes you to Glendale to burp. If you get a flat tire here, you have to get out, run alongside with your finger in it, and wait till you get to Monrovia before you let the air out. But it's healthful here, and the people live to be very old in this town. I know because they have the only public library in America with adrenaline on tap. One guy here is so old he's only been to see The Outlaw twice. The Outlaw, that's Forever Amber with horses. But Pasadena's famous for flowers. Really, there's such a sweet scent in the air around here. I was in town 3 hours before anybody could tell it. You really see a lot of flowers. There's so many, the bees around here have to carry extra fuel tanks. The bees around here have to carry extra fuel tanks. But I'm quite a flower lover myself. For 2 hours today, I stood on Colorado Street admiring the stems. But it's wonderful. But it's wonderful planting things in California. Where else can you plant a little acacia tree and 3 months later have it blow over and cave in your roof? And the ground here in California is really fertile. Yesterday I dropped a pencil, and before I could pick it up, it was an oak tree with a family from Oklahoma living in the top branch. We really got rich ground out here in California. In fact, this is the only place I ever saw a gopher wearing mink. I'm becoming a typical California farmer. California farmer, that's the guy who sits up all winter with smudge pots so the oranges will look good in the spring as they float out to sea. And I've been working very hard in my own garden lately. Yesterday I sprayed 3 rows of petunias and sprayed 4 rows of iris, and I sprayed 5 rows of carnations, then I had to quit. My lips got tired. They told me I should plant some bulbs. I don't know whether I planted the right kind or not, but I've got the only garden in the world that lights up during electrical storms. But there's one man on this program who's completely at home here in Pasadena in the ritzy social world. A man who, when asked by the hostess, will you have the caviar, the blancmange glacé, or the patty de foie gras, or rotisserie, always smiles and replies in cultured tones, "What's the matter, you crazy or something?" Professor Colonna, how are you, Brush?
Why, I'm ripping, Hope, ripping.
Really? How come?
Laundry shrunk my shorts.
Colonna, I understand you're a Pasadena society man.
Ah, yes, Hope, it was my destiny to wind up with the cream.
It was destiny that you end up with the cream, Colonna. How come?
Well, I was born in a milk bottle, and I just came to the top, that's all. But really, Hope, I only travel with the best. Do you know who I go boating with?
The Earl of Nottingham on the Thames?
No, the Lord of Eagle Rock on the Arroyo Seco.
You know, Colonna, an imbecile could make good use of your brain.
Okay, Hope, but have him back by Thursday.
Tell me, Professor, now that you're in society, when you're drinking a cup of tea, how do you manage to bend your little finger?
Oh, it's easy, Hope. I just pretend I'm holding a pool cue.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yes, but it doesn't always work out. At Lady Verde's party the other night, I got absent-minded and shot the lemon in the side pocket.
Well, Colonna, have you attended any social events here in Pasadena?
Why, of course. Why, I visited a debutante only last night, Hope.
A debutante, huh? Did she come out, Colonna?
No, she couldn't come out, Hope.
Why not?
No leash.
That's a shame. Think of the fun you could have had teaching her to jump through that hole in your head.
She's not my true love, though. I'm really in love with a Pasadena girl who doesn't care for me. She walked out on me today and went to Palm Springs. If I could just sing it to her over the radio, I'd know I could break her heart.
Well, okay, Professor, go ahead.
Thank you. Egad, to smithereens, you say?
Kelowna, did you break her heart in Palm Springs?
No, but I shattered a plate glass window in Seattle.
Thank you very much.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't a suffering. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have a suffering fever when it isn't even a suffering? I keep wishing I were someone else, walking down a strange nursery, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I have yet to meet. There you are. Have I met you somewhere before? Tourist? As busy as a spider spinning a daydream. I am as giddy as a baby on a swing. Whee! 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 I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing. Ah, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way when I know that it might as well be spring. It might as well be. It might as well be spring. It could be winter, summer, autumn, almost any other thing. So it might as well be a safari.
Just a sitting and rocking all day. I don't go out walking. I ain't for no talking. My baby's done left me. Just a sitting and rocking. If I had been scheming instead of just dreaming, she'd never have left me. Just a sitting and rocking. Sitting all day without holding my baby. I'm such a lonely papa. And if she don't hurry and come back, I'm a cinch to blow my topper. Now if I don't find her, I hope you remind her that I'm staying where she left me. Just a sitting and rocking all day. Sitting all day without holding my baby. I'm such a lonely papa. And if she don't hurry and come back, I'm a cinch to blow my topper. Now if I don't find her, I hope you remind her that I'm staying where she left me. Just a sitting and a rocking all day. Just a sitting and a rocking all day.
Here's Francis Langston. Come on, Francis. Yes, sir. Francis Langford's back and Sunburn's got it. Look at that, huh? That was Skinny Ennis, you know, singing Sittin' and a Rockin', dedicated to my relatives. Well, welcome home from Florida, Francis.
Thanks, Bob. I'm sorry I missed last week's show.
Oh, that's all right, Francis. You'll get paid anyway.
Gee, and I thought the sun was strong in Florida.
We've had lots of it here, Francis, up to our knees.
Well, Bob, it was nice of you to let me visit my folks on their farm and rest for a couple of weeks, and I want to thank you very much. It was really very
Skip
sweet.
that. Where's the pound of butter? Francis, we're really happy that you got back for our show here in Pasadena.
Oh, I am too, Bob. Gee, Pasadena's a ritzy town, isn't it?
I'll say, Francis, so rich the fire department uses nothing but nylon hose.
By the way, Bob, is your nephew here in school in Pasadena?
Well, no, Francis, they expelled him. They found out he was born with only a silver spoon in his mouth. Let's do a little scene about society kids getting out of school, all right? Music, kids. A couple of society kids after school. Hit it, boy. Onesie, twosie, I love you, Z, twosie, threesie, kiss me, easy,
Well, Reggie, school's over for another day. Let's go home.
Francine, are you losing your mind? Don't walk out with those common children. Jeeves?
Yes, master.
Piggyback us down the stairs. Jeeves, the X's is over on the right. Why do you keep going left?
Well, it's not my fault, master. You're using the wrong spur.
Oh, poodles.
Reggie, how come you're back in school? I thought you had a woman tutor at home.
A woman? I did, but Mother let her go.
She let her go?
Yes, Father wanted to do all the homework.
Oh, look, Reggie. There goes that teacher you don't like.
So it is. Jeeves?
Yes, master.
Dampen my spitball for me.
Oh, look, Reggie. Here comes another little boy over here. Does he know you?
Hiya, Stinky.
He knows you.
Hiya, Francine. Can I carry your books home from school?
Beat it. This is my girl.
Oh, your mother's bustle stretcher.
Your Aunt Fanny's foot warmer.
Oh, let's not argue. Come on. Let's play marbles.
Can't. I lost my marbles.
I know, but I mean the kind you shoot.
Come, Reggie. Let us be on our way.
Okay. Gee, why don't you come with me? I'll carve your initials in the tree.
I know, but it's more fun with Reggie. He can do it without a knife.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to let you go with Reggie.
Let loose of her arm or you'll be sorry.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh!
Stop! I've had enough.
You sure? You sure you've had enough?
Yes.
Okay, Francis, let him up.
My love seems to grow. There isn't any end to my devotion. It's deeper, dear, by far than any ocean. I find that day by day you're making all my dreams come true. So come what may, I want you to know I'm yours alone, and I'm in love to stay as we go through the years, day by day. Day
I love you. I love you. Sweetheart of all my dreams. I love you. I can't live without you. My life is empty, it seems. You may do what you may, whatever you say. You know I'll always love you this way. I love you, I love you, I love you. You are my sweetheart in dreams it seems. Sweetheart of all my dreams. I love you, I love you. You are my sweetheart in dreams it seems. Sweetheart of all my dreams.
Tonight, folks, we're at the Pasadena Playhouse, the famous theatrical incubator for Hollywood talent. It was here that Hopalong Cassidy learned to hop. It was here that Nelson Eddy first mixed the batter for his shortening bread. And it was here that Ray Milland pulled the cork out of his first bottle. And while such stars as these were being groomed for Hollywood, our hero, Bob Hope, was still in Cleveland, wiggling his way off a meat hook. But tonight, Bob Hope realizes one of the ambitions of his life, to produce his own play. This is a sequel to the movie The Outlaw called Jane Russell's Back. Or wait, I'll get my hat and go with you. And now we find Bob on his way to have his play produced.
Ah, here's the manager's office. He'll be glad to read my new play, I know. Well, here goes. I have a new...
Did I say we don't want any?
Hello, you're the manager of the Pasadena Playhouse. I want to talk to you about a play I've written. Just radio.
We'll be back to them as soon as we get through.
If it's still here. You can get 8 to 5, we blow the joint up, I know that. You're the manager of the Pasadena Playhouse. I want to talk to you about a play I've written.
All right, but I'm warning you, I'm in a bad mood, Hope. I've been on the phone for 3 hours.
You've been on the phone for 3 hours. How come, Kelowna?
Cleaning woman left it in my chair.
Kelowna, what famous plays have you ever produced?
Have you ever heard of Tobacco Road?
Did you produce Tobacco Road, Kelowna?
Well, not exactly. I designed the cuspidors.
Kelowna, you're driving me to an early grave.
Good. I'll buy the gas.
Kelowna, tell me, what plays have you made recently?
Oh, come now, Hope. Do I pry into your personal life? Say, Hope, what's your play about?
Well, it's a Western play, Kelowna. Have you seen that new film, The Outlaw?
Well, my eyes don't pop out like this from wearing tight shoes.
Say, Mr. Kelowna, there's a couple of girls in your outer office. They want to act in your next play.
Gee, I wonder who these two aspiring actresses can be. Who knows? They may be the next Betty Grable and Lana Turner.
Brenda, what is it, Copina?
Pasadena Playhouse. Do you think I'll get the part?
Which part are you talking about, Covina? You got so many of them missing. Oh, but we should be sensational on the stage since we've developed these smooth voices.
Well, they should be smooth by now. We've been gargling enough Jergens lotion. Oh, you know, Brenda, I ain't so bad looking.
I have to admit, you look like a real movie star, Covina.
You really think I look like a movie star?
Sure. Tell me, are those sunglasses you're wearing, or did you comb your eyebrows down?
Oh, but perhaps I do need a little touching up. Pardon me while I make myself beautiful.
Okay, I'll read a couple of novels. Gee, just think, Covina, maybe they'll discover us here and I'll replace a Hollywood star.
Oh, don't be silly, Brenda. I've told you 1,000 times Lassie still has a few good years left in him.
Maybe so, but Trigger ain't getting any younger. Covina, help me make up my face.
Okay. Here's your lipstick, Brenda. And here's your lips.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I loaned them to you for that double date last night.
Oh, gee, I hope Bobsy likes my dress. Brenda, I think I hear a man coming.
No, I think it's a woman.
I tell you, it's a man.
It's a woman.
It's a man.
Hello, girls.
Well, what do you know, Brenda? We're both wrong.
Hello.
Oh, I bet you didn't expect us, did you, Bobsy?
Well, no, I didn't put the ice card out.
Oh, we want to act in your new play. But before we start, are you the type of producer that makes passes at the girls?
Of course not.
Then you gotta pay us a salary.
Professor Cologne is the producer here, girls. Now let's go in his office and I'll see what I can do for you. Professor, I want to introduce you to Brendan Cabina. They just came over to see you from Eagle Rock.
Oh, quick, put them back under it.
Well, Kelowna, do you think you can use them in the cast of The Outlaw?
I don't know, Hope. I just ordered the medium-sized saddle.
These girls will take any part you give them, Professor.
Good. I want Brenda to play the shutter.
Brenda play a man?
Why not? We can pretty her up.
Pretty me up? Gee whiz, don't you think I look like Lana Turner?
Well, not exactly. You look more like her sister, Stomach Turner.
Tuesday, it's all-new must-see TV, The Michael Richards Show. A classic fairy tale comes to life.
Why do you look like Geppetto?
Then Third Rock, followed by Frasier. Niles and Daphne finally get away.
How about my room? I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Then the premiere of Dag, the Secret Service agent who jumped the wrong way while protecting the president. Now he's stuck with the First Lady.
Looks somewhat familiar.
David Allen Greer. And Delta Burke.
You gonna do this every time we go out?
Dag premieres Tuesday after Frasier on NBC.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A woman reports the disappearance of her 30-year-old brother. He's been missing for only 2 days, but the manner of his disappearance was sudden. Out of the ordinary. Your job? Investigate. Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Fatima, now best of all king-size cigarettes.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with the king-size cigarette you're now smoking.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 14th. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 8:56 a.m. when we got to the S&H Paper Company on 4th Street, the rear entrance.
Where do we find her, Joe? Upstairs?
No, main floor. She told me we'd find her in the timekeeper's office. She said it was near the back door entrance. We couldn't miss it.
Let's give a look down the corridor, huh? Maybe one of the workers can tell us.
Yeah, right. Looks like some kind of an office there, doesn't it? Just beyond the time clock?
Let's see. Paymaster, head timekeeper. Yeah, that's it.
The door's locked, Ed. You want to rap on the pay window?
Yeah.
Yes?
Police officers, ma'am. We have an appointment with Miss Edith Tabor.
Oh, yes, officers. I'm Edith Tabor. Just a moment, please. I'll ring the buzzer. Just push on the door.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Ed.
Right.
Are you the one I talked to on the phone, Sergeant Friday?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. This is my partner, Sergeant Jacobs.
How do you do?
This is about your brother, Miss Tabor. Ralph Tabor, is that right?
Yes, that's right. I know there must be something wrong. Ralph's been gone since Sunday. No one's seen him. No one's heard from him. I'm worried sick about it.
Last time you saw him was on Sunday?
No, I didn't actually see him. I talked to him on the phone. We made a date for dinner. Ralph and I always have dinner together Sunday nights. It's about the only time in the week we do get to see each other.
I see. I believe you told me on the phone you already checked with most of his friends the places he'd most likely be. Is that right?
I've called everyone I can think of. No one's seen him.
Your brother's never done anything like this before, miss? Going off without telling anyone?
No, never. I'm very worried, Sergeant.
Can you think of any reason at all why he'd want to disappear of his own free will, I mean?
No. No reason in the world for it. He seemed perfectly all right when I talked to him on the phone Sunday. Everything was fine. We made a date for the movies Tuesday night. That was for last night. Picture downtown we wanted to see. He made a special point of it. I just know something must have happened.
Mm-hmm. I gather you know most of your brother's friends. You've kept in fairly close touch with him, have you?
Yes, we get together at least once a week, as I say. I'm 4 years older than Ralph. I've looked after him since we were kids. We've always been together, the last 5 or 6 years especially, ever since Mama died.
Your brother in a pretty stable mental condition, was he? No financial worries, nothing of that kind?
No, sir, nothing I know about.
I'd like to double-check this information that you gave me on the phone, Miss Tabor.
Mm-hmm.
The name and address and his description,
yes,
all right?
sir. Mm-hmm.
The full name, Ralph Lawrence Tabor, 14316 Almaden Street, male, white American, occupation, interior decorator. Is that it?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Height, 5'11", 155 pounds, dark blonde hair, gray eyes, fair complexion, birthmark on left side of neck.
Yes, that's all correct.
Your brother in the habit of carrying large sums of money around with him, do you know?
No, not that I know of. He has a good job. He's not getting rich at it, though. I don't think I've ever seen Ralph with more than $20 or $30 on him at a time.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him, miss? You any idea?
Well, I talked to Ralph's landlady. She told me she saw Ralph and this friend of his, Andy Howard, going into Ralph's apartment. That was about 6 o'clock Sunday night. Ralph was supposed to meet me at 7:30, never showed up.
Now, this friend of your brother's, Miss Tabor, this Andy Howard, are you acquainted with him?
Yes, but I don't know him too well. I only met him 2 or 3 times. He lives in the apartment house next door to Ralph's, so the two of them were friends in the Navy together during the war. Good friends.
You tried to get in touch with this Andy Howard?
Yes. I called Ralph's apartment when he didn't show up for our dinner date Sunday night. There wasn't any answer, so I looked up Andy's number in the phone book and called him.
Mm-hmm. Was he at home?
Yes. Tried to talk to him, but it didn't do much good. Strange.
How's that?
He pretended he didn't even know me.
After we finished our interview with Edith Tabor, Ed Jacobs and I started out to double-check with all the known friends and associates of her brother. We talked to his employer and the people he worked with. None of them had seen him subsequent to 6 o'clock Sunday night. None of them could think of any good reason why he suddenly would want to pick up and leave his job and friends. The people he knew outside of his work told us the same thing. Nobody could explain it. Along the way, we inquired about Ralph Tabor's friend, Andy Howard. Most of the people we talked to knew him as a close friend of Tabor's. We checked at Howard's place of employment, but they told us he hadn't shown up for work since the previous Friday. We drove to Howard's apartment, checked with the manager, and he said that Howard had moved without notice late Sunday night. We crossed over to the apartment house next door, where Tabor lived, and talked to the landlady, a Mrs. Higbee. She corroborated the story we'd gotten from Tabor's sister that Andy Howard was last seen entering Tabor's apartment at about 6 o'clock Sunday night. Tabor was with him. Mrs. Higbee was sure of that. She showed us up to the third floor to Ralph Tabor's apartment. The 2 rooms and the adjoining kitchenette were immaculate. There wasn't a thing out of place.
Neat as a pin, Joe. Not a thing out of order.
Yeah, it's the same in the bedroom. Say, Mrs. Higbee,
Yes, Sergeant.
do you provide maid service with the apartments here?
No, we don't. We've been thinking about it, though. Haven't quite made up our minds. Such a task getting good, competent help these days.
And the tenants are responsible for the entire upkeep, huh?
Yes. Everything but painting, wallpapering, things like that. Doesn't Mr. Tabor keep things spotless? Just spotless?
Yes, ma'am. There's just one thing I wanted to ask you about. It's over here by the window.
Yes.
Now, this wire here, apparently an aerial connection for a television set. Looks like
Yes. Mr. Tabor does have a television. Why?
Well, I don't notice a set anywhere in the apartment. Would you happen to recall if he sent it out for repairs, anything like that?
No, not that I know of. Besides, this doesn't seem like Mr. Tabor at all.
How do you mean, Miss Higbee?
Well, he's always so neat, fastidious. The end of that wire there looks like it was torn off the connection, doesn't it? Along the windowsill, too. Isn't that terrible? Fasteners for the wire ripped right out of the woodwork. That certainly doesn't seem like Mr. Tabor.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else besides him have access to this apartment, ma'am?
No one that I know of. No one besides myself, I mean. I have duplicate keys to all the apartments. Oh, I just happened to think.
Yes, ma'am?
If a repairman did move the set out, it's possible my houseboy might know about it. Sam, that's my houseboy.
How would he know about it?
Well, it's a rule of the house. All furniture, heavy things like that, they have to be taken down in the freight elevator. It opens right onto the alley in the back of the building. It's very handy.
Yes, ma'am.
Sam's the only one who operates that elevator. That's why I say it's possible he might know about it. Would you like to have me ask him?
I wonder if you would, please.
Well, surely. It won't take but a minute, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Miss Higgins.
Joe, you want to have a look over here?
Yeah. What do you got?
This wall bed here. I tried to pull it down. It's stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Stand right here. Oh, over here. See if you notice anything.
Yeah, I do. You want to give me a hand? See if we can't get the bed down?
Yeah.
Push it on your side there.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. It's coming down now.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Tabor, you think?
Oh, description seems to fit. Beaten to death, looks like, doesn't it?
Something sticking out under the bed covers there.
Yeah, it's a claw hammer. Stains all over it.
Vicious. Guess the killer wanted to make sure.
It's one of the worst I've seen.
Feel sorry for the sister. She was pretty close to him. It's going to be tough on her.
No tougher than it was for him. 2:38 p.m. We phoned the office, told them what we'd found, and then we put in a call for Lieutenant Lee Jones and the crime lab crew. While we were waiting, we questioned the landlady again, Mrs. Higbee. She said her houseman, Sam, told her he knew nothing about a television set being moved out of Ralph Tabor's apartment. However, it was possible somebody could have taken the set down in the main elevator late at night without being seen. Mrs. Higbee also told us that Tabor had a car. We checked the apartment garage, but it was gone. All Mrs. Higbee could tell us was that it was a late model car and that Tabor often loaned it to his friend, Andy Howard. Sergeants Al Shambra and Joe LaMonica from Homicide arrived, and together the four of us interviewed the employees and the tenants in the apartment building. They gave us little or nothing at all. A few minutes before 3 p.m., the crime lab crew showed up and started their preliminary investigation. We put in a call for the coroner. From the obvious lack of fingerprints in usual places around the apartment, it was apparent that the murderer had taken great precautions to cover his tracks. 3:35 p.m., the deputy coroner arrived, and after the preliminary investigation was finished, the body was removed to the county morgue. Ed and I went back to the office, checked our DMV, and got out on all points on Tabor's car and also on the friend he was last seen with, Andy Howard. R&I turned up a single entry for Howard's criminal record. a drunk driving charge. 5:20 p.m., we met with Edith Tabor and broke the news of her brother's death. When she recovered from the shock, we interviewed her briefly.
It was Andy Howard. I know it was him. It had to be.
Why do you say that, Miss Tabor? There's something about this man Howard you haven't told us?
He's no good, Sergeant. He's no good at all. That's what I've been afraid of. I've been afraid of it right along.
Well, just how do you mean, ma'am? He's no good.
He's a tramp, a bum. Won't get a job. He's been living off my brother. He isn't normal. There's something wrong with him.
Well, how is it your brother put up with him?
Well, I told you he and Ralph were friends in the Navy. He did a big favor for Ralph once. He's been living off it ever since. Taking his clothes, borrowing his car, money, never paying it back.
Why do you think he killed your brother, miss?
I just know it, that's all. He did it.
Did he ever fight with your brother? Would you happen to know? Did he ever threaten him?
They had a big fight one night, about 2 weeks ago, I think. Andy kept sponging until Ralph got good and sick of it. Told Andy to go out and get a job. That's when the fight started.
You saw it, did you?
Ralph told me about it. Fist fight in the alley back of the apartment. Ralph knocked Andy down. Andy said he'd never forget it. He'd pay Ralph back. A couple of days after that, my brother said the two of them made up. Everything was all right. Ralph should have known better. He should have known better.
Mm-hmm. Just a few more questions, Miss Tabor. Can you tell us anything about Andy Howard's background, where he's from, who his friends are, places he usually goes?
No. I didn't know much about him. He's from the South, I think, Alabama. Ralph's friends can tell you more about him than I can.
All right. Had you heard anything lately about Howard planning to move out of his apartment?
No, nothing. When I heard that he did move and Ralph was missing, I knew something was wrong. That's why I called you. If I'd only known before. Poor Ralph, if I only knew.
I'll try to take it easy, ma'am. We'll arrange for a car to drive you home, all right?
It's so hard to understand. It's hard. For anyone to kill Ralph like that, horrible. He was so good. He was my brother.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you say to a man who kills your brother? How do you understand him? What do you tell him?
Well, why even try?
What?
Let the jury tell him. Before we had the victim's sister, Edith Tabor, driven to her home, we asked her about the television set in her brother's apartment, but she was unable to explain its absence. Burglary detail had already been notified about the case, and the pawn shop detail alerted. An APB had been gotten out containing a complete description of the TV set, along with the serial numbers. A few minutes after we got back from dinner that night, we had an answer on it. A pawn shop operator on West 7th Street called in with the information that he'd taken in a television set with identical description and serial numbers as that of Tabor's. Ed and I drove out to the pawn shop and checked the operator's buy book. The set had been pawned the day after the murder. The serial numbers and description matched in every detail. The description and signature of the man who pawned it matched perfectly with that of Ralph Tabor's friend, Andy Howard. The set was impounded, and just on a chance, we had Dean Bergman dust it for latent fingerprints.
Dean? Oh, hi, Ed, Friday.
How you making out? Any luck?
Not bad. Have a look here. Yeah. Picked up 4 sets of prints off it, all told. These here are the dead man's.
Yeah.
These here, they belong to the pawn shop operator.
Mm-hmm.
These belong to his son, helps him in the shop.
Yeah.
Guess this is the one you're looking for. 2 clean index prints.
Did you classify them?
Checked them against prints from Andrew Howard's package.
Yeah.
They match.
When we checked in for work the following morning, we got the coroner's report on Ralph Tabor. Cause of death was listed as cerebral hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the skull caused by blows from a heavy blunt object. The other reports from the crime lab didn't give us much help. The better part of the next 3 days, Ed and I, along with Al Shambra and Joe LaMonica, held detailed interviews with the known friends and associates of the murder victim, Ralph Tabor, and the number 1 suspect, Andy Howard. The information we picked up was incorporated in a supplementary all-points bulletin and gotten out immediately. We found out that Andy Howard had a sailor's uniform in his possession, and though unauthorized, he wore it frequently. It bore the insignia of a quartermaster first class on the sleeve. We also found out Howard had identical tattoos on each forearm, the picture of an unfurled American flag with the name Betty D below it. We had the city covered for the suspect. 4 days passed, no trace of him. Saturday, November 24th. We got an urgent call from Homicide Commander Lieutenant Mort Gear in San Diego.
On the highway? Uh-huh. When was that, Mort? I see. Hey, Joe, you got a pencil, eh?
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. Hey, Mort, you're pretty sure, huh? Uh-huh. Well, yeah, it seems to tie in all right. How's that? Well, I don't know for sure. We'll check with Captain Lorman right now and let you know. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Goodbye. Good break.
What do you have to say?
One of their traffic men down there, a fellow by the name of Jack Ladd, stopped a car on the highway going out of town speeding.
Yeah?
Ladd says a man answers Andy Howard's description perfectly, right down to the tattoo on the forearm. No doubt about the car the guy was driving was Tabor's description and license number. He even used Tabor's identification.
When did all this happen?
The day after the murder. They'd have held the man, but they didn't have the information at the time.
That's a bum break. Which way was Howard going, did they tell you?
Yeah, into town. They figure he's still there someplace.
How do you mean?
Found the car an hour ago, abandoned.
10 minutes after the phone call from San Diego, Captain Lorman checked back in at the office, and Ed and I met with him. We told him about the information San Diego had phoned in, and he gave Ed and I an immediate okay for the trip south. We went down to the garage, picked up a car, and 6 hours later, we checked in with Sergeant Russ Ormsby, San Diego Homicide.
What's this, another fishing trip, or are we doing business this time?
Afraid it's all business, Russ. The Andy Howard thing. Mark, you around?
No, I won't be back till later. I can brief you on it, though. McGuire and I have been working it on this end.
Well, how about Tabor's car? You still got it staked out?
Yeah, no nibbles yet. What do you figure? If nothing happens, pull it in tomorrow, process it for prints?
Yeah.
We've had something warmer than that since Mort Gear called you. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, what do you got?
Only came up with it a couple of hours ago. Field interrogation card. Made out last night, west end of town. Beat officer by the name of Driscoll questioned a man and a girl parked in a car out that way last night. There's a description on the man.
Thanks, Russ. Yeah. Fits Howard all the way, Ed, here.
Couldn't get much closer.
We checked out the car they were in. Belongs to the girl.
Yeah. Look here, Ed. He's still using Tabor's identification.
Yeah.
All right, where's it go from here, Russ? You got this Andy Howard spotted?
No. Beat man Driscoll, he didn't know the guy from Adam.
Yeah, well, where's that leave us?
The girl Howard was with. Driscoll knew her.
We contacted the beat officer, Driscoll. The girl who'd been spotted sitting in a parked car the night before with murder suspect Andy Howard was identified as Helen McClung, a waitress in a downtown cocktail bar. A stakeout was placed in her apartment, and she was brought in for interrogation.
Well, he's not a good friend of mine. I don't know where he lives. Don't know what he does. I hardly even know him, Sergeant.
You were out for a drive with him the night before last, that right?
Sure, I don't deny that. We went out for a ride. That's all there is to it.
You sure you don't know where this man lives, Helen?
Not exactly, no. He's staying at a hotel downtown, I think. We went for a ride, and I dropped him off at the bus line. That's all there was to it.
Do you expect to see him again? You have any dates with him in the next couple of days?
No. Tell you the truth, I thought I had a date. Didn't work out. Nothing ever works out. Phone this morning, called it off.
Tell you why?
I gave some lame excuse. I found out the real reason, though.
What's that? You mind telling us?
No, I don't mind. Got a date with my girlfriend instead, Claire Peterson. Burned me up a little, but I don't mind.
Well, where's your girlfriend live, Helen?
You mean Claire? Out on Rose Avenue, 1500 block. I'm not sure, though.
Is he going to pick her up there?
I guess so. Why?
When's the date for, do you know?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Compare Fatima with your present king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with the king-size cigarette you are now smoking.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, to show our confidence in Fatima, to convince you quickly, dramatically, that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before April 1st, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, each king-size Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Switch to Fatima today. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Monday, November 26th, 10 a.m. After checking her name through San Diego R&I, we finally located the address of the girl Claire Peterson, who was supposed to have a date with our murder suspect Andy Howard that night. She lived in a small apartment house in the southeast end of town. The manager told us that she'd already left for work. We ran it down. The Peterson girl was employed as a cutter in a shirt factory down in the industrial district. We questioned her at her work. A tall, attractive girl, blonde, blue eyes, a small scar on her chin. She kept working while we talked to her.
Yeah, I have a date with Ralph Tabor tonight. Something the matter?
Afraid so, Miss Peterson. In the first place, his name isn't Ralph Tabor.
No, I'm sorry. You must be wrong, officer. I was out with him just last Monday. I know that's his name. It's on everything he has. His car, his wallet, all his business papers. Guess you must have made a mistake.
No, it's no mistake, ma'am. We checked it out pretty thoroughly. We'd like to talk to you about him if we could, please.
Well, there's not too much to tell. I just met him Monday night. It was with my girlfriend, Helen. He wanted to go out with me, so I made a date. I didn't think there was anything wrong.
He said he's to meet you at your apartment, Miss Peterson. Did he give any specific time when he'd be there?
8 or 8:30, he said. Hey, what's wrong, do you know? There's something wrong with the man. I ought to know, don't you think?
We want him for questioning, ma'am. You any idea where he lives?
No, I haven't. One of the hotels downtown, I think. 5th Street or 6th Street. I wouldn't know for sure. Why do you want him? Can't you tell me, please?
We believe he's committed a murder, Miss Peterson. Matter of fact, we're sure of it.
What do you want me to do?
If he calls up before your date tonight, don't do anything to discourage him. Tell him to meet you. If he wants to postpone the date, try and make him come tonight. If you can't do that, try and find out where he's staying. And don't let him know we talked to you.
Well, all right, I can try. You'll be there when he comes to my apartment, I mean.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be there. You'll be protected all the way.
Well, what do you do?
Ma'am?
What do you do? You say he's a murderer. He must be desperate. What do you do? How do you arrest him?
It's his choice, ma'am. Any way he wants it. As soon as we left the plant where the Peterson girl worked, we called Sergeant Tony McGuire at San Diego Homicide Detail, and he made arrangements for an immediate stakeout at the girl's apartment. At 7 p.m., Ed and I, along with Russ Ormsby and Tony McGuire, drove out to supplement the men on stakeout at the girl's apartment. 8 o'clock, 9, 9:30, 10 p.m., still no sign of the suspect. At midnight, our relief team showed up, and we headed back for the office. When we got there was a bulletin from the Highway Patrol reporting that earlier that night, a man partially identified as Andy Howard had been seen heading north from San Diego on U.S. Highway 101 toward Los Angeles. We got Captain Lorman on the phone, briefed him on the latest developments, and told him that photographs of the suspect had been distributed to all officers. The next 10 hours failed to turn up anything new. San Diego officers continued to cover their end. 11:15 p.m. the next day, we drove back to Los Angeles and reported in at homicide. There was a note in the book from Lorman asking us to check in early the following morning, so Ed and I signed out and went home to get some sleep. The next morning, 1:45 a.m. Hello, Friday talking.
Sorry to wake you up, Friday. This is Hawkins down the business office.
Oh, yeah, Hawkins. What do you got?
Beat officer out in Wilshire called in 2 or 3 minutes ago. He figures he has your murder suspect for you, Andy Howard. Bring him in now.
Well, what about identification? He checked that over?
No identification. He's wearing a sailor's uniform.
What about insignia, his rating?
Quartermaster first class.
After I hung up, I phoned Ed, got him out of bed, and the two of us drove down to the office where we picked up the suspect and took him to the interrogation room. During the interrogation, we found a wallet concealed on his person. It contained a driver's license, credit card, and half a dozen other means of identification. All of them were made out to Ralph Tabor. After an hour of questioning, he'd still admit nothing. He sat hunched over in his chair, tearing an old envelope into small pieces and dropping them on the floor in front of him.
This will make the 10th time I told you. I don't know what happened to Ralph. I didn't take his car or his television set. I didn't leave the city. I wasn't in San Diego last week. Now, if you don't believe me, you prove I'm lying.
We didn't put you in on the guess, Andy. We'll prove it.
You mind telling me how?
We got 3 people on their way in here right now. Ralph Tabor's sister, his landlady, a man by the name of Sims, pawn shop dealer. Mean anything to you?
It's my word against theirs.
3-1, mister. I got the odds in their favor.
Look, why don't we straighten this out once and for all? You think I killed my friend Ralph. Why? Explain it to me. Why should I kill him?
Look, I wouldn't know, Andy. Maybe you'd like to tell us. His sister says he was pretty good to you.
She was good to me. I guess she didn't tell you what I did for him overseas when we were in the Navy together.
No, she didn't tell us.
No, she wouldn't. Stupid women. I haven't found one of them worth anything. Frustrated. She needs a husband. That's her trouble.
She claims her brother was paying the bills for you, Andy. He gave you clothes, money, his car. She says you were living off of him.
Lousy woman. That's all the thanks I get. For all I did for Ralph. I borrowed a few dollars, yeah. That's all. Kept throwing it up to me, him and his sister, after all I did for him.
What are you trying to say, Andy?
Could have been different, Ralph and me. to say.
Did you kill him? Did you kill him, Andy?
You can't explain it that way. It's not as simple as that.
Didn't?
No, it's all mixed up together. It's complicated. It's not simple at all. I mean, with your best friend especially. It's more of a mistake. I mean, morally, I didn't mean to kill him. I just did. It's a mistake. Terrible mistake.
You want to give us a statement, Howard? Stenographer will take it down.
Oh, yeah, all right, in a minute. Just want to make sure you understand. I mean about Ralph. And all I did for him.
Yeah.
No gratitude at all. You blame me? I mean, after all I did for him, you blame me?
Well, you should have remembered, Andy, about gratitude.
Yeah?
Doesn't mean much when you have to ask for it.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 4th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, you've been listening to Dragnet for the past 28 minutes. Now, it'll take you less than 28 seconds to prove that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. Just compare Fatima with the king-size cigarette you're now smoking. Fatima filters the smoke through a long distance of 85 millimeters. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Prove it today. Buy Fatima.
Andrew Thomas Howard was tried and convicted of murder in the second degree. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Second-degree murder is punishable by imprisonment from 5 years to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, inflation is America's #1 menace on the home front. It's the one enemy that can lick America. We can help prevent this by working harder, working better. The fight against inflation will succeed only if all of us get behind it.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Joyce McCluskey, and Virginia Gregg. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Next, it's David Harding in Counter Spy on NBC.
Wednesday, all-new West Wing.
Magenta Sky.
As the Emmy-winning best drama soars to new heights.
What's the problem?
The world comes crashing down on the president.
We stopped the tanker in the Gulf.
What happened to 100,000 new teachers?
Where are we getting the money?
This is just wrong.
Then, all-new Law and Order.
Oh, my God. An execution.
This time, the twist isn't who did it.
Mr. Becker is seeking refuge in Israel.
But how to get him back. All-new Law and Order after an all-new West Wing, NBC Wednesday.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Cass Daly, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Cass Daly. Well, she's sort of a Martha Ray, a Betty Hutton, and a Judy Canova, all rolled up into a Marjorie Main. Yeah, one of them hotshot dames, Duffy, full of vim, vigor, and vitality. In fact, they tell me that when a vitamin pill is feeling low, it takes one of her. And what a voice. You ought to hear her new phonograph record, All Right, Louie Dropped the Gun. Yeah, she sings it so loud Louie could shoot the gun and nobody'd hear it. What does she look like? Well, let me put it this way. You know them trick mirrors down at Coney Island? Well, on them, Cass Daly looks beautiful. Worse looking than your daughter? Well, it's hard to say, you know. It'd be kind of a Mexican standoff. Huh? Well, why do you ask that question? You think it's time Miss Duffy got married? I could have told you that 20 years ago. Huh? You want to put up a dowry of $500 to get her a husband? Really? Duffy, your daughter's got an agent. Did you hear that, Eddie? Duffy is offering $500 to get a guy to marry Miss Duffy.
Marry Miss Duffy? Well, that shouldn't be too tough.
You don't think so?
Oh, they split the atom, didn't they? Hey, look, why don't you marry Miss Duffy and collect the money yourself?
Ah, no, Eddie. Her and me ain't got enough in common. You see, I'm a man and she's Miss Duffy. No, I don't mind a dame being homely looking, but she makes a fetish of it. I wonder who we could get to marry her.
Yeah. She might be a pretty good wife for somebody.
Yeah, but who, though?
Well,
let's see.
Well, guess that exhausts the possibilities.
Yeah, but there must be some crackpot that'd marry her, though.
The only trouble is, if he's a crackpot, the chances are he's already married.
That's true. Now, let's see, who could we get? Of course, in a pinch, there's always Tommy Manville.
Naughty Shaw.
No, I think he's already bagged his limit. Besides, guys like that is too sophisticated and too choosy, you know. We got to get somebody, as I say, somebody more on the crackpot side. Hello, Finnegan.
What?
Hello, Finnegan.
What?
I said hello. What are you trying to do?
Nothing much. Just jockeying for position.
Eddie, I think this might be just the man. Finnegan, how would you like to get married?
Arch, I didn't know you cared.
Finnegan, I ain't speaking on my own behalf. What I meant was, how would you like to marry Miss Duffy?
How would you like a punch in the nose?
Now, just a minute. She ain't that bad. Besides, her father's got a lot of dough.
Oh, yeah? Then why don't you marry her yourself?
How would you like a punch in the nose? Why don't you think about it, though, Finnegan? You know, marriage might be a good thing for a guy like you. It might bring you a lot of happiness.
Arch, what good is happiness?
What good is happiness?
Yeah. Can it buy money? Besides, me father has always been very much against me getting married.
He has, really? Well, why does he feel that way?
I don't know. Something about civilization.
I see what he means. But I still can't help feeling that there's something that, that you and Miss Duffy was meant for each other.
How do you figure?
Well, it's a cinch you two wasn't meant for anybody else.
Very sorry, Arch, but you'll have to get another guy.
Yeah, but who? Who can I get?
Oh, wait a minute. You think she'd be interested in a dentist that owns his own Cadillac?
That could be.
A guy that has a yacht and about $1 million.
$1 million? She certainly would be. Do you know such a guy?
No, but I'll keep my eyes open.
Then again, I think maybe it'd be better if you kept your mouth shut. Now, let me alone. I gotta get that $500 figure.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna get it, you better get it fast. That gal ain't getting no younger.
You ain't kidding. In fact, she's reached the age where she ain't even getting older. Hey, wait a minute. Ixnay on the conversation. Hey, here she comes.
Archie,
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
guess what?
What?
I'm thinking of getting engaged.
Engaged? What'd you do, lie about your face? I mean, who are you engaged to? What's the guy's name?
Elmer.
That figures. This Elmer sounds like just the right man for you, Miss Duffy.
But you haven't even seen him.
No, but I've seen you. Tell me, what's Elmer's last name?
How do I know? We're not married yet.
Oh. Well, what makes you think that the guy's intentions are serious?
Last night I had to slap him 3 times.
He got fresh?
No, he didn't. That's the thing about him, Archie. He hasn't tried to kiss me or make love to me. He hasn't even tried to hold my hand.
Well, then you're in.
What do you mean?
Already he's acting like a husband. Yeah, I think you better grab this guy off quick, Miss Duffy. A dame like you don't get too many chances.
Oh, yeah? You should have $1 for every time I've been proposed to.
Miss Duffy, being asked to play shortstop by the Pitkin Avenue Tigers can hardly be called a proposal. Now tell me, when are you going to see this Elmer again?
Oh, he's coming down here tonight.
Oh, good. Excuse me a minute. Eddie, could you let me have a $10 advance on that $500?
Now, wait a minute. Now, she ain't married yet.
She's as good as married. She says she's going out with him.
So what?
Any guy dumb enough to take that dame out is dumb enough to marry her.
Friends, brush your teeth twice a day with Ipana toothpaste. That's the Ipana way for healthier gums, for brighter teeth, for a sparkling, more beautiful smile. That's what dentists all over the country say, too. 8 out of 10 dentists say the Ipana way works. Try the Ipana way yourself. It's professionally approved dental care. 1, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. 2, massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. That's all. But see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Notice Ipana's wonderful flavor, too. How it leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner. You'll really like Ipana and what it can do for you. So get a tube first chance you can. Remember, a good dentifrice like a good dentist is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Well, Eddie, it won't be long now. We get this Elmer guy to marry Miss Duffy, and I collect $500.
Yeah, but getting the man to marry her ain't gonna be easy.
What do you mean?
Well, look at it logically. A marriage license costs $2, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, for the same investment, the man could get a license to marry Hedy Lamarr.
Well, so what? Maybe Elmer wouldn't know the difference. You know, the old verboten, Eddie, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hey, wait a minute. I think I got something in my eye.
Something in your eye?
Yeah, ain't that Cass Daly that just come in?
Well, it ain't Hedy Lamarr.
Cass, welcome to the tavern. Here, let me look at you. You know, you ain't changed a bit.
Thanks, Archie. Let me look at you. You haven't changed a bit either.
Yeah, so much for insults.
So this is Duffy's Tavern, huh?
That's right.
You know something, Archie? It reminds me a lot of the inside of the Brown Derby.
Inside the Brown Derby, huh?
Yeah. The sweatband.
Jokes like that's going to bring back radio. But tell me, Cass, what's new in Hollywood?
Well, things are pretty bad.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, you know, we actresses are beginning to feel the pinch.
What's new about that? But things are really tough out there, huh?
Yeah, Archie, you know, it's getting so bad in Hollywood that the agents are getting jobs for each other.
They You ever get them for anybody else? But, what have you got to worry about? You know, you're full of pep and vinegar. You'll always be successful.
Well, thanks.
Tell me, how do you get all that energy and vitality?
Oh, clean living.
What a price to pay for success. And from what you told me, Cass, I guess I gave up my movie career in the nick of time. Looks like I'm just as well off being just a plain bartender.
You know something? That's what I could never understand, Arch.
What?
Well, why you gave up a big movie career just to be a bartender?
Well, I took a long-range viewpoint. You see, I figured that long after MGM and Paramount have crumbled into the dust, there'll still be drunks. Another thing that I feel...
Say, Arch, I was just... Well, Zazu Pig!
Finnegan, this is Cass Daly. Cass, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I had known how to send flowers.
Just a minute, Arch. Who is this dame? What's her racket?
She's a singer.
Oh, some racket.
You've heard her. It so happens her success ain't only due to her singing, no, Finnegan. She's very clever in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah? Tell me, sister, can you hold your breath till your face turns purple?
No.
Can you recite Gunga Din backwards?
No.
Can you whistle Swanee River through your ears?
No.
Boy, you sure gone a long way with no talent.
Finnegan, please stop annoying the customers, will you?
Pardon me, Miss Daly, but didn't I see you in the snake pit?
Miss Duffy, please.
Archie,
Yeah?
the one that just left.
Yeah?
Is this his brother?
Get her. Look, sister, you know you're no Ray Milland yourself.
Wait a minute. Stop this argument here, girls. Hey, wait a minute. The one on the left should have a razor blade on her heels. Let me take a look at you two dames a minute. Them faces. Eddie, has the clock stopped?
Not only stopped, it lost the hour.
Well, this gives me an idea, though. Excuse me, girls. Eddie, take a gander at them two tomatoes. Look at them both at the same time.
Yeah.
You focused? Tell me, did you ever see Miss Duffy look better? You see, as Einstein says, everything is relative. So when Elmer gets here, one look at Cass Daly and anything will look good to him.
You mean...
Yep, even her.
Now, look, fun is fun, Archie. How do I get out of this place?
Wait a minute, you can't leave yet, Cass.
Well, I have to. I'm sorry. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor.
That's the last place you should go. I mean, sit down and have a bite to eat. Keep your face around.
Me? Eat here? In this proving ground for ulcers?
Well, at least you can try. Here, look over the bill of fare.
Well, I guess I'm stuck. Okay. I think I'll start out with some oysters.
I'm sorry, but you're out of luck with the oysters, sir.
But it says right here on the menu, oysters.
I know, but we only got 2 of them, and we're saving them for breeding purposes. Perhaps our maître d' can suggest something else. Oh, gargoyle. Gargoyle.
Yes?
I'm talking to Eddie. Eddie, our guest is ravished. What would you suggest?
Well, Miss Daly, how would you like some nice golden brown southern fried chicken?
Gee, you mean with candied yams covered with rich country gravy?
Yeah, and hot biscuits and honey.
Mmm, that sounds delicious. Have you got it?
No, but we were really living there for a minute, wasn't we?
Look, kids, how about a hamburger?
Well, okay, let's get it over with. I'll take a hamburger.
Will you take it home or let it eat you here?
Eddie, please.
Well, here you are. One hamburger coming up.
Go ahead, Cass. Take a bite. Well, what do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether it's a burp or weenie.
Oh, honey, you did practically all of them, huh?
Now, look at here. I got to get out of here.
Where you going? Wait a minute. You can't leave yet.
I got to get out of here.
You got to remember your public, Cass. You can't leave yet. A customer just requested a song.
Oh, really? Well, who requested it?
Some drunk. Please, Cass, sing something. At least sing something until Elmer gets here, huh?
Till Elmer gets here.
Well, that's an old expression around here. Let's sing till Elmer gets here.
Yeah.
Maddie, the music, please. Now, go ahead, sing something, Cass.
Okay, Arch, okay. Stand back. Here I go. Well, all right, Louis, drop the gun, boy. You're not fooling anyone. Get your horse and stop the run.
Yes.
All right, Louis, drop the gun.
Yes.
All right, Louis, drop the gun, boy.
How can she yell like that with nobody beating her?
So get your horse
Yes,
and
please.
stop the run. All
Please,
right,
stop
Louis.
the music. Stop the music. Look. You see, it's nothing personal, Cass. Nothing personal, but that voice of yours, you see, this is a very old building, and... Have you anything a little softer?
A little softer?
Yeah.
Well, I might have. Listen.
Okay. Here.
Now here's a story with a moral. And all you gals better pay some mind. 'Cause if you find a man worth keeping, be satisfied. Make sure to treat him kind. 'Cause a good man is hard to find. You'll always get the other kind. Just when you think that he's your pal, you turn around and find him messing around some other gal. And then you rave. You even crave to see him land right in his grave. So if your man is nice, take my advice. Hug him in the morning. Kiss him every night. Give him plenty of loving. Treat him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sirree, girls, you know, once I had a man of my own. Yeah. And since he's gone, boy, I really miss him. You see, most girls have to kiss a man to hold him. But me, I have to hold him to kiss him. He wasn't much of Mr. Culture, and he had a funny pan. As a matter of fact, he wasn't much of anything, but at least he was a man. And if he comes back to my little grass shack, I'm gonna hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, to read him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. And when that once is gone, sister, it's gone forever. So, girls, if you get a man, there's just one but. Keep a smile on your face and keep your big mouth shut. I've learned my lesson now, and everything's fine. And if he comes back, I'll never, never step out of line.
that was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Archie. Now let me get out of here.
Wait a minute, Kiss, please, come back here.
I'm sorry, no more arguments. This time I'm leaving.
Look, you can't, Kiss. I'll come clean with you. You see, there's a guy coming down here tonight, an eligible bachelor, you see.
A bachelor come down here tonight? Well, how peachy. What's he like?
Well, he wears pants, and he's alive.
Well, that's good enough for me, boy. And he trot out another hamburger.
You know something? Summer's just a bud and a breeze away. And to a lot of fellows, that means tennis, golf, swimming, and dry, unruly hair. Because that's just what happens when sun, wind, and water get working on your hair. But it needn't, you know. Not when you protect your hair with Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout. No hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking hair of head you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Miss Archie, this poor Elmer.
What do you mean, poor Elmer?
Well, I don't think it's fair to a guy trying to get him married to Miss Duffy.
But, Eddie, she could make the guy happy. Just picture it. He comes home from work at night, and there she is, waiting for him with his slippers and his pipe and his blindfold. And she folds his paper and... Wait a minute. Look what just arrived here.
Archie, I'd like you to meet my new boyfriend. Elmer, this is Archie.
Howdy do, bub. He could get B.O. plenty. Well, glad to see you, Elmer.
Thanks.
Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Elmer, when you light it, be sure you don't hold the match too close to that collar. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Elmer?
Elmer has his own farm.
Farm, huh?
Yep.
He raises hogs.
This I could have told you when he came in. Well, make yourself to home, Elmer. What can I offer you? A beer, a bourbon, a bath?
Never touch him.
Tell me, Elmer, this farm, is it a pretty big farm?
Yep.
Run it all by yourself, do you?
Yep.
Must get pretty lonesome sometimes, don't it?
Yep.
Especially nights.
Yep.
This guy sounds like Gary Cooper. Elmer, you say you raise hogs?
Mm-hmm. Hogs, cows, chickens, horses.
Uh-huh. Elmer, have you ever thought of completing this menagerie?
Archie, this is very embarrassing.
Now, look, young fella, be you hitting for me to marry this gal?
I do be.
Well, nothing doing. I ain't figuring on getting hitched.
Miss Duffy, get out of sight for a minute. I'll handle this. Look, Elmer, what you need on that farm is a woman. A woman to cook your meals, put up the preserves, darn your socks, pull the plow.
Pull the plow? I got a horse for that.
Don't you ever feel that you'd like to give the horse a day off? And think of them hogs, Elmer. Them hogs need a mother's love, too. Why don't you consider, Miss Duffy?
No, son, I'm getting on in years. I ain't got long to go. I think I'll just finish it out with the hogs. Besides, I always figured if I got married, I'd like to have something around the farm that looked better than animals.
But look at her over there, Elmer. She's real healthy, you know. Good, strong set of teeth. Not too sway back. From what I hear, she ain't had a spavin in years.
Sorry, nothing doing.
Oh, well, I guess I gotta play me ace. Cass?
Yeah? Yes, Archie?
Come here a minute. Elmer?
Yeah?
You know how when you're in a cow pasture, the cow pasture on the other side always looks greener?
Yep.
Then when you get over to the other cow pasture, the first one looks better to you?
Yep.
Elmer, I'd like you to meet the other cow pasture.
Well, hello, Elmer. Say, you're kind of cute.
Well, rotate my crops and call me dizzy if she ain't a looker there. Say, sister, are you single?
Yep.
You think I'm kind of cute?
Yep.
Do you like farms?
Yep.
I like the way she talks.
Holy cat. I think I have created a Frankenstein. I gotta break this thing up. Elmer, tell me, do you like good music, do you?
Uh-huh, love it.
I thought you might. Cass, why don't you sing a song to Elmer? You know, one of them nice square dance type of songs like Louis Dropped the Gun, you know?
Sure, well, all right, Archie. Would you like to hear me sing, Elmer?
Yep. Will you do it?
Yup. Okay, Cass, let him have it.
Well, all right, Louis, drop the gun, boy. You're not fooling anyone. So get your hump and drop the gun. Hold there. Drop the gun. Hold up, Louis.
Hold there.
I knew that song would do it. Well, Elmer, what's new?
Well, Archie, I've made up my mind.
You gonna get married?
Yep.
To Miss Duffy?
Nope.
You mean you're gonna marry Cass Daly?
Yep.
After hearing her sing that song?
That's just it. As I told you, I'm getting along in years, and my lungs ain't what they used to be. Someday I'm going to need a voice like that for calling hogs.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex. The new Wonder Shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog or razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex. Benex. Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
In a year when ER is as good as it's ever been,
People who love us hurt us anyway. Sometimes they can't control their anger.
An episode that's as good as it gets.
There she is. I have no idea who that woman is.
Thursday, Sally Field joins the ER in the NBC Spotlight Show of the Week. All new ER, NBC Thursday.
Get ready for another exciting tale of escape coming up next.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are running over the fog-locked cliffs of Dover. By your side, a girl who believes you're a madman. and pursuing you, bent on destroying you. A man whose terrible secret you've stumbled upon, and from whom there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Walter Brown Newman's story, 2 and 2 Make 4.
Head hurt. I sat up and opened my eyes. Fog all around, thick and close and still. I could see trees and a few yards of dirt road. My watch was gone and my wallet. Rolled, slugged and rolled and dumped. But where? I scrambled to my feet and I stood there in the ditch, suddenly worried about the time. It would be bad to be late going aboard. As for the ship sailing without me, I stepped onto the road. Which way led back to Calais? Someone was coming. Hello? Qui est là? Why don't you answer? I can't see. Oh! Down the road, then across the field, alongside a brook. I ran till I thought my lungs would burst. I stopped to listen, but the blood was pounding so I couldn't be sure I wasn't followed. I ran some more. The brook went under a small bridge. On it, leaning against the stone wall, looking down at me, was a girl with a knapsack on her back. I climbed up the bank. Mademoiselle, s'il vous plaît, mademoiselle.
I'm sorry, I don't speak French.
Did you hear those shots?
Shots?
A few minutes ago, right past my ear, almost blew my head off.
Well, you should tell the police or something. I have to be going. I have a long way to go.
No, wait a minute.
Sorry, I really...
No, wait. What time is it, please?
Well, not quite 7:15. The way it looks now, we'll have fog at least until noon.
Noon? You mean it's 7:15 in the morning?
Yes, of course in the morning. Well, I've got...
Hold on. Which way is Calais?
Calais? Well, that way, about 20 miles.
20? I've got to make my shift. You mind if I walk along with you?
Well,
my name's David Parker.
Mine's Haydock, Emily Haydock.
I'm in the Merchant Marine, second mate on a freighter. You want a walking trip or something?
That's right.
I figured. The knapsack. American?
Yes.
Me too. I thought you were French at first.
Why is that?
Took it for granted. Most people in France are.
Well, I don't understand. We're in England, not France. Why should you think that you...
What do you mean, England? Didn't you just tell me we were 20 miles from Calais?
Yes, but Calais is somewhere out there across the English Channel in France.
And where do you say we are, you and me now?
In England, of course, about 2 miles from Dover.
Now, look. I've been robbed and dumped out here in the countryside and shot at, so please don't make...
I'm not.
What's today, quick?
Thursday, 10th of July. Why?
Then we're in France.
Look, I tell you...
When I registered at the hotel in Calais last night, I noticed the date. It was the 9th of July.
Now, look. You asked me where we are, and I told you. England, near Dover.
I suppose I didn't see the sunrise in Calais just an hour ago.
Sunrise?
Sunrise.
What sunrise? I've been up since 5. There's been no sun for a week. It's one of the worst fogs they've ever had.
Oh, drop it. I tell you, I saw it.
You're either joking, a lying, or
wait
crazy.
a minute. No more of that lying, that crazy, do you hear? No more of that crazy.
Well, what else am I to think when you say you were shot at and you saw the sun? Sun today. And you insist you're in France when you're in England.
All right, Miss Haydock. Turn around. Now, what do you see alongside the road?
Gate. Stone wall.
Yeah, and in front of the gate.
A mailbox. Why?
And what does it say on the mailbox? Villa Mon Bijou. I don't know what Bijou means, but it's French. Now, what do you say now?
We're in England.
You don't know where to stop, do you? All right. I'm going into this villa, whatever it is, and phone for a taxi to take me to my ship. I was going to offer you a lift, but now I'd sooner cut my tongue out. How do you like that?
Oh, go to the devil. You're in England.
Bonjour. Parlez anglais? Anglais compris? Say, is there anyone here who speaks English?
I speak English.
Oh, good. May I use your phone to call a taxi?
Of course. Won't you come in?
Thanks. I have no money on me, Mr.
Dr. Putney.
I haven't a penny with me, Doctor, but I'll be able to get some from the clerk at the hotel, and I'll send you whatever the call costs with the taxi driver.
Oh, not at all. There's the phone.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, come on.
Service is always a bit slow at this hour.
I'm sorry. The fact is, I got angry with a silly girl out on the road.
Did you?
Yeah, she tried to kid me. Well, the joke will be on her when she's trudging along the road and sees me riding in my ease to Calais. Oh, come on.
Riding to Calais?
In a taxi. I wouldn't have minded if she'd let the joke drop, but no, she went on and on about this being England and that I was crazy to think otherwise.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand the joke. I mean, this is England.
Look, I don't find it funny, Doctor. I thought I made that clear. The next one who tells me I'm in England when I know I'm in France, I swear I'll take...
You know you're in France?
Yes.
Sit down, young man.
Isn't this France?
England. Near Dover. How can I show you? Here's a copy of the London Times, yesterday.
Wednesday, July 9th. But the name on the mailbox, Villa, what is that French?
Most of the villas have names like that. Montbijou, Sanssouci. Still, it's England. Sit down. I'm a physician, and I'd like to ask you...
No.
Young man!
Two and two make four. I repeated it like a charm, like they told me in the hospital. When you feel unsure of yourself, remember, 2 and 2 make 4. There's an explanation for everything. Don't doubt yourself. After a while, I stopped trembling. I opened the gate and went out onto the road. And there was the girl.
Everything all right?
Did you come back to say I told you so?
No, I thought you might need help. I thought that...
Watch out, there's a truck coming.
There's an inn just around the curve.
Get down. He might shoot you again. Get down.
Mr. Parker, please, that was a backfire. That's all it was.
Backfire?
Of course. What else could it be? There's an inn just around the curve, and I have money. Would you like to have breakfast there and talk?
Oh, I'm all confused.
Anyone would be after a blow on the head.
No, it's not just being slugged. I wish it were only that, but with a case like me, there's...
You're not a case.
Oh, that's just it, I am. About 6 weeks ago, unloading cargo, a crate hit me on the head, scrambled my memory. They sent me to the hospital, and the ship sailed without me. She's due back in Calais this afternoon. I was to report aboard if the treatment proved successful. They told me it was successful and discharged me yesterday. Maybe it wasn't yesterday, and none of it happened, and I'm imagining it all.
Try not to worry. It'll all come back to you.
Yeah, but suppose what comes back never really happened. That's the point, you see. That's the point. I remember a lot about yesterday, but what if I only think I remember, and it's all in my...
Now relax. We'll have breakfast in here. If you remember, you remember.
Yeah, but do I? I recall leaving the hospital and going to a hotel. Then I went to an all-night restaurant, and I remember leaving a bar at daybreak. Oh, sit down, Miss Haydar, please. Yeah, I remember all that clearly. But an hour later, I'm in England, and that's impossible.
Well, you might have wandered aboard a channel steamer.
Now, use your head. It's a 2 or 3 hour trip by boat.
Well, an airplane, then.
Excuse me, I thought perhaps you'd like your coffee now while waiting for breakfast.
Yeah, miss, is there an airfield nearby?
Oh, yes, sir, but it's not an object of interest for tourists today. Our churches is very nice, though.
Yeah, how far away is it, the airfield?
Oh, you won't see no planes coming or going, sir. The BBC broadcast said no air traffic in or out of Dover for the 6th straight day. Oh, good morning, Mr. Smith-Travers.
Breakfast, Rosie?
Oh, yes, sir. Anything else for the present, sir?
No.
No air traffic 6 days in a row. You'd think that would teach them, but will it?
I beg your pardon?
I leave it to you. Is there any reason for maintaining this undependable method of transportation? A method absolutely at the mercy of the elements, when there's a cheaper, better, less bothersome, simpler, and always certain way of crossing the channel.
You mean the boat?
No, of course not. The tunnel, tunnel.
Tunnel?
Yes, of course. Rosie, I want coffee now.
Right, Mr. Smith-Travers.
A channel tunnel. 20 miles through solid, impermeable chalk. In at Dover, out at Calais. Less than an hour's drive. No fun.
I never heard of it. Is it something recent?
Recent? Oh, you're strangers here. Tourists, eh?
Yeah.
Well, you've heard of Napoleon Bonaparte.
Oh,
he had it dug by the 6th Corps of the Engineers of the Imperial Army. Took them 3 years. All up in secret, of course, for a surprise attack on England.
You mean to say there's actually a tunnel beneath the English Channel in use?
Certainly it's in use. I've been through it scores of times. Business, no. Import-export. Just drove back from Calais a few hours ago. Morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Smith Travers.
Just advising them to go by way of the tunnel if they want to get to Calais.
Yes, of course. Much the best way.
Did it in 23 minutes this morning. New carburetor, you know. Well, good morning to you, sir. Yes.
I must have seemed like a lunatic, Doctor, not knowing I was in England. You see, I was in Calais, and an hour later I was in England, and I didn't understand how that was possible. I didn't know about the tunnel beneath the channel.
Try not to excite yourself, my boy. Everything will soon be all right.
What?
I've brought someone with me. Constable.
This poor fellow?
Poor fellow? You mean... Oh, you do think... But I told you... I didn't know about the tunnel. I must have gone through the tunnel.
He didn't know until Mr. Smith-Travers told him.
Yes, I heard. But Mr. Smith-Travers is also of the firm conviction that we British are descended from the 10 lost tribes of Israel, that Shakespeare never existed, and that after a bit more research we'll be able to transmute base metals into gold. We know him and like him, and humor his eccentricities. Come along, Mr. Parker. I think it in the public interest that you not be on the public street.
Yeah, come on.
No. Listen. I was in Calais at sunrise. I can prove it. I just remembered the name of the hotel. The Hotel de la Mar. Phone them and they'll tell you that there's a David Park registered there. They have my passport at the desk.
Hurting him, you big bully.
I was in Calais. I was. 2 and 2 makes 4. 2 and 2 makes 4. 2 and 2 makes 4.
You are listening to 2 and 2 Make 4, tonight's presentation of Escape. Keep listening for the climax in tonight's exciting story on Escape. And listen tomorrow for CBS Radio's exciting World Music Festivals concert. 3 excerpts from Alban Berg's tragic opera, Watch It, will highlight the program. That's tomorrow, daytime, on most of these stations. And now back to Escape and the second act of 2 and 2 Make 4.
They took us to a room in the town hall. Dr. Putney, it turned out, was not only a physician, he was the local magistrate as well. For more than 3 hours, he questioned Miss Haydock and me in turn. He made us repeat our stories endlessly, where she met me, how I behaved, what I said, what she said, and all the rest of it. It was almost noon before he was finished. And watching the clock on the wall, my ship coming nearer to Calais with every tick, I was almost beside myself with anxiety.
You need care, my boy. Rest and help. Now, we've a fine institution in Folkestone near here which can give you that care. Few weeks, possibly days.
Institution?
Look, I've got to get to Calais. Miss Haydock, will you try to convince him it's for the best?
There's nothing wrong with me.
I'll try once more to show you reality, Mr. Parker. You say you were in France at sunrise.
I do. I was.
And you insist you were in England an hour later.
Look, please, call the Hotel de la Mer in Calais. I checked in there. There's bound to be a record of it. That will prove I'm telling the truth.
And if the call is made and it doesn't prove you're telling the truth, will you take my advice about the institution?
Yes.
Constable, put through a call to the Hotel de la Mer in Calais.
Yeah, very good, sir.
If the hotel bears out Mr. Parker's story, you'll let him go?
Miss Haydock, if it turns out that Mr. Parker is right, but how could he be?
2 and 2 make 4. 2 and 2 make
4. What's that?
I have the hotel, sir.
Use the constable's phone, Mr. Parker. I'll listen in on my extension.
Hello, desk clerk.
Hello.
Hello. Is there a Mr. Parker registered there? David Parker?
Parker? David Parker. Oh, oui, there was, but he has checked out since 2 hours ago.
But I mean, he couldn't have. You're mistaken.
Oh, no, sir, I am not. Not if you mean that Mr. Parker is an American seaman. I returned his passport personally when I paid his bill. I have the...
I'm not even who I thought I was. All right, Dr. Putney, I'll go with you.
No, wait. Before you do, let me speak to you in private. Please.
May we, Doctor? Would it be all right?
I'll give you 2 minutes. Constable, we can arrange for an ambulance to Folkestone.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker.
No, that's not my name.
2 and 2 make 4.
Yeah.
2 and 2 make 4.
Uh-huh.
You must have faith in yourself. If you're convinced you were in France one moment and in England an hour later, then that's the way it was.
But it's a physical impossibility.
No, it's not. You could have come through the tunnel.
There is no tunnel.
If a tunnel is the only explanation for what happened to you, then there is a tunnel. 2 and 2 make 4.
Yeah. You really believe my story?
I leave you.
All right, then. All right. What do I do now?
You tell me. Come on, you know the answer.
I find the man in the restaurant, the man who said there was a tunnel, the Smith Tavern.
Right. Open the window.
All right. I'll go first and I'll help you down. Now, come on.
Here's my knapsack.
I got it. Now you.
Hands up, I'm afraid. Miss Haydock, come back here. Miss Haydock! Mr. X, whatever your name is. Constable Putnam.
I'll do my best, sir.
The fog hit us before we'd run 20 feet. We dodged around corners, then stopped at a garage and looked up Mr. Smith Travers' address in a directory. It proved to be a little villa like a dozen others I'd seen that day. There was no answer when we knocked at the door, so we waited. And before very long, Mr. Smith Travers drove up in a light truck. Look. The police I left at the hotel in Calais. He's got it. Good afternoon. I'll take that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, my passport, too, please.
Yes. I see you've concluded the tunnel does exist.
That's right.
At last, you're the first to ever have. It's a bit of bad luck, for me, that is. If I hadn't hit a flat tire halfway through, the passport and valise would be in ashes by now. You, phoned the hotel in Calais?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you might. I heard you shouting at the inn about the hotel, so I drove over and... Didn't it make you doubt your senses when they told you checked out?
Oh, you have no idea.
Yes, I was counting on that.
Yeah, it rocked me, but only for a minute.
How the devil did you get in my machine in the first place?
Well, the way I figure, I was knocked on the head by some thug and robbed this morning in Calais. Whoever did it may have thrown me in your truck to get me out of sight.
I was never so surprised in my life. I mean to say, I skidded near over, sideswiped a tree, and heard the back door bang open. When I stopped and went back, there you were, lying with a bolt of my silk in your arms. Took my breath away. When you started to groan and sit up, I was beside myself.
What's the matter?
It just occurred to me, you're not English. A bad thing to have someone not in the government and a foreigner to boot to know about the tunnel. Security, you know.
Do you mean the British government knows of the tunnel?
No, it doesn't. No, I've sent letters to every prime minister since MacDonald, telling them about it. Charts, diagrams, descriptions. Useless? They think I'm a crank? I can't blame them. What would Mr. Eisenhower say if you told him there's a tunnel between London and New York? You see what I mean? You got acknowledgement just once. A CID man came around and blabbed the whole story to everyone. Told them to keep an eye on me as a dangerous lunatic. The only way to protect the secret after that was to ride it like a mania, so I told everyone, too. Best security measure ever devised. Now, however, there are 3 of us who really know about the tunnel. It's awkward. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I can tell you exactly. You're going to take me back to Calais and now, otherwise I'll beat you to a pulp. I ought to anyway, making me doubt myself as you did.
Taking you into the tunnel... that might be the best way.
We'd never tell anyone, I swear it.
Yes. I don't want you to see the entrance and exit, though. You'll have to wear a blindfold.
Agreed.
Now, let's get going, then. Yes, taking you into the tunnel is the best way.
How much longer before we're in the tunnel?
You can take off the blindfolds now. We're in it.
Oh, wonderful.
The tunnel? Yes, they did a fine job, the Sixth Corps. That's what they got for it. Boney flung them in the Russian campaign when they'd finished and thought of it, they all died. That's a way of keeping a secret, eh?
How did you learn of it?
Reading in the British Museum. I was broke and unemployed. I found an old diary by one of the engineers. Investigated and found it was true. Wrote to the government, told them about that. Well, it was too good to let it waste, so I set up a small import-export business. Cheaper transportation gives me an edge on my competitors.
Oh, are we in Calais?
Well, no, but it's as far as you go. I've got to kill you. I can't let you live. It's too dangerous now that you know. The shotgun failed me twice today. Perhaps... the revolver. Get out of the truck, please. Unless you want your blood all over the young lady, please.
Oh, all right.
Now, perhaps... Well, I won't think you cowardly if you turn your back.
Listen.
Oh, come now. No temporizing. Just take it. Oh, dash it all.
Emily?
I think I'm going to faint.
Help me get him back into the truck, huh?
Just let me sit here for a moment.
Yeah.
David?
Huh?
We'll tell the authorities the truth about the tunnel and all. Everyone ought to know.
Yeah.
It's too good a thing and makes travel and trade and communication so simple. We've no right to keep it a secret.
Check. We'll tell the authorities. We came to the end of the tunnel at exactly 2 o'clock by Miss Haydock's watch. Time and to spare in order to board my ship.
We left Mr. Smith Travers in the truck and made our way into what was apparently a small warehouse. And from there, through a door, we found ourselves on the corner of a street, much like any other street in Calais. A fog had rolled in since sunrise, as thick as the one we'd left in England. One moment. I want to make a note of this street, or we'll never find the tunnel again. Say, you got a pencil?
Mm-mm.
Oh, never mind. I have one.
There's a street sign.
Oh, up there on the side of the building. They don't put them on lampposts like we do in the States. All right, I've got it. Say, when do you get back to the States?
September 1st. School term starts on the 10th. I teach kindergarten in Baltimore.
Oh, we're supposed to put in at Baltimore Christmas week.
Well, that's marvelous. We could have Christmas Eve together.
Yeah, New Year's too, maybe. Oh, I'll look forward to that.
You'll write. Meanwhile, won't you?
Oh, of course. You know, I'll never be able to thank you enough for what you did. What made you believe in me so strongly?
Oh, I don't know. You see, What's the matter?
I'm not sure. We're walking toward the harbor. That's the trouble with a foreign city. You turn a corner and you're lost. And this dirty fog is so... Well, let's try this way.
Would that be a policeman in the doorway?
Where? Oh, yes, it is. Parlez anglais.
Allez-vous.
Which way is the harbor?
Turn at the next corner, to the left, and walk 4th Street.
Well, thank you. Oh, how do you pronounce the name of the street I've written here?
Street?
Yeah.
There's no street.
A street? What does it say?
In English, this way to the air raid shelter. We have put them on almost every building in Calais.
Air raid shelter? Then we'll never be able to find our way back to the tunnel.
Gendarme, are you sure?
But of course. As sure as I am that 2 and 2 make 4.
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Fine, has brought you 2 and 2 Make 4, a story by Walter Newman. Featured in the cast were Shep Menken, Joyce McCluskey, Tudor Owen, and Richard Peel. Also heard were Betty Hartford, Dick Ryan, Melitza Milo, and James Barrett. Your announcer, Bill Anders. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You're on a ketch sailing the coral seas, snaking your way through the tricky channel toward an island of black pearls. While on the shore, waiting for you to land, is the man who has sworn your death, and from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Robert Tallman's story, The King of Oanatu. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to the kingdom.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Simpsons Talking Watches, now only at Burger King. Just $2.39 each with the purchase of any value meal.
Cool your jets, man.
burger.
Collect all 4. And our big double cheeseburger is just 99 cents. With 2 slices of melted cheese and 2 juicy flame-broiled patties. More beef than a Big and Tasty. Hurry, offers end soon.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with O.G.O. Joy. Like these, some speakers and writers have a tendency to use big phrases and words when small, simple words might be better. Civilization is a big word, for example, but home is a small word that we can all understand. A word that expresses everything we're fighting for: liberty, freedom, family. And it's a word that tells the part you women play in this war, where it's your main job to keep those home fires burning, keep your homes clean, orderly, cheerful. And it's part of your job to take care of the things you have, make them last a longer time. Now, that's not an easy job, but a useful product like genuine Johnson's Wax makes it easier. Because the regular use of Johnson's Wax gives lasting protection to floors, furniture, and woodwork, guards them against dirt and wear, makes cleaning easier, saves you hours of time, and adds rich beauty in the bargain. Try protective housekeeping in your home if you're not already a regular user of genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. If Alexander Graham Bell could have foreseen that people would pick up his invention and say, "Guess who this is?" he'd have dropped the whole idea. If Edison had known that his phonograph would wind up playing Chattanooga Choo Choo, he'd have spent more time on the electric light. That's how it is with men who have ideas, men with vision, men who do things, men who... Well, you'll get a rough idea listening to Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Can I tell you
Oh,
now?
but, McGee, I don't want you to make me a footstool. I want to buy this one advertised by the Bonton.
That rickety, unseasoned, hammer-scratched, not wholly hunk of driftwood? That wobbly-legged son of a cheap card table?
It's not cheap. It's $12.95.
Well, go buy a $13 hat then. I'm making this footstool. I'll turn you out the most unreasonably exact facsimile of this advertisement you ever laid your beautiful big green eyes on.
My eyes are blue.
They'll be green with jealousy when they see the footstool I'm going to make. Why, when I get started on a project of this
Come
kind...
in.
Hi, Johnny. Hello, daughter. You ordered some stuff from the hardware store?
No, Mr. Oldtimer, I don't believe...
I did. I ordered a few woodworking tools, old-timer. Is that they?
You betcha, Johnny. 3 chisels, hand drills, scrapers, spirit level, crosscut saw, and some brass tacks.
How much, old-timer?
Well, let me see now, Johnny. $1.5, 4, 7.35, 18, $9.62, including the coffee.
What coffee? Did you order coffee from the hardware store, dearie?
No, I didn't. Now, look, old-timer, what's the idea?
Now, wait a minute, Johnny. Don't get your puss in a pandemonium. I just... Hey, daughter, what's pandemonium?
That's an uproar.
That's what I thought. Now, don't get your puss in a pandemonium, Johnny. You ordered this stuff from the hardware store, didn't you? Yes or no?
Yes, but I...
Wanted it delivered, didn't you?
Well...
Yes or no?
Yes, but I...
You knew they didn't have any delivery service, didn't you? Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
Well, they haven't. So I told them I'd bring it over here, and you appreciate that, don't you? Yes or no?
Yes, but...
Well, it's a cold day, and I stopped for a cup of coffee. Begrudge me that, yes or no?
Of course not, but...
Okay, Okay, $9.62, including the coffee.
Well, here's $10, Mr. Oldtimer, and thank you very much.
No, forget it, daughter. Glad to do it. You ain't sure about the coffee, Johnny?
Oh, no, but I still don't know why, according to this bill, you had to pay 85 cents for a cup of coffee.
I like sugar in it.
Oh, my.
Well, thanks for stopping by with the stuff, old-timer. And I don't mind about the coffee. What's an extra little chisel among all these tools?
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, say... My doctor done told me to eat a lot of carrots. I've tried it, and it sure builds up your resistance. Is that so, says t'other feller. To colds? No, says the first feller. To carrots. Well, see you later, kid.
McGee.
Huh?
When did you order these tools?
Yesterday, when you first started thinking about the footstool.
Say, I didn't realize you knew I was even looking at that advertisement. Have you got eyes in the back of your head?
No, but I got a head in the back of my eyes. Now, look, you know what I'm going to do?
Wait till I cross my fingers. All right, what are you going to do?
I'm going to bring my tools and stuff upstairs here and work in the living room.
Oh, no. You might wake Uncle Dennis, McGee. He's asleep, you know.
He is? I thought he was going out with a bunch of fellas for some gin rummy.
Well, he did, but when he found out it was a card game, he came home.
Well, I'll hammer real quietly. I wouldn't disturb the old fellow. Oh, doggone it. And I wanted to get to work. Who's at the door?
Let me peep. Uh-oh, Mrs. Uppington.
Ah, dear old Duffy, the salt of the earth.
You really think so?
I sure do. You can't take much of her at a time. And it takes a good shaking to get her to come out in wet weather. Come in.
Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, babe. What's new in the name?
Oh, Mrs. McGee, don't you simply adore your husband when he's in one of those clever moods?
Well, I wouldn't say adore, Abigail. Tolerate would be more appropriate. But what can we do for you?
Well, I just stopped in to ask you both over for a fish dinner tomorrow evening. My brother has sent me some marvelous mountain trout.
Oh, boy, that's for me, Uppy. I love trout. And they better be good, too, because I'm an expert on fish.
Oh, really?
Oh, indeed he is, Abigail. I wish I could tell you what those old fishermen up in Oregon said about McGee last summer.
Well, why can't you?
Well, because I'm too much of a lady, for one thing.
And for another thing, it ain't true. I still don't know how that mousetrap got on the end of my fish line. Hey, did I ever tell you how I caught the big trout in the Pahushka pool, Uppy?
No, I don't believe you did, Miss McGee.
That's right, Abigail. I believe you are the one he didn't tell.
Well, sir, the Pahushka pool was a kind of a little wide place in the Pahushka River way up in South Wickiup, Oregon, see? There was a trout in there 3 feet long, and nobody'd ever been able to catch him. Till I come along.
Oh, good heavens, how thrilling. Did you use some special kind of bait, Mr. McGee?
Yep. I caught him with a Mack truck.
A Mack truck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir. I was standing in the middle of the Pahushka pool one day, all ready to cast, when along the road comes a wholesale drug truck. The driver was so busy watching me that he lost control of the truck, hit the bridge approach, run the thing off the bridge right into the Pahushka pool. And quick's a flash, all the water run into the truck, drying up the Pahushka pool, and I walked over and picked up that big trout right out of the mud.
My goodness, Mr. McGee, that's astounding. But why should all the water run into the truck?
It was hauling a load of sponges. Oh, I tried.
And speaking of sponges, Abigail, we'll be very glad to come to dinner.
It's splendid.
Hey, wait a minute. We'll come on one condition, Uppy.
Oh? What is that, Miss McGee?
As air raid warden around here, I had complaints about you. You got to promise to get some heavy curtains or something and black out your house.
Very well, Miss McGee. I shall naturally do anything to cooperate, although I consider the whole thing very, very silly.
Oh, now, Abigail, that's not the right attitude at all. What's silly about covering up your windows?
Mrs. McGee, you're so naive, really. Don't you realize, my dear, that if the Japanese or the Germans should come to Wistful Vista, they'll be far too busy to go about peeping into people's windows.
got 2 legs all sawed off. Both the same length, too.
Well, wonderful. But I'd prefer a footstool with 4 legs. I don't want to have to learn to ride it like a bicycle.
Don't kid me. I'm going to make 2 more. You talk like I was an amateur.
You'll have to hurry, Magee. I have the needlepoint cover almost finished for the footstool.
Huh?
Look. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. What kind of purple flowers are those?
Ranzabulas.
Ranzabulas? I never heard of them.
Of course you haven't. I made them up. I thought that roses were so ordinary that I might as well...
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, good day, Mayor Latrivia. Come right in.
Oh, hi, Latriv. Just the guy I wanted to see.
You wish to see me, Magee?
Yes. I think he wants to apologize, Mr. Mayor.
I do, Latrivia. I do. I want to apologize for thinking you were a crook last week. I'm sorry.
Why, that's quite all right, Magee. I'll admit the appearances were against me. I accept your apology.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to show there are no hard feelings, why don't you come to dinner tomorrow night?
Hey, Molly, we're going to Uppy's tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. How about Thursday night, Mr. Mayor?
Splendid, Mrs. Magee. Thank you very much.
And bring your wife, Latrivia.
No, I don't think that I...
Come on, bring her.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Magee, but to be frank...
To be frank, we ain't good enough to meet your wife. Is that it? Why, if you ain't the stuck-up and a snobbish...
Magee.
Huh?
Maybe Mayor Latrivia has some good reason he doesn't want to bring his wife.
I have a very good reason. You see...
There can't be any good reason for that. Latrivia's just high hat, that's all. Why...
Now, just a minute, Magee. If you can restrain your impetuosity for a brief interval...
And never mind the big words, either. I know what you mean. You ain't fooling me with them jawbreakers, Latrivia.
Now, Magee, he only said
I know what he said, Molly, and I don't take that from anybody.
Magee, I merely attempted to interpolate a few words to indicate that you are irretrievably, yes, even incongruously in error. If you think...
That's enough, Latrivia. Take off your coat.
Now, stop this, Magee. You're just excited, dearie. I'm sure Mayor Latrivia can explain himself.
To Magee, I wouldn't consider it necessary, Mrs. Magee. But to you, yes.
Yeah? Well, it better be good, too, Bud. That's all I got to say, too.
Magee, let the mayor talk. Why can't you bring your wife, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, why?
Well, if you think I'm going out and get married just so I can bring a wife to your family clam bake, Magee, you're dripping wet. I'll see you for dinner Thursday.
Well, now aren't you ashamed, Magee?
Shamed and chagrined. But how did I know he wasn't married? Gee, that was a natural mistake.
You know, I thought he was married myself.
Yeah.
Heavenly days, Magee. If you could get a lovely girl like me, certainly he ought to be able to find one.
Well, I suppose that's the difference between having a character and being one. Now, what was I doing before he... Oh, yeah.
Now, listen, don't get sawdust all over my rugs, dearie.
Oh, don't worry. I got newspapers spread around, haven't I? Only amateurs make a mess of this stuff. I'm an expert.
So you've told me. You certainly talk a wonderful little footstool.
Well, I build one, too. I remember one time... Hey, where's the saw?
In your hand.
Oh, yeah.
I remember one time I was up in North Dakota. Down the old Tom told me, he says, well, I get a fresh fruit. So I said, okay, I'll get the fruit in. Well, about 40 feet, fresh lumber mill, see? Then he put the fruit. If I see that, I'll put it in the ground. Oh, sure, but I said, the door up there. Oh, it's all good, but you
They ever saw. And to this day, they don't know how I did it.
Well, neither do I. And furthermore, dearie.
Hello, folks. What are you doing?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Magee's making me a footstool, he says.
It's going to be a honey, too, Harlow. I love working with wood.
Ah, so do I.
Oh, are you a carpenter, too, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I would say that, Molly. I don't think I could stand it.
Stand what?
Oh, sawing wood, pounding nails into it, cutting it to pieces, scratching it all up. It'd break my heart. You know why?
No, why?
Don't go away, folks. Our Mr. Wilcox feels very deeply about certain things, and we don't like to discourage the enthusiasms of a grown boy. Makes him sensitive. Why don't you like to do carpentering, Sonny?
Well, I guess I've spent too many years selling people on the idea of protecting and beautifying wood surfaces, Fibber. You know, Johnson's wax. Bringing out the natural luster and charm of furniture and floors, showing people how they can protect their wood, not deface it.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure you do, Molly. Any housewife understands. They know that with Johnson's wax, their woodwork and furniture and floors are practically everlasting, to say nothing of ever beautiful. Just like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat preserves and protects linoleum against dirt and wear. And there's never been a time when it was more important to take better care of our possessions and make them last longer.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean, folks? He means it.
Well, why shouldn't I?
Oh, you should. You should. But is it really true, Harlow, that you wrote your congressman and told him to start a movement to have the capital of the United States moved to Racine, Wisconsin?
Oh, that was just a suggestion. But look, what I came over for was to ask about Lillian.
Oh, our horse. Well, she's just fine, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, that's good. Look, I brought her a little gift.
Oh, look, Molly. 4 horseshoes made out of felt.
Yeah, just something for Lillian to wear lounging around in the garage. Those open-heeled iron shoes of hers must get pretty tiring on that cement floor. Just tell her they're from Uncle Harlow. So long now.
Wasn't that a sweet thought, Magee? Bedroom slippers for Lillian.
Yeah. Now all she needs is a smoking blanket and a subscription to Town and Country. Oh, well.
Say, how you doing, Magee?
Oh, swell. I got the legs all made. Hey, where are you going?
Well, I've got to go upstairs and get some more yarn for my needlepoint, dearie. I'll be back before you can say, oh, these legs are too short.
They are not too short. They're perfect. If Betty Grable was a footstool and had legs like these, I'll bet you... Oh, hello, little girl. Don't bother me now. I'm busy.
Busy doing what, mister? What you doing? What you?
Well, sis, at the moment, I'm on the verge of merging this virgin timber into a footstool. So beat it, will you? You distract me.
Can I use your phone, mister? Can I please?
You better not, sis. I'm too busy.
Well, gee, mister,
Now, quiet, sis, quiet. I'm trying to think. Now, let's see. If I take this phone...
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Why does wood have knot holes in it, and why does it?
I don't know. Now, let me see. If I take all past me...
Why does all wood have those funny marks in it, mister?
I don't know, sis. Take a little down here to put the data water fit into there.
Hey, mister, why does wood smell so good when you thaw it, and why does it?
I don't know.
You don't mind if I ask questions, do you, mister?
Oh, of course not. How else can you learn anything?
Now, can I use your telephone, mister? It'll only take a minute.
No. Now, take it easy, sis. Relax.
All righty.
Now, let's see.
Hey, mister, what's the ice pick for?
That isn't the ice pick, sis. That's all. It's a all.
It's a all of what?
That's all. Just the all. That's what they call it. A all.
You mean that's what they all call it?
Sure.
But what is it?
I just told you it's a all.
Okay.
Well, let's see if I...
Hey, mister. Can I use your phone? Can I?
May I? I said, may I?
Why not? It's your phone.
You shouldn't say, can I do this or that, sis. You should say, may I?
May I what?
Well, may I use your phone? Or whatever it is you want to do. What do you want to do?
I want to use your phone. Can I?
Okay. Go ahead and use it, but make it snappy.
Okay. Call police department, please.
Hey, you know somebody in the police department, sis?
No.
Well, then you haven't got any business bothering me.
Okay, mister, I just want to tell
Well, never mind. They ain't interested in your cat running away or your tortoise being turtle napped or...
But gee, mister, this was important.
What's important? Come on, tell Uncle Fibber all about it.
Well, when I came past Uncle Fibber's house, I saw some men taking a spare tire off his car out in front, and...
You did, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Now, let's see. What? Swiping my spare tire? Get back on that phone, sis. Call the police. Just don't stand there. Do something.
The King's Men and the Army Air Corps March.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Alum boys, give it a go. I'm spouting our flame from under, off with one hell of a roar. We'll live in fame, or go down in flame. Nothing can stop the Army Air the wings level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep your nose up in the blue. Flying men guarding the nation's border will be there, followed by more and more. In echelon we carry on. Nothing can ever stop us. Nothing can ever stop us. Nothing can stop the Army Air Force.
Well, there she is, Molly. There's your footstool. All done.
Good for you, Magee, and a handsome job, too. Thank you very much.
Oh, it was nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. All it needs now is a coat of shellac and some Johnson's wax, and you'd never know it from the picture in the advertisement. When I think of what I...
Come in.
Package for Mrs. Magee. Sign here, please.
All right. And thank you very much.
Oh, that's okay, lady. If circumstances was reversed, and I was the customer, and you was the delivery man, I'm sure you would be glad to be of service, too. That's the way I feel about it. Philosophical.
Good for you, Bud. And for your cheerfulness and all, here's a nickel for you.
It's getting so you can't even depend on philosophy.
What's in that package, Molly? More yarn for your needlepoint?
No, I just thought of it.
Oh, for the love of Mike. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. Glad you drooped in. You look kind of troubled.
Yes, what's the matter?
No, Sweetie Face and I had words.
Words, eh?
Yes, we had words, only I didn't get a chance to use mine.
Well, what was the argument?
Well, it all started as a gag, you might say, Mrs. Magee.
What was the gag, Wimp?
Oh, an old bandana handkerchief she crams in my mouth.
Well, now, listen, you shouldn't let her do all those things to you, Mr. Wimple. Assert yourself. Be a caveman.
Oh, I tried that, too, Mrs. Magee. I tried being a caveman for a whole week once.
What happened, Wimp?
Oh, Sweetie Face crawled in the cave after me and dragged me home.
Well, now you just wait. Someday it'll all change, Mr. Wimple, and you'll make her respect you.
I really hope so, Mrs. Magee. Sometimes I think I just can't stand it any longer. Like yesterday, for instance. I really gave vent to my feelings then.
You did, really?
Oh, indeed I did. I was really in a rage. I said, look here, Sweetie Face, I said, I've had enough of this treatment. From now on, I'm going to be the boss around here, I said. Starting today, I'll give the orders.
Oh, heavenly days, and then what?
Then I dialed our number, but she wasn't at home.
Some nights you'll say that stuff in your sleep, Wimp, and then you will be in a pickle.
Oh, I know, Mr. Magee. I've had that experience, too. I told Sweetie Face exactly what I thought once while I was sleeping on the Davenport.
Oh, my. Was she angry?
Oh, was she angry? First, she picked up a book like this and threw it through a window like this.
Wait a minute, Wimple. We didn't mean
And then she threw a lamp on the floor like this.
No, please,
And then
Mr.
she
Wimple.
really flew into a rage and picked up a little footstool like this and literally tore it apart.
Hey! No! I just made that footstool, Wimple. Don't do that with my footstool.
Can you imagine such a woman, folks? I'm just so discouraged. I'm going right out and shoot myself. A game of pool.
He's discouraged.
Can you imagine that? Look at that broken window. Look at the floor lamp.
And don't look at those. Look at my new footstool. Smashed to smithereens. Now I'll have to start all over.
No, you won't, dearie.
Huh?
Here's the one I ordered from the Bonton. That's the package that just came.
What? You knew I was going to make one and you still ordered that one from the Bonton? Did you know this was going to happen? Can you see into the future?
No, but I can remember the past.
I walked all through my house, looking things over carefully to see which ones would be difficult to replace. When I got to the kitchen, I, of course, noticed the stove, refrigerator, and other items made with metals. And then all of a sudden I realized that our linoleum is made of ingredients that aren't easy to get. I'm glad we have Johnson's self-polishing glow coat in our house so we can protect that linoleum and make it last. Linoleum which is protected with glow coat regularly will last at least 5 to 10 times longer than if it's unprotected. Glow Coat has other primary advantages besides protection. It saves work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing, and it makes kitchen floors beautiful, keeps the colors bright. If I were you, I would protect my floors from now on with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Why don't you settle down? You're so restless, you make me nervous.
I can't help it, Molly. I want to do something about this war. I want to get in and help.
Well, my goodness, you've been buying defense bonds for all you're worth.
Yeah, but that's no sacrifice. That's just a darn good investment. I want to really get in there and pitch. I want to fight.
Oh, but you're a little overage for that, dearie.
Oh.
I'm afraid you'll have to be one of the men behind the gun.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not so old. I'd make a wonderful captain of artillery.
No, you just stay on the radio, dearie, and be a colonel of corn.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Whatever you do, don't call them cartoons. They don't like being called cartoons. Dragon Ball Z Budokai, available on PlayStation 2 rated T.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Bert Law, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Finley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar saying hello for your friendly Ford dealer. And here's a hello from his Ford-trained mechanics, too. They're the men you know who do the expert work you can always count on when you bring your Ford back home for service. To help them do a better, faster job, they use special labor-saving Ford equipment. They work by factory-approved methods, and they know the value of using genuine Ford parts, made right, to fit right, and last longer. That's why the best service can cost less at your Ford dealers. It's why you save time, save trouble, and save money when you bring your Ford back home for service. Well, it's Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen, driving up in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, gee whiz. I was held up in traffic, Portland. I guess I'm a little late, or didn't you notice?
Oh, I've been reading this magazine.
Oh, the Cosmopolitan.
Mm-hmm. There's a story about your program.
Well, I know. The fellow who wrote that, Joe McCarthy, hung around with us for a whole week.
He tells how you work with the writers, how you make up the jokes, how you put the program on the radio.
Uh-huh.
Mama says the story only leaves out one thing.
What one thing?
It tells how you do it, but it doesn't tell why you do it.
Well, millions of people who own radio sets are asking the same question, Portland.
Mama says radio is disappearing.
Radio is disappearing.
On account of television.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, Mama says since she got her television set, she hasn't turned on a radio.
Why not?
Mama says after looking at television, her eyes are so blurred, she can't find the radio to turn it on.
I think that's happening all over. But speaking of television, there was a rumor around that Milton Berle wasn't on this last week.
100 saloons closed down. Milton Berle had virus X.
X? He can't spell pneumonia, hey?
He must have been pretty sick.
Well, I don't know how a germ can even get at Berle. He has enough mold on his jokes to make his own penicillin. To live to see the day Berle gets applause on this program. It must have been a recording someone sneaked in. Well, what's new this week, Portland?
Grover Whalen says that the city of New York should advertise itself.
You mean like on the radio with jingles?
Yes. Now, I wrote a poem about New York.
No kidding. How does the poem go?
New York's the greatest city. By 2 rivers it is bound. It has the highest buildings and 3 subways underground. It has more theaters, shops, and stores, 1,000,000 worthwhile sights. If you don't know where New York is, it's a suburb of Jackson Heights.
Well, before Grover Whalen closes in on the 2 of us and beats us to death with a gardenia, I think I'll go along and get the paper.
Let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right, let's go.
What does the paper say?
Well, this page here, you see, has pictures of the dog show. Look.
That man is standing with a bird dog.
Well, how do you know it's a bird dog?
It's giving the man one.
Oh, I just thought the dog's tongue was hanging out. I didn't realize what it was doing. Say, here's something. Look, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says that the cost of living has fallen for the 3rd month in a row.
Do you think people have noticed that prices are dropping?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people now as we're walking along Main Street. This man with the bat-wing tie, who is carrying the rest of the bat in his hand. Pardon me, Bud.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name, son. Senator Claghorn out here.
Well,
don't hold me up, son. What's on your mind? I'm busy eating a fly trying to float in a glass of Alka-Seltzer.
You're busy?
Yeah, I've been going to night school, studying Russian.
Studying Russian?
Stalin invited the president over to Moscow.
Say, I read that the president turned down that invitation. Why, Senator?
Harry don't want to leave Washington, son.
Well, why not?
Harry had enough trouble getting there.
Well, tell me, why did Stalin invite the president to Russia?
The Republicans say Stalin wants to congratulate Harry. He's got the whole country in the red.
Well, do you think Russia is making any progress?
Well, they're trying, son, but they ain't got the know-how.
No?
This week, the first washing machine come out in Moscow.
Really?
Yeah, but nobody in Russia can use it.
Why can't the Russian people use the washing machine?
No soap.
I see. Well, Senator, about our question, why are prices coming down?
It's them radio quiz shows, son. People are getting too much stuff for nothing.
Oh.
Half of the people in the country got flat feet.
Flat feet from what?
Standing by for the giant jackpot.
Well, do you think prices will keep falling, Senator?
Yes, son. You can quote me. Prices will keep falling.
Why?
Big business is going to take a licking.
Oh.
When I was a little boy, my daddy used to take me out to the woodshed.
Yeah?
That's where I learned.
In the woodshed, how could you learn about prices falling?
Son, when you're going to take a licking, something's got to come down.
Say, Portland, look across. Look at that crowd outside of Carnegie Hall.
Oh, Mama had tickets for tonight, but she isn't going.
Well, why not?
The ad said, for the entire evening, Horowitz will be at the Baldwin.
At the Baldwin, huh?
Mama said, why should she pay to see some man sitting all night with an apple?
Yes, better he should be there with his Macintosh in case it rained later. Hey, look who just turned the corner.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you are as white as a sheet.
I'm whiter than most sheets.
Been ailing?
Yeah, I'm just getting over a spell of ptomaine.
Oh, well, where did you pick up the ptomaine?
Why, the Achieve and Chatter Club, they had to do.
The Achieve and Chatter Club, eh?
Yeah, they cooked up a squirrel stew.
Uh-huh.
When I got my plate, I saw something in the stew.
You saw something in the stew?
And I think it saw me.
When you finished eating the squirrel stew...
It felt like the squirrel come to life and was burying things in my stomach.
You were upset?
Yeah. I took a stiff jolt of elderberry wine.
Yes?
I got higher than a tomcat's back.
You did, eh?
While Miss Arthur Dixon was singing Don't Leave Your Mother When Her Hair Turns Gray...
Yes?
I started singing Peeking Through the Knothole in Grandma's Wooden Leg.
Yes?
And I heard somebody saying, Moody has got a skinful.
Moody's got a skinful, eh?
Next thing I knowed, I woke up. It was the next day, and over my bed, Miss Moody had hung a picture of Carrie Nation.
Fine. Well, tell me, Titus, what about, wrong generation? Tell me, Titus, what about this trend? Prices dropping, people saving money.
Oh, money don't mean nothing to me.
It doesn't?
No, I always do like my brother Huber.
Yeah?
Huber's a politician up in the woods of Maine.
Politician, eh?
Yeah, Huber never has any money.
Well, how's he get along?
Well, every winter, Huber, he kills a deer.
Yes?
If Huber owes people, he pays them, passing out deer meat.
Oh, he uses deer meat for money.
Yeah, Huber's like the rest of the politicians.
How?
He lives by passing the buck. So long, but...
Well, let's walk faster, Portland. I think it's getting colder out.
Look who just came out of the Capitol Theater.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
Say, which way is a drugstore?
A drugstore?
I'm needing an aspirin.
Why do you need an aspirin?
There is no escaping.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Slowly, I'm going crazy.
What's wrong?
Every morning, I'm turning on my radio.
Yes?
It's coming on Arthur Godfrey.
Arthur Godfrey?
At night, I'm turning on my television set.
Yes?
It's coming on Arthur Godfrey. Today, finally, I'm saying to myself, Pansy, get out of the house. Go to a movie.
Yes?
This way you are escaping Arthur Godfrey.
What happened?
I'm going into the Capitol Theater.
The Capitol Theater?
I'm sitting nicely in a seat, shucking mine Hershey bar.
After you had finished shucking your Hershey bar?
Suddenly it is the stage show.
Yes?
Who is coming out on the stage?
Who?
Who do you think?
Step and fetch it?
He's coming on second.
Well, who came on first?
Arthur Godfrey.
Now, wait a minute. Enough with Godfrey, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, have you noticed that prices are lower?
On account of low prices, mine husband Pierre is getting Virus Max.
Virus Max, eh? Well, how do you mean on account of low prices?
Well, Pierre is running a fur business.
Yes?
Monday, Pierre is having a markdown sale.
Markdown, huh?
Tuesday, he's cutting the markdown prices.
Yes?
Wednesday, he is slashing the cut prices.
Oh.
Thursday, Pierre is selling furs all day outside on the sidewalk.
Yes?
Well, it's raining and Pierre is catching the Virus Max.
But what was Pierre doing selling furs outside on the sidewalk?
Prices finally is so low.
Yes?
Pierre is ashamed to be seen in the store.
Oh, I see. Good night, Mrs. Nussbaum. Well, after looking at these characters, Portland, Main Street should really put on a straitjacket.
You haven't found out anything about lower prices, have you?
Well, not yet. I tell you what I'll do, though. I'll try one more passerby. This little man carrying the long swizzle stick for a cane. Hi, Cobber.
You know, get your hands off me. I'll take you out and tell you what you're doing with me.
Ajax Double Voice Cassidy.
It isn't Doodles Weaver, me boy.
Ajax, you're all dressed up again this week.
Oh, sure. I'm the Adolph Monju at 3rd Avenue.
Oh, really?
I'm always setting styles.
Setting styles, eh?
I was the first man in the Easter parade to wear broccoli for a boutonniere.
I didn't know that.
I was the first man with a full dress suit to wear black spats and bare feet.
I didn't know But tell me, why are you dressed up today?
This afternoon, you see, I went to a wedding.
Yes?
Pegeen Drumgoole married Cosmos Hennessy.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Pegeen couldn't resist a uniform.
A uniform, eh?
And Cosmos was a street cleaner.
Well, how was the wedding?
'Twas a sight to behold, me boy. The bride and groom left the church under an arch of dirty brooms. And as they drove off in the big swill truck, the guests were holding their noses and waving goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it, Ajax. But tell me about our question now. Have you noticed prices dropping?
Oh, I have, me boy. Hugh Haggerty, the haberdasher, has white duck shirts for 98 cents.
Is that retail?
It's no-tail. But there's a catch to it.
Yes?
With every shirt, Haggerty gives you one handkerchief free.
Well, where's the catch?
The handkerchief is the tail of your shirt.
Oh, Well, are you glad that prices are coming down?
Oh, I am that. When food is cheap, I can give the wife less money to run the house.
Yes?
And that leaves me more money to spend in Kerrigan's.
Oh, fine.
When everything is low, I can be high. Goodbye, Devo.
So long, Well, come on, Portland. Come away from that music store window.
There's a big picture of Carmen Lombardo.
Carmen Lombardo.
And it's advertising his song.
Oh, the song Powder Your Face with Sunshine.
What is that song like?
You know what? Some Sunday I'll have Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters do Powder Your Face with Sunshine, Portland. And you know something? It'll sound something like this. Listen now.
Powder your face with sunshine. Put on a great big smile. Make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. Whistle a tune of gladness. Gloom never was in sight. The future's brighter when hearts are lighter. Smile, smile, smile. Powder your face with sunshine. Smile and make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. The future's bound to be brighter whenever hearts are lighter. Smile, smile, chin up, grin up while you smile. Smile, smile.
Hey, wait here just a minute, Portland. Kenny Delmar just came out of the Ford dealers. There's a man in a loud checkered suit with him. Say hi, Kenny.
Hello, Fred. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Adjective Adams. Adjective is a press agent for a circus.
Well, glad to know you, Adjective.
It's the most super colossal pleasure of my sensational mastodonic career, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I've just been showing Mr. Adams the new Ford trucks, Fred, and he was quite impressed.
My exact words were they're tremendous, titanic, gargantuan, and super magnitudinous.
Say, they must be pretty big.
Well, the big jobs are the biggest trucks Ford has ever built, Fred. In tractor-trailer operations, they have loads grossing up to 20 tons with power to spare.
Ford trucks are a standard for colossal commodiousness, the new comfort criterion of the century.
Well, it sounds good, Kenny, but what does it mean?
Well, that's Adjective Adams' way of describing the comfort of the Ford truck's new $1 million cab, Fred. Truck drivers are all raving about it.
And the drivers are right. It's dividend dimension for time-defying duration and dutiability.
Kenny, this I will never understand.
Well, that's an easy one, Fred. It means that all the new Ford trucks are bonus built. All 139 new Ford truck models are built extra strong to last longer.
Well, Kenny, this is very impressive, but don't you think that Adjective Adams here exaggerates just a little?
Oh, of course not, Fred. Almost any truck operator will tell you exactly the same thing about that great new line of Ford trucks.
Well, so long, Kenny. And Mr. Adams, a stupendous, awe-inspiring, gigantic good night to you, sir.
You took the words right out of my mouth. So long, brother.
So long, Adjective. Say, Portland, I'll have to hurry along. I'm due over at the rehearsal hall. I'm auditioning acts tonight for a big review.
A review?
It's for television. Last week, Admiral put on a whole Broadway review with Sid Caesar. It was a sensation.
Who's going to be in your review?
Well, I don't know yet. I put this ad in the paper.
What ad?
I have it right here, you see? It says, wanted for new television review. Singers, dancers, and old vaudeville acts. Get into television now before it turns back into radio again. Well, Portland, I have to get over to the rehearsal hall. I'll see you later.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Sam Starlight Studio. Here's the rehearsal hall. Well, I hope my newspaper ad gets some results. I'll go in and see what's cooking here. Wonder where the manager is. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Allen.
Behind the scenery. I didn't see you. Hello, Sam. Have any acts shown up for my audition?
Well, Herman, the human fly, was here.
Herman, the human fly?
Yeah. He said he couldn't wait no longer. He sat around on the ceiling for a while and left.
Too bad, I may be able to use a human fly.
Yeah, well, Herman said he'd give you a buzz later.
Oh, good. Well, has anyone else,
Pardon me, is Fred Allen here?
Bert Lahr. Bert, what are you doing here?
Well, I seen your ad in the paper. I want to get into television.
Television? Bert, you're a big star in the theater.
Oh, the theater is old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yes, they say in New Jersey, the theater is passaic.
Well, Bert, the theater.
The theater is washed up. Who's left in the theater? Lutton Fontaine, Cornell and Princeton. Well, I'm getting into television before it's too late.
Well, Bert, wait a minute. Now, you're on the road with that hit show, Make Mine Manhattan.
Well, don't mention the road to me.
What's wrong with the road?
I'm in Philadelphia now. Have you ever spent a Sunday in Philadelphia?
No.
Well, I was walking around Philadelphia this morning. It felt like it was Resurrection Day, and I was the first one up.
Well, Bert, I remember the road used to be a lot of fun. Those boarding houses. Remember Mother Boone's in Baltimore?
Mother Boone never trusted actors. The towels were nailed to the bathroom wall.
Yes, Mother Boone was sure cheap. When you finished shaving, she'd take the lather and use it for meringue.
Yeah, Mother Boone wouldn't give you any hot water until after she finished boiling something in it.
Right.
One Saturday night, I took a bath.
Yeah?
Mother Boone gave me the water she had cooked some cabbage in.
Cabbage?
Yeah, I left town smelling like a boiled dinner.
Well, how about those hotels on the road, Bert? Remember the Mammoth Hotel in South Bend?
Yeah, I had a room at the Mammoth.
Yeah?
It was so small, I had to leave the window open.
Why?
Well, when I put my key through the keyhole, it used to break the window.
That was small.
Yeah, the transom had stained glass.
Stained glass?
Yeah, the guy who had it before me chewed tobacco.
Remember the house detective at the Mammoth?
Boy, was he cross-eyed. His eyes lapped over.
He was the only house detective I ever knew who could look through a keyhole with both eyes.
Hotels today are murder.
Well, it's still fun traveling around on trains.
Yeah, but today you can't get reservations. I had to go up to Boston on a cattle train.
You rode on a cattle train?
Yeah, the other passengers were nothing but cows. When I saw the conductor coming through the train with a pail, I got off at New Haven.
No kidding.
Fred, I gotta get into television.
Well, Bert, my show is going to be a Broadway review. I've got to get some vaudeville acts.
Well, I can get you all the acts you want, Fred.
Some good acts, really?
Yeah, remember Sloan and the Singing Rats?
Say, whatever happened to Sloan?
Well, I met him last week in Philadelphia. He was looking for a job.
Oh, really? Is Sloan getting his rat act together again?
I think so. He had 2 pounds of cheese. He said he was casting.
Sloan's Singing Rats. You know what, Bert? I can open with a big rat choir. All the rats on their hind legs singing, and that'll just for the opening, you see. Now, what other acts can I get?
Well, remember Murphy's Midgets?
Murphy's Midgets. What happened to Murphy when vaudeville disappeared?
Murphy had a tough time.
Went broke, eh?
Murphy finally shaved all the hair off the midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
No No kidding.
Yeah, if you want the act, Murphy can adopt the midgets and have them out in the morning.
Well, the midgets will be great on television. You know, on those small screens, you can show more people with midgets. Tell me, what other acts do you think we can line up, Bird?
Remember Bosco the talking dog?
Oh, Bosco, the Boston bull who never made a grammatical error.
Yeah, I can get Bosco. I was talking to him the other day at the A&P.
Oh, were you really? Say, Bert, I just happened to think. On television, Bosco, the dog, will have to learn new dialogue every week.
Well, then we better forget about Bosco.
The dog can talk. He must know how to read.
Well, Bosco can read all right.
What's wrong?
Well, his eyes are bad, and Bosco can't wear glasses.
Well, why not?
His ears flop down.
Well, I'm not worried about the other acts, Bert. I can build my television show around you.
Around me?
Why, certainly. What are you laughing at?
I'm just thinking how funny I'm going to be.
You'll be great, Bert. When my television review opens, first you'll see 2 minutes of flickering. And then you'll come on and sing a song.
You mean something like this? A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island, oh, two on an island. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Bert, that is great. I tell you what we'll do. We'll open the review with Sleepy Lagoon. I'll have Sloan singing rats grouped behind you with canoe paddles, humming the obligata. Now, that's the opening. What can we do next?
Well, how about a short play?
What kind of a play?
Well, Fred, I got an English drawing room sketch that makes Noel Coward sound like Jack Eigen.
You mean it's sophisticated?
My characters not only drop their H's, after they drop them, they step on them.
Say, this is what television needs, Bert. What's the name of your play?
Amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yeah, the play opens with a short overture.
Don't bother, Giles. I shall open the door. Coming.
Lady Gwendolen.
Sir Stafford, what a ripping surprise.
I was just popping by, Lady Gwendolen. Thought I'd return this to you.
My riding crop.
You dropped your crop at the Unt last week.
I dropped my crop. Fancy.
You didn't miss it?
Not at all. Amnesia, you know.
Amnesia?
A nasty blow with a cricket bat at the age of 3.
So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. May I take your humber?
Thank you. I say, Lady Gwendolen, you're hanging my hat on the nozzle of that teapot.
I thought it was the whole tree. I forgot. Amnesia, you know.
Oh, Lady Gwendolen, dashed it all. I've fallen madly in love with you.
Medley?
Medley. It was the day of the Unt. The way you jumped over that 9-foot hedge.
What made you watch me?
You had forgotten your horse.
Amnesia, you know.
Lady Gwendolen, I kiss your hand.
Sir Stafford, you're going above the knuckle.
Sorry, you have short fingers. Lady Gwendolen, will you marry me?
But I hardly know you, Sir Stafford. Your position?
My position. I have a townhouse in London, a castle in Stafford, and my country seat is the biggest in all Devonshire.
Your seat?
It's so big, part of it is outside of Devonshire. Marry me, Lady Gwendolen.
Oh, Sir Stafford.
Lady Gwendolen.
Cheerio, everyone.
Reggie, old top, you're just in time to congratulate us.
Oh, I see. Congratulate you.
Sir Stafford and I are getting married.
Married? But Gwendolen, you're married to me.
Oh, sorry, Sir Stafford. I can't marry you.
Lady Gwendolen, how could you forget you had a husband?
Amnesia, you know.
Well, that's my play, Fred. What do you think of it?
It's great, Bert. My television show will be a sensation. Sloan's Rats, Murphy's Midgets, Bosco the Talking Dog, you in this English sketch. Now, all I need is a finish.
Say, I got an idea. How about a minstrel show?
Great, a minstrel. If Pick and Pat can do a minstrel show, so can we. I can see it now, Bert. As the curtain rises, the orchestra's playing.
Gentlemen, be seated. Well, Mr. Bones, how do you feel tonight?
Well, I feel like the inside of a stove.
How's that?
Great.
Oh, Mr. Locketer.
Yes, Mr. Tambo.
Why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Tell me, Mr. Tambo, why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Because she always has her Tony.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Tambo and Bones and the entire company join in a beautiful rendition of Ring the Banjo. Hit it, Professor.
The sky is never dreary if the darky never groans. The lady never weary with the rattle of the bone. Then come against Susanna by the gaslight of the moon. We'll play the old piano when the banjo's out of tune. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, while you've been so long. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, where you've been so long.
One more thing before we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an invitation from your Ford dealer. Until you actually drive the new Ford, you can't imagine how different it feels. It's an experience I know you'll enjoy. Your Ford dealer invites you to drop around this week and get behind the wheel. When you drive the new Ford, you'll see what we mean. Next week, our guest will be, surprise, Dr. Rockwell. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A dark secret. The same blood runs through our veins. Will betray a generation. I need to know where he came from. And their final journey will begin. Destroy them. Star Trek Nemesis. Rated PG-13. This Friday.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Headed for the depot?
Oh, no, I'm not, Chester. I'm looking for a cup of coffee. Thought I'd go into Delmonico's here. You want to join me?
Well, sure, I'd like to, but maybe I better go on down to the depot.
Oh? What for?
The mail. I never got there at noon. That's why I thought you was going now.
Well, I don't care about the mail, Chester. Yeah, but come to think of it, you did start out at noon, didn't you? What happened?
I got robbed.
Got robbed?
Yes, sir. Over at the Alfraganza.
Oh, you've been gambling all afternoon, huh?
Not all afternoon, Mr. Dillon. I watched the game for about an hour before I set in.
Oh, you should have gone on watching it.
Oh, yes, sir, you're right. Absolutely right. Cost me my last $10. But I thought sure I'd win this time.
Oh, why?
Because it was my last $10 for the month. I had to.
Well, that's about as good a reason for winning as any, I guess.
Yes, sir. You know, there's just too much month for my pay, Mr. Dillon. Anyway, I might have won if I hadn't got cheated.
Oh, it's a crooked game?
The fellow dealing was crooked. I know he was. But I sure didn't want to start no argument with him. No, sir, not him.
Well, why? Who was he?
I don't know. Some stranger calls himself Sam Kircher.
What?
Sam Kircher. You know him?
Oh, but I've heard of him.
Who is he?
He's a gunman, Chester.
Oh, I recognize that. That's why I didn't make no fuss about his crooked dealing.
Well, you were smart. Kircher's the kind of man who enjoys killing. He's got a big reputation for it out in Arizona.
Well, what's he doing here, I wonder?
I don't know, Chester. But let's go find out.
That's him, Mr. Dillon. Just getting up from the table over there. I guess the game's finished.
Funny you'd tell you his name, Chester. A man like that usually doesn't talk so much.
No, sir, but I didn't think nothing about it at the time. He's coming over here at the bar, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Glass of whiskey, bartender.
Hello, Kircher.
Where you been, Dillon?
What?
Took you long enough to get here. It's been a half hour since I cheated your friend here out of his money.
Cheated me? You see? I told you he did. But how do you know I was a friend of Mr. Dillon?
I asked. Smart of me, wasn't it?
What'd you ask for? What difference it make?
Never mind, Chester. What are you doing in Dodge, Kircher?
I got tired of Arizona.
Why?
Nobody left worth bothering about there.
You mean there's nobody left worth your killing, is that it?
Man can get rusty facing down bums and greenhorns, Dillon.
What's the matter with Tombstone? Wyatt Earp wrote me it's a lively town these days.
Oh, too many of them Earps. And they got Doc Halliday with them, too. Man, be a fool to ride into that camp.
Well, you draw a line somewhere, don't you?
One man at a time's good enough for me, Dillon. I ain't greedy.
Now, you're kind of greedy about money.
What do you mean?
You admitted cheating Chester out of his $10.
I had a reason for that, Dillon.
Now, did you?
Yeah. He was hanging around watching the game, and I found out who he was. So when he sat down, I took him. I can deal faster than that. I wanted him to know and run tell you about it.
Why?
I wanted to meet you, Dillon. Always like to get to know the leading citizens of a place.
You got your own way of going about it.
Are you objecting?
Ordinarily, I object to cheating at cards, yeah. But with you, I don't think it matters much. Now, what are you doing in Dodge, Kircher?
I was nearby, up in Colorado. I heard about you there, Dillon. You've got quite a reputation.
I'm a lawman, Kircher, not a gunman. I don't care about my reputation.
I do.
Yeah. You came here to kill me, huh?
That's what I came for, Dillon.
Kircher, I'm going to tell you something.
What?
Men like you are as useless as wolves. I hate every one of your kind.
And that'll make it easier for you to fight me, Dillon. I'll meet you out in the plaza, sundown tomorrow.
What a pair.
What a buy.
We're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. The best cigarette ever made. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. So change to Chesterfield. America's most popular two-way cigarette. Buy a carton today. You get highest quality with king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. You get highest quality with Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Dillon?
Huh?
I've been thinking about sundown all day long. I feel terrible about this.
Oh, why? It isn't your trouble.
Yes, sir, I know, but if I hadn't sat in that game yesterday, things might be different.
Sam Kirchard have found me soon enough. That's what he said he came here for.
I heard him. But I still feel guilty.
What's the matter, Chester? You afraid he'll kill me?
Is he really good?
Well, he's beat a lot of men.
You're going to fight him, ain't you?
Yeah, that's the worst part of this job, Chester, having men like Sam Kirchard come around looking for another notch on his gun. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, you don't have to fight him, Mr. Dillon.
No, I don't. I could avoid it.
How?
Run away.
Oh. Look out the window here, Mr. Dillon. The plaza's plumb deserted.
Sure.
Guess the word's got around. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what?
He's coming. Sam Kirchard. Walking across the plaza.
Well, it must be sundown.
Yes, sir, it is.
Don't come out the door, Chester, or you'll be behind me. I'm only going as far as the boardwalk.
I won't. I'll stay right here. But if anything happens, then I'm coming out, by golly.
Don't be a fool.
Come on out in the street, Dillon. What you standing there for? What's the matter with you? You scared? Why don't you come down here, Dillon? There's a lot of people hid out watching us. Been a long time since a marshal was killed in Dodge.
I don't want to hear your talk, Kirchard. Let's get this over with.
You did it, Mr. Dillon. Why, he didn't hardly have his gun out before you hit him the first time. I was watching him.
I didn't wait for him. I drew first.
You did?
Giving a man a chance to be arrested is one thing. Shooting down a killer's another.
Yes, sir.
This is nothing but slaughter. Brainless slaughter. Like I said, it's the worst part of this miserable job. I guess it helped, ridding the country of a man like Sam Kirchard. Shooting him down, killing him. But the trouble was that it made you feel like a part of his own senselessness when you did it. And everybody congratulating you afterwards and looking up to you. That didn't help any. That's one thing that got men like Kirchard started off wrong in the first place. All the talk, all the admiration for gunfighters. Like with a kid I met at the Texas Trail one night a couple of months later. He was sitting with Kitty when I came in.
Evening, Matt. Tom.
Ah, thanks, Kitty.
This is Marshal Dillon, Pate.
I know. I've seen him.
Pate, huh? Well, I never saw you around before, Pate.
He rode in yesterday, Matt. His first time. Good thing, too. He's only 16.
Yeah, that's young, especially for a town like Dodge. Where you from, Pete?
On west of here.
Cowboy?
I was.
That's what I've been arguing with him about, Matt. He says he's through being a cowboy.
Oh, is that so? Why?
I got other things to do.
Like what?
I'm going to buy me a gun, Marshal.
A gun?
Sure. And I'm going to learn to use it, too. A man's no good without a gun.
Oh?
Pate, you start carrying a gun and you get handy with it, and you'll grow up to be a U.S. Marshal or something.
Ah, kidding.
I mean it. I never saw a man start using a gun yet that he didn't have to go on using it the rest of his life. However long that is.
Tell me something, Pete. What, gave you this idea?
What's wrong with it? Everybody carries a gun. Of course, everybody can't use them real good, but I'll learn. I'll get good. Good as you are, Marshal.
Oh?
Sure. Maybe even better. Who knows?
That's what I mean. It all leads to nothing but getting killed. Who cares how good you are with a gun? There's always somebody better.
She's right, Pete. Why don't you forget about this and go find yourself a job out in the country somewhere and go to work, huh?
I'm going to have to, Marshal. I'm plumb broke right now.
Oh, good. That's fine. You know anybody around here?
Nope.
Well, look, I'll tell you. Emmett Bowers is due in town tomorrow. He runs a big outfit, and he can always use an extra hand. You meet me in the lobby of the Dodge House tomorrow morning, and, well, we'll have a talk with him.
Okay. I better be going now. I gotta find me a place to sleep.
Oh, Pete. Here's $1. You can pay me back later.
No. No, I couldn't take it. No, thanks. Good night. Good night, Kitty.
So long, Pete.
Good night.
He's got a lot of pride, that kid.
Yeah. But it's mostly the wrong kind.
Maybe. Well, he'll probably forget about this gunfighting business once he's back out in the country where he belongs.
Well, I hope so. There are enough gunmen around already.
Oh, Pate's all right. Don't worry about him.
No, I won't, Kitty. Unless he comes back someday. Pate was at the Dodge House next morning, and we found Emmett Bowers there and got him a job right off. They rode out of town together that evening, and I watched him go, hoping that a lot of hard work would give Pate something to think about besides becoming a gunfighter. Anyway, I'd done what I could, and I forgot about it. Till a couple of months later, when I happened to go into Jonah's General Store.
Well, morning, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Miss Jonas. Well, how come you're running the store?
Why, hadn't you heard, Marshal?
Oh, no, heard what?
My husband's got the ague real bad. I've been taking care of him and running the store, too.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. But how do you manage to do both?
Well, I moved his bed into the storeroom out back. Matter of fact, Doc Adams is in there with him now.
Oh?
Oh, that poor man, Marshal. He's had chills one day and fever the next for nigh on to a week.
Well, Doc will fix him up. Doc can cure almost anything.
I can cure anything but a liar, Matt.
What? Oh, hello, Doc. I didn't know you were listening.
I was listening and I heard what you said. And it was a long way from what you told me the other day.
Why, what do you mean, Doc?
Mrs. Jonas, he told me the only thing croakers were good for was performing autopsies and signing death certificates. That's exactly what he said.
Death certificates?
Now, don't let him scare you, ma'am. Nobody ever died of ague yet, doctor or no doctor.
Oh, Matt, why aren't you out patrolling Front Street or keeping the peace somewhere like you're paid to do?
Man can't work all the time, Doc.
Oh, we can. Yes, well, I'll just remember that the next time you come hounding me out of bed in the middle of the night to patch up some bad man that you've just torn apart.
When you're through here, I'll buy you a glass of beer, Doc. It's awful hot today.
Yeah, I don't mind the heat. I'll take you up on it, though. Just say, Mrs. Jonas, if your husband complains about his ears roaring, it's the quinine I gave him. So just you don't worry about it.
Oh, all right.
Marshal.
Well, hello, Pate. How are you?
I'm okay.
Oh, Pate, you know Miss Jonas here?
Ma'am?
Hello, Pate.
And Doc Adams.
Howdy do.
Doc?
Pate's been riding for Emmett Bowers the last couple of months.
Oh, that's fine. Emmett's a good boss, I've always heard.
He's all right.
They treating you okay out there?
It's like any other job punching cows, Marshal. Short grub and long hours.
Yeah, sure. Oh, what you doing in town? Did you come in with Emmett?
No. I come in alone.
Oh? You, didn't quit, did you?
I quit. I drew my time last night.
Yeah, I was afraid so.
Ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
I want me a 6-gun and a holster and a belt. And all the ammunition the rest of my money will buy.
Well, now, son, ain't you a little young to be carrying a gun?
I'm 16. And if I'm old enough to do a man's work, I guess I'm old enough to live like a man.
Live like a man? You mean die like one, don't you, young fella?
I ain't afraid to die.
I don't know. I've dug bullets out of all kinds of men, young and old. And no matter how they talk, every one of them's been afraid.
I get good enough, I'll do the killing. If I'm given a decent chance.
Pate, tell me something. How'd you get started on all this in the first place?
I don't mind telling you, Marshal. Now.
Now?
Now I got money for a gun, and I can start practicing.
Oh, wait a minute. Is there some particular man you're after? Is that it?
Yeah. That's it, Marshal.
Well, who is he?
You.
Me?
I'm going to fight you, Marshal. And I'm going to kill you if I can.
Well, why? I never saw you before in my life till you came here.
Pate's my first name, Marshal.
So?
My last name's Kircher. I heard about how you shot my brother, so I come here to take his place.
Pate, Sam Kircher was nothing but a killer. He was no good.
You drew first on him.
What difference does it make? Your brother came after me for only one reason, to kill me so he could be a big man. You think I'm going to take a chance being killed for anything as brainless as that?
There's rules to gunfighting, Marshal. He wasn't ready to draw.
Why'd you get all these crazy ideas, kid? Who taught you that killing people is a game of some sort?
My brother told me all about it a long time ago.
Yeah, sure. Now, for him, it was a game. That's what was wrong with him.
He'd have beat you if he'd have been ready.
Pate, do you wait for a mad dog to bite you before you try to stop him? And your brother was ready. He rode into Dodge ready.
Well, I'll be ready for you. In a few weeks, I will.
You will, huh? Look, Pate, I've been handling a gun for years. What makes you think that you can go against me in a few weeks? Unless you're planning something else.
No, Marshal, I'll never shoot anybody in the back, not even you.
You're not bad, Pate, but you sure got everything mixed up.
Why? Because I'm only 16? You'll see what I can do, Marshal. You'll see.
Well, what if I won't draw on you?
I'll kill you anyway. Like you say, what difference does it make?
All right. If you're going to act like your brother, I'll treat you like your brother. And when you come gunning for me, I'll shoot you down as fast as I did him. So go ahead and practice. Practice all you like. But when you face me, I'll have 3 bullets in you before you clear your holster. I don't care how old you are.
Your best cigarette buy today is Chesterfield. There's Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. And for your convenience, Chesterfield Regular. What a pair. Either way, you get the taste and mildness you want. A refreshing smoke every time. Either way, you get highest quality, low nicotine. Buy a carton of Chesterfield. They're best for you.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
If I thought getting mad would scare some sense into Pate Kircher, I was wrong. He went ahead and bought his 6-gun, and every day he spent hours down by the Arkansas practicing with it. In a few years, that kind of concentration might have made him into a fair gunfighter, but as it turned out, he didn't get a few years. He didn't get more than about 10 days, and those 10 days got spent fast. One evening, I was sitting on the porch not far from the Texas Trail, watching the crowd push up and down Front Street.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty.
Matt, Chester's in the trail there, and he asked me to come find you.
Well, why? What's the trouble?
You know Jack Reining?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, he's at the bar in there, and he's making fun of young Pate. Chester isn't sure how much Pate's going to take from him.
Oh, Ryan's more than just a bully, Kitty. He's dangerous.
Well, Chester tried to make him stop, but it didn't do any good, Matt.
I hope Pate isn't fool enough to try to take him. Ryan will kill him, sure, if he does.
I tried to tell him he shouldn't be wearing a gun, but you know Pate. He won't listen to anybody.
You better wait out here.
I aim to.
Leave the kid alone, Ronnie. He ain't bothering you none.
Get out of the way, Chester. Everybody else, get out of the way, too. I'm giving you one more chance, Faith. You throw that gun away or you start using it.
Go ahead and draw, Ryan. I ain't afraid of you.
Okay. I will.
No, don't do it, Ronnie. No. Ah!
All right, shut up, everybody.
My hand.
Shut up.
You busted my hand, Marshal. What'd you do that for? You think you're fighting? It's like shooting a man in the back. You ruined my hand.
You were about to murder this boy, Ryan, and I should have shot you in the head. Now go on over to Doc's if your hand bothers you.
It bothers me. It's smashed.
Good. I wonder how many lives that's going to save. Now go on. Get out of here.
I'm going. You ruined me. That's what you've done. We'll see about this.
Well, he'd have killed him, sure, Mr. Dillon. Pate never even got his gun out.
That's true, I didn't. I kind of froze. I don't know why.
Pate, Jack Ryan's the same kind of man your brother was, always looking to kill somebody. And if you still think it's a game of some kind, go on wearing that gun. And when the time comes, I'll see you buried with it. But that's all I'll do for you. All right, come on, Chester, let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Marshal. Marshal, wait a minute. Marshal?
Yeah.
You saved my life just now.
He sure did. One more second, you'd have had a bullet clean through you.
I know that. But I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
Well, you could have let him kill me, and then I wouldn't be after you no more, would I?
Not dead, you wouldn't.
But you saved the life of a man who sworn to kill you, Marshal.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, why'd you do it?
Because you didn't have a chance with him, Pate. Not a chance.
I'm kind of confused, Marshal.
You are?
I sure am.
Well, it's about time. Now, maybe you'll figure it out now, Pate, if you give yourself half a chance.
Marshal, I always could think better when I'm riding a horse. I'm going back to my job.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, Pete.
Would you do me a favor?
Sure.
Well, punching cows will keep me so busy I won't have time to practice much. Would you hold on to my gun for me?
What?
Here.
Yeah, sure I will, Pete. Sure I will. I'll keep it for you. For a long time, I hope.
L&M goes king size. Yes, L&M goes king size. Now, L&M is king size as well as regular. Both have the same low price. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Yes, this is it. L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price. L&M filters, America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Vivi Janis, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
All new with George Clooney and Juliana Margulies. NBC tonight.
The 12 Days of Christmas continue NBC Tuesday. The Dixie Chicks are back on NBC with an all-new special that will lift your heart. An Evening with the Dixie Chicks, this Tuesday at 8, 7 Central, only on NBC.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Abe Lyman and his orchestra coming to you from Radio City, New York. The orchestra opens the program with I Double Dare You. There's a change in the Jell-O program tonight. It comes to you from New York instead of Hollywood. But there's no change in Jell-O with its 6 delicious flavors. Jell-O is always good wherever you have it, New York or Hollywood, north or south, at home or in a restaurant. You can count on Jell-O to be tops in goodness every time. For Jell-O brings you that special extra rich fruit flavor. A flavor as delicious as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. That's why Jell-O 6 flavors are tempting and refreshing. All 6 colors are bright and gay. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was I Double Dare You, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who traveled all the way from California to New York. That gypsy of the airwaves, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little nomad talking.
And Harry Von Zell, I want to tell you right now how much I appreciate your helping me out tonight. It's a grand gesture.
Oh, well, don't
really.
mention it, Jack. I only hope I'll be able to fill Don Wilson's shoes.
What was that?
I said, I hope I can fill Don Wilson's shoes.
Oh, you can, Harry, you can. But don't ever get into his pants without a compass. You know? You should see that guy.
I'll bet. Well, tell me, Jack, what kind of a trip did you have to New York? Did you fly in?
No, Harry. I took one of those new streamlined trains, and believe me, they are classy. I mean, they're the last word in luxury.
Yes, I heard that. They tell me the service is marvelous.
Oh, it is, although I think they overdo it a little bit.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I didn't mind when the conductor sent me gardenias. But when the porter tucked me in my berth and sang Rockabye Baby, I thought that was going too far, you know? And the candy vendor, was he ritzy?
He was ritzy, huh?
Yeah, you should have heard him. He walked up and down the aisle yelling candy, peanuts, popcorn, and annuities. I tell you, Harry, it is positive. See, it rings just like it does in Hollywood, doesn't it? Pardon me a minute. Hello? Who? No, I'm sorry, miss. Phil Harris didn't come to New York with me. What? No, I can't run home and get him. Goodbye. That's all I've heard from every girl in town. Phil Harris, is he here? Where is he? Anyway, it looks like we ought to have a lot of fun, though, tonight, Harry. I don't know whether you know it or not, but your boss, Fred Allen, is coming up here.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. He told me he was going to an egg roll.
An egg roll? Well, maybe that's what he thinks this is.
Hiya, Jack, old boy. Welcome to New York.
Oh, hello, Lyman. How are you? Little Bo Peep is here again. With us. Oh, well.
Say, Jack, I want to thank you very much for letting me be on your program tonight. It was doggone sweet of you.
Yes, it was. It was. Please try and act like a gentleman tonight, not a gorilla.
Don't worry, Jack. I made up my mind to behave myself. I'm a changed guy.
Well, that suits me, Abe. I'm glad to hear it.
Here,
Believe
Jack,
me.
To show you my heart's in the right place, I brought you a bouquet of flowers.
Flowers?
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Drop that bouquet.
Why, what's wrong here?
I saw Abe put a tarantula in that.
A tarantula?
Yes.
Why, those things are deadly. Abe Lyman, that's positively the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Well, gee, I only did it for a laugh.
A laugh? What a sense of humor. You're the kind of a guy who would give your grandmother a hot foot.
I do, and she loves it.
You and your practical jokes. Say, Harry, you know what Lyman did to me last summer in Hollywood?
What?
I was nice enough to invite him to my house for the weekend, and he put a shark in my swimming pool.
He did?
Yeah, I thought it was a rubber one until I started missing toes. How do you like that for a trick?
That was one of my best gags.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, Abe, just attend to your music tonight and keep away from me, will you? Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Greetings, Mr. Benny. I don't think we've ever met before. My name is Ripley.
Oh, Bob Ripley, the Believe It or Not man, huh? Well, it was awfully nice of you to drop in, Mr. Ripley. What can I do for you?
Well, Jack, you know I'm always on the lookout for curiosities of all kinds.
Yes. I never miss your program or your cartoons either. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I would like to get a few angles on you and your work.
As a curiosity. Go right ahead.
Now, first, is it true that when you make a picture, you wear a silver fox toupee?
Yes, but only on special occasions. As a rule, I wear a subdued fright wig, like J.C. Flippin, something.
Now, another thing.
Yeah?
You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, yes. Around Carnegie Hall, I'm known as Yasha.
Is it true that the strings on your violin were made from the tail of a wildcat who later committed suicide?
Well, he didn't commit suicide exactly, but he is wilder than ever now, Bob.
Huh? One more question, Jack.
Uh-huh.
I understand that you were recently chosen as one of the best men in America. Is that right?
Yes, I cannot deny that.
Well, is that suit you're wearing now a sample of your taste in clothes?
Well, of course, don't go by this, Bob. You see, this is just a little lounging outfit, you know?
Oh, you mean you'd look better if you were lying down?
If he's an undertaker, I'll scream. No, really, it isn't fair to judge me by this suit, Bob. Really, Mr. Ripley, you'd love my soup and fish.
You cook, too.
I was talking about my formal attire. Are there any more questions?
No. Believe it or not, I think I've got about all I need. Thanks very much, Jack.
You're welcome. Oh, would you like a picture of me, Mr. Ripley?
No, not unless you've got 3 arms. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Harry Ripley seems to be Harry Ripley seems to be a nice chap, although his questions were rather embarrassing. Now, what would I do with 3 arms?
Well, you could play your violin and hold your nose at the same time.
I could also punch you in the eye, Harry. Well, let's go on with the show. And now, folks, our conductor, Abraham Lyman, will play... what's it going to be, Abe?
Here, it's written in this little book. Open it and read it.
Why don't you read it yourself?
If I could read, I'd get my own program.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Go ahead, open the book.
Okay. Ouch, my finger.
I knew you'd fall for that mousetrap gag.
Fine, I had to come to New York for that. Now, play your number and leave me alone.
Okay.
Now, hold it a minute. Come in.
Well, how are you, old boy? Glad to see you. Say, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Well,
Believe me, it's like old times again. Yes, sir. Say, you put on a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, a little. You know, this is rather embarrassing, but I just can't seem to place you.
Funny, I can't please you either. Goodbye.
Play, Phil, or Abe. Why don't I stay home where I belong? Nice new number you gave me for my New York appearance. Hallelujah, played by Abe Lyman. I hate to admit it, Abe, but it sounded all right, though. Say, your orchestra's changed a little. I see some new faces in there.
Yes, Jack, and I'd like to have you meet some of the boys. This is my first violinist, Misha the Mug.
Oh, hello, Misha.
Hiya, Toots.
Nice boy.
And, Jack, this is my piano player, Machine Gun Stokowski.
My, what name. Say, Abe, who's that new saxophone player over there?
You mean Butch?
Yes. I noticed he was scribbling on a piece of paper all during the last number. What was that for?
Well, every month he has to write a letter to the parole board.
Well, that's sweet of him to remember. Harry, that's a nice bunch of boys Abe has here.
Yes, they are, Jack. They all came in cabs, which they drove. By the way, Jack, since I'm taking Don Wilson's place here, is it all right if I say my little piece now?
Oh, sure, Harry. I've been sort of waiting for that. Go right ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for an economical dessert, be sure and go to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of
Jell-O, for heaven's sake.
Jell-O, for heaven's sake.
3 years I've been.
It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, cherry, and strawberry.
Look, what happened to lemon and lime?
Oh, yes. Lemon, lime, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry.
Now orange has disappeared in there. Look, just drop it. Let it go.
Oh, no. So insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the orange.
That's on the box.
Poor Don Wilson, I'll bet he collapsed in front of his radio. Oh, well, thanks anyway, Harry. You tried.
Well, what do we do now, Jack?
Well, Harry, if I was in Hollywood right now doing this program, just about this time, Mary would walk in and say,
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Why, Kate! Kate Smith, you little lifesaver, you. You know, you couldn't have walked in at a more opportune time. Am I glad to see you?
And I'm glad to see you, too, Jack. Are you having a good time in New York?
Oh, wonderful. Really a swell. Kate, you know Harry Von Zell, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Harry.
Glad to see you, Kate.
And this is our temporary maestro, Abe Lyman.
Yes, I've met Mr. Lyman before.
Sure. Hello, Smitty.
Hey. Don't mind him, Kate. He's a little on the rough side, you know.
Don't worry, Jack. We'll get along all right. Sit down, Slat.
Well, I'm glad you're taking it the right way. I must tell you how much I've enjoyed your programs, Kate. They've been grand.
Thank you, Jack.
And by the way, Mary told me that as soon as I saw you to give you her love and a great big kiss.
How about Phil Harris?
There you go, just like the rest. No kidding, Kate. What do all you girls see in Phil?
Well, he's handsome, charming, suave.
Debonair.
Debonair? Hey, where did you learn that word?
Well, I was reading a book one day and stubbed my eye on it.
I thought so. Well, anyway, Kate, how about that kiss Mary wanted me to give you? Now, come on.
None of your lip, Benny.
All right, but you don't know what you're missing. You know, Kate, I'm a leading man in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see you out there sometime.
It's a date. You can always find me on Vine Street right in front of the Owl Drugstore there.
Oh, say, I meant to tell you, Jack. Mary sent me a letter yesterday, and it was all about you. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, no, don't bother, Kate.
Oh, yes, I want to read it to you. Please let me. Don't you want
No, it's probably
I
nothing.
will. Well, I will anyhow. Don't beg
All
me.
right,
Now, I'll read it.
Von Zell, get here
shut
on
up.
time
Keep
next
quiet,
time.
Jack. It reads, Dear Kate, glad to hear that you're taking my place. But as this is the first time you've ever worked with Jack, there are some things that every girl should know.
It starts out bad.
If Jack asks you out to dinner and tells you there's a marvelous floor show at the Automat, don't fall for it.
Now, isn't that awful?
However, if you do go out to a nightclub with Jack and he asks you to dance with him, say no. As he'll want to roll up his pants and do the minuet.
That's very comical. There.
Give my love to all, and I'll be sitting in front of my radio waiting for your song.
Well, that's a sweet ending anyway. Well,
I
Kate,
think
you
so,
are
too.
going to sing a number for us, aren't you?
You bet I am. Would you like to hear This Time It's Real?
Yes, sir. Abe, give Miss Smith a melodious background with feeling, harmony, and nice, smooth rhythm.
You mean I should be debonair?
Yes. And tell your guitar player to put his shoes on. Sing, Kate. Debonair yet.
A fool, knew nothing where love was concerned. I'm through with all confusion, for now I've learned. I know it. This time it's real. It's thrilling, so thrilling. The way I feel. Love before was different. I just played a part. But this time it comes right from my heart. Pretending is ending this time. It's real. Forever and ever. When
I know it. This time it's real. Forever and ever, time will reveal. We were lucky, darling, when fate turned the wheel. I know it, I feel it, this time it's
This time it's real, sung by Kate Smith, accompanied by Debonair and his orchestra. Kate, I must say that you sang just as good for Jell-O as you do for Calumet baking powder and Swan's Down cake flour.
Well, thank
Gee, I
you,
got them
Jack.
both in there, didn't I?
Sure did.
You know, Kate, I would like to reciprocate in some way. Isn't there anything I can do for you while I'm in town?
Oh, no, Jack. Thanks just the same.
Well, you've been so sweet, though, Kate. Really, I insist.
Well, all right. If it'll make you any happier, you can buy me a nice ermine wrap.
Well, I'll do that. I will. And now, hey, wait a minute. You mean real ermine?
Well, of course, Jack.
Well, Kate, I'd run right out and buy you one, except today is Sunday and every place is closed.
I can get one of my boys to open the store for you.
Quiet. Anyway, don't worry about it, Kate. I'll make up for this some way.
Well, that's sweet, Jack.
Pardon me. Hello? Hollywood calling? Yeah, this is Jack Benny. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Kenny. It's Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, how are you, kid? What? No, she's not taking your place. Look, Kate Smith is a star on her own program. What? Why doesn't she stay on it? Now, Kenny. I'm sorry, Kate. Now, listen, Kenny, I don't want to discuss it with you any further. I'll see you when I get home. What? Yes, I'll bring you one. Now, hang up. Goodbye. What a kid.
What does he want, Jack?
The little copycat, he wants an ermine wrap, too. I hope what he said didn't offend you, Kate.
No. I think he's one of the cutest little brats in the world.
Yeah, he is.
Listen, Jack,
What?
I'd like to stay longer, but really, I must run along now. I want to say thanks very much for inviting me up here this
Well, it's been an honest-to-goodness treat, and I'll never forget it, Kate.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Were you looking for me?
Yes, Rochester, just a minute. Goodbye, Kate, and thanks again so much.
So long, Jack. Good luck, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, Roch, I haven't seen you since we got off the train 4 days ago. Where were you?
I've been weekending up in Harlem. We had a gin barbecue.
Fine, I had to do all my own unpacking. What do you think I brought you along for?
You didn't say.
You're supposed to be working for me, and you spend all your time in Harlem. Suppose you went to all the hot spots.
There ain't no cool ones there.
Never mind. Now, look, Rochester, go right over to the Waldorf Astoria and straighten up my suite.
Did you move from the YMCA?
Rochester! I just went there for a swim. Now, run along.
Okay. Boss,
Yeah.
I'm having a little financial recession.
Uh-huh. I see.
I wonder if I could have an advance on my salary.
Look, I already gave you an advance.
I want something in advance of that.
Oh, all right. Here's $5.
Could you elevate that to $8.50?
$8.50? What for?
I promised to buy my gal a sun lamp.
All right, here you are. Now, don't forget, Rochester. Don't forget, we're leaving Tuesday, so be sure and be up at the hotel. And come in. Well, look who's here. Come on in, Fred. All I need.
Me and two aspirins?
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly surprised to see so many of you in here tonight. It's not raining outside, is it?
No, it's not raining, Fred. These people are all here to see me.
And you're not giving away dishes or anything, Mr. Benny?
No, sir, it's just me.
Now, look, Jack, you couldn't draw a crowd as big as this if you were a gutter on New Year's Eve.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
With running water, I'll throw that in.
Now, listen, Fred. You're here to work, so take off your coat and let's go.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Before we start this Punch and Benny show, there's something we've got to straighten out right now.
What's that, Fred?
I'm not going to open my mouth on this program, except to yawn, until you give me what you promised me last week.
What I promised you?
You know. Now, don't play possum, Benny. Hand over that Boy Scout knife.
Oh, yes, I knew you'd remember that. All right, here it is. Wait till I take the chain off.
I want the knife, chain, and everything that goes with it.
Oh, I suppose you even want this elk's tooth.
No, you can put that back in your mouth.
Well, here's the knife, Fred. Take it and consider our deal closed.
Now, wait a minute. You're not rushing me into this thing. Let me see if this knife's in good condition. There's the big blade.
Yeah.
There's the corkscrew, the fingernail file. There's the ping-pong paddle. The bottle opener. Hey, what's this thing here?
That's a folding bed. Are you satisfied?
Well, I guess it's all right. But, well, Jack, my mood changes here.
Yes,
you see.
I know.
I'm coming in the mood now. Have you been having a good time in New York? Have you seen any of the shows or anything?
Yes, Fred. I saw the Ed Wynn show. That was swell. I saw George M. Cohan show. That was grand. And then I saw your picture. My mood changes here.
Well, there wasn't an S on that well by any chance. Well, what about it?
Nothing, Fred.
Oh, wait.
But if you got paid for that picture, and I think you did, you should split 50-50 with Santa Claus.
First time I ever saw a radio comedian who was his own studio audience. Now, listen, Jack, if you're a fine time I go on, the first show I didn't get on at all. Now, here's the second one. I'm just creeping in at the finish. Listen, Jack, if you're referring to that screen triumph, Sally, Irene, and Alan, that picture is funnier than Don Wilson thinks you are.
Is that so?
You're jealous, that's all.
That's so. Did you ever hear yourself enjoy you? Oh.
Well?
Jealous. Well, I made a picture last year called Artists and Models. It was a sensation. I got 85 belly laughs.
I'll say you did. You should have pulled in your stomach, too.
My stomach had nothing to do with it. It was my performance. At least I photographed well.
Oh, I suppose I didn't.
Listen, Fred, I saw a sweepstake winner in a newsreel yesterday that looked better than you did. And he was selling fish at the time.
Well, you put me in a picture with a fish, and I'll steal a picture, too. Artists and models. What were you in that celluloid omelet, an artist or a model?
I was an easel, Smarty.
An easel?
Yes.
Well, how can a weasel play an easel?
Now, listen, Fred.
Shall I slice him down, Mr. Benny?
Never mind, Rochester.
Now, wait a minute. Who is this Swami here?
Swami?
I'm Mr. Benny's butler.
Butler, hey? Well, listen to me, you Nougatine Jeeves. One more word out of you, and you'll be buttling in a shroud.
Don't let him scare you, Rochester.
I ain't scared.
That's the stuff.
Wait a minute. What is a shroud?
A shroud, my untutored friend, is a windbreaker for a ghost.
Oh, make way for a cow.
Rochester, you see, Fred and I'll probably have to get a new butler.
Well, hello there, Fred.
Well, Harry Von Zell, what are you doing in the enemy's camp here?
Well, I came here to help Jack out tonight. He needed an announcer.
Oh, is he going to pay you?
Certainly not. He's doing it as a favor. Of course, I will buy him a necktie or something.
What do you mean, something?
Something cheaper and shut up.
I thought so. Benny, you're so tight. You've not only got the first dollar you ever earned, you've got the guy's right arm who handed it to you.
Well, it was loose. Let me tell you something, Alan.
Hey, pipe down, fellas. You're upsetting me.
Oh, are we bothering you, Abe?
Yeah, why don't you two guys be debonair?
Abe, if you say debonair once more, I'm going to ask you what it means.
Well, how will you know if his answer's correct?
Don't worry about me. I know plenty of big words.
Look, I've got words I could cut in halves, and you wouldn't understand either half of them. Now, look, you itinerant buffoon. The only big word you know is your right name.
Well, if I did reduce it a little, my right name wasn't so long.
It wasn't. Why, your name was so long it used to take 15 minutes to write it in shorthand. And then they had to send the pencil over to the Mayo brothers for relaxation.
You should talk. When you were in vaudeville, they had to put your right name on a rubber marquee.
Now, that's vulcanized slander, Benny.
Why, you weather-beaten gargoyle...
Hold on there, Mr. B.
I'll throw you out of here so fast you look like a jockey on a skyrocket.
Now, that's enough, Benny. One more crack, and I'll hit you on top of your head so hard, you'll think your feet are bookends for your head.
I'm glad you loused that one up.
I'm taking my Boy Scout knife and getting out of here.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks for coming over, you town all booed up.
You're welcome, you Wauhegan walk, you.
I'm nice enough to invite him up here, and what do I get?
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Abe?
Here's your knife back.
My knife? How'd you get it away from Alan?
My flute player bumped into him.
Oh, boy, that's marvelous. Thanks.
You want his watch, too?
Never mind. Play, Abe.
You know, the crowning touch to a good meal is the dessert, the happy ending. Well, that's where Jell-O comes in, the happy ending for any meal. For Jell-O looks so festive and tastes so delicious, it makes the ideal dessert for any occasion. And Jell-O is quick and easy to prepare. Serve it perfectly plain if you like, a clear, glowing mold of Jell-O, or garnish it with whipped cream, fruit, or nut meats. It's grand no matter how you serve it. But remember, only Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So don't accept any substitutes. Get the real thing, the one and only genuine Jell-O.
The last number of the 26th program in the new Jell-O series. We're with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. I want to thank Harry Von Zell, Bob Ripley, Kate Smith, Abe Lyman, and Fred Allen for their cooperation. It was a grand gesture. And now, folks, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is the program over yet?
Just about. Say, how did you get to New York, anyhow?
I flew in. I hope I land pretty soon.
Oh, good night, Dow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. You're listening to...
The 12 Days of Christmas continues NBC Sunday. Chevy Chase, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and Randy Quaid in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. NBC Sunday, 9/8 Central.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ginger Rogers and Frederick March in Bachelor Mother with Frank Albertson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To the young ladies of our modern business world, the lunch hour means a great deal more than just lunch. It may mean a shopping trip, a visit to the hairdresser, a rendezvous, or perhaps an unexpected adventure. And during a lunch hour, the alert young businesswoman is prepared for almost anything to happen. But Miss Polly Parrish in our play Bachelor Mother was just minding her own business when something happened that not only upset her lunch hour, but changed her whole life. One thing led to another in such a gay series of adventures that RKO's picture, Bachelor Mother, turned out to be one of the comedy hits of the year. Although taken by surprise, the modern young woman of our story knew exactly what course to follow. In fact, we take our hats off to the resourcefulness of our modern girls in general. Consider the example sent to me by a member of our audience. It's a clipping from the Birmingham, Alabama News, in which a resourceful young lady advertises, "Girl in need of work at once will consider dishwashing if Lux is used." I'll make a bet she got a job with a wise employer. When Lux Flakes is in the dishpan, both Judy O'Grady and the Colonel's lady are sisters in the care of their skin. For the role of the modern young Miss Polly Parrish in Bachelor Mother, our choice was the modern young Miss Ginger Rogers, who played the part with typical ginger and wit on the screen. She comes to us from the set of the new RKO picture, Primrose Path. As David Merlin, the son of Polly's employer, we planned to have Joel McCrae. But Joel was taken ill during the week, and I'm glad to report that he's improving rapidly, and that Frederick March returned to Hollywood just in time to play this role. We've been trying to get Freddie back to our microphone for a long time, but a stage engagement in New York held him there. This week, he begins a new MGM picture, Susan and God, and tonight you'll hear him as David Merlin. I suggest now that you move up to the edge of your chair as we raise the curtain on Act 1 of this gay and exciting comedy, Bachelor Mother, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly Parrish and Frederick March as David Merlin, with Frank Albertson of the screencast as Frank Miller. Polly Parrish, young and pretty, is about to lose her job. This is hard enough to face at any time, but when it happens on the day before Christmas, it's almost too much. During her lunch hour, Polly Parrish walks slowly along a street in downtown New York. Vaguely, she wonders what's to become of her. As she passes the Atkins home for foundlings, fate steps in. Gallops in. For a woman in a heavy shawl is just leaving a bundle at the door. With a gasp of indignation, Polly rushes to the woman and catches her by the arm.
Here, don't you dare. Why, don't you dare leave your baby.
Please, I'm not the baby's mother. There is no mother. They'll take good care of it here.
Just the same, you have no right to do
I thought I could take care of it after the mother died, but I couldn't. Oh, it's such a wonderful baby. They'll be good to it.
Wait. Hey, come back here. Come back. Oh, you poor little kid. All alone. Now, don't cry, darling. Here, I'll hold you. Oh.
Won't you come in?
What? Oh.
Just come this way, please.
Oh, take your finger out of your mouth. There, now, don't eat your finger. You hungry? Well, I'll give you something to eat here. That's a good baby.
Right here, please. Another one, Mr. Fry.
Oh, yes. Your name, please?
Poor little thing.
Your name, please.
Polly Parrish. Come on, take your finger out of your mouth.
Are you employed anywhere?
I'm at Merlin's until tomorrow. You darling, that good baby.
Now, just why did you abandon your baby, Mrs. Parrish?
It's such a sweet... What? Oh, well, this isn't my baby. It was on the doorstep.
Yes, we know.
No, really. Well, an old lady left it on the doorstep, and I thought it'd roll off.
My dear, we're only here to help you. We're your friends.
Well, I wish it was mine, but it isn't. I wasn't leaving it. I was just picking it up.
Many mothers say babies are not their own, but from experience, we've discovered the wisest thing is to make a clean breast of it.
Now, look here. This is ridiculous. This is not my baby, whether you believe it or not. Here, nurse, you take the baby. I'm getting out of here.
You see, my dear? Well, give baby to the nurse, it cries.
Take it back. Just for a moment. There.
Well, my dear?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The baby seems to know you.
Well, I don't know it. Here, you take it.
No.
Now, let me alone. When I want a family, I'll get married and do it right.
It's pathetic, isn't it? Well, anyway, we know she works at the Merlin department store. Mr. Merlin and his son have always been very charitable. I'll go right over there after lunch.
Sit down, Mr. Fry. Now, what can I do for you?
You are Mr. Merlin, sir?
Mr. Merlin the younger. Was it my father you wanted to see?
Oh, no. I'm sure you can take care of this.
Well?
Mr. Merlin, an employee of yours, a young woman in the toy department, left a baby at the Atkins home today.
Oh, I see.
And I discovered, on calling your personnel manager, that she was discharged as of tomorrow.
She was probably only hired for the holiday rush.
Exactly. But I believe the loss of her position is the reason she has abandoned her baby son. Mr. Merlin, give her back her job.
Well, this is really very unfortunate. What's her name?
Parrish, Polly Parrish. Mr. Merlin, if you had seen this mother denying the parenthood of her own child, it would have touched your heart.
Excuse me. Hello, Miss Wilson. Call the toy department and have a girl named...
Parrish.
Parrish sent up here at once.
Oh, it was pitiful, Mr. Merlin, to see the child crying as soon as it left her arms and stopping its crying as it returned to the bosom where it rightfully belonged.
Yes, pitiful.
And as you may know, it's the home's policy not merely to care for unwanted babies, but to make possible, if possible, the return of the baby to its mother.
I think we can arrange that, Mr. Fry. As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure of it. When the girl understands...
Good afternoon, madam. Can I interest you in a mechanical dock? You see, it winds up with a key and it...
No, Henry's much too old for that. Hiya, Polly. How's the girl? Hitting on all six?
Hello.
Hey, no kidding now, Polly. What are you getting me for Christmas, huh?
You wouldn't drink it.
Oh, what a day, Ma. She's crazy for me.
Go away. Will you get that hand truck moving and bring back some more ducks? We're running low.
Oh, now, take it easy. I've been pushing that truck overtime. Say, Polly, I saw you hoofing at the employees' ball, and you got it, babe.
Think so?
I'll prove it to you. We're going dancing tonight.
But I don't feel like it.
Is it worth $50?
You mean you're going to give me $50?
Well, not exactly. No, listen. There's a dance contest at the Blue Heaven. Now, the orchestra leader is one of the judges, and he's my best pal. The prize is $50, and we split it up the middle. Cheese it. Here comes a floor walker. What do you say?
You just made a deal.
I'll be around to pick you up. After dinner. Miss Parrish? Miss Parrish.
Yes, Mr. Hargraves.
Miss Parrish, you are wanted in Mr. Merlin's office.
Mr. Merlin?
At once, please. I don't know why.
Mr. Merlin?
Oh, yes, come in. Come in.
Oh.
Won't you sit down, Mrs...
Miss Parrish.
Oh, Miss Parrish.
That's right.
Oh, well. Did you receive a card today saying that you were discharged as of the end of this week?
Yes, I did.
Well, it was a mistake. Will you excuse us? It won't happen again. The job is yours for as long as you care to have it.
Huh?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
And you're being raised $5 a week, starting as of last week. Is that satisfactory?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. But merely getting your job back and an increase is not your real Christmas present.
No?
No. Your Christmas present is probably the greatest gift a woman could possibly have. I almost envy you. Yes, I do envy you.
Really?
Oh, you fortunate girl to have an employer like Mr. Merlin.
Yes, but I don't...
When you go home tonight, you'll get your Christmas present. Tonight, Mr. Fry? Tonight. Fine. You may go back to your department now, Miss Parrish.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
And I want to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you. And same to you.
Good day.
Good day. Good day.
A nice-looking girl like that.
Yes, it's a funny world. I can just see the look on that girl's face tonight.
Yes, so can I.
Wait a second. I told you 7 o'clock.
Merry Christmas, Miss Parrish.
Well, what do you want here?
I brought your baby.
What?
Here you are, my dear. Your Christmas present from John B. Merlin and Son.
Christmas present?
And what do you say, Miss Parrish?
Well, I'll tell you what I say. You take that baby right out of here in this minute.
What? Do you realize what you're saying?
I certainly do. That's not my baby, and you can just take it back to the foundling home where it belongs.
Do you understand that Mr. Merlin has given you your job back, that you can raise your child in security and comfort, and you are choosing instead to let it be raised as an orphan without a mother's love?
This is not my baby. I am not its mother.
No, for shame, acting like this. Take your baby and be happy. Good night, Miss Parrish.
Wait! This baby will be back at the foundling home before you get there.
I wouldn't try that if I were you, and there's no use leaving it elsewhere either, because it'll come back to us, and we have its footprints.
Oh, well, the nerve. You... Oh, I'm sorry, kid. Oh, well, gee, this is nothing personal. Gee, I'd love to have you around, but I couldn't do right by you. Well, come on now. Now, you don't want your teeth to grow in there crooked, do you? No. Come on, take your fingers out, please. Yeah. Oh, who is it?
Hi, Paul. This is Frank, the well-dressed man from the toy department.
Oh, my. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, just a minute. Now, look, kid. I'm going to hide you behind the sofa. Now, you just stay there and don't you make a sound, do you hear? All right. Just a minute.
Hiya, sugar.
Oh. Hello.
Well, what a layout.
Look, Frank, I'm sorry. I won't be able to go with you tonight. I think I'm going to have a headache.
Oh, now, wait a second, baby. You can't do that to the chief. Stand up the old maestro? Why, everything's all set. My brother let me have his car. It's champing at the curb right this minute.
Yeah, well, I'm really awfully sorry, but something's come up.
Oh, now, you just listen to the old doctor, honey. Everything's fixed. The orchestra leader's a pal of mine. I just spoke to him on the phone, as a matter of fact, and... Hey, that's funny. I thought I heard a baby crying.
Oh, well, go on, Frank.
Well, so I talked to him, and it's in the bag.
So you talked to him, and what did he say?
Well, he says he's got it all fixed. Hey, listen. I do hear a baby crying.
Oh, that's next door. Yes, it keeps me awake sometimes till I think I'll go out of my mind.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, yes.
You know, it sounds like it's right over here behind the... Holy mackerel! Look, it's a baby, a live baby.
Well, what of it?
Well, what did it do? Crawl through the wall?
Don't be silly.
Is it yours?
No, it's not mine.
Well, where did it come from?
I got it for Christmas.
Oh. Huh? This Christmas or last Christmas?
Now listen, I don't know what you're thinking, but you're all wrong.
Oh, sure.
And if you'll wait until I get my hat and coat on, we'll go stepping.
Oh, well, now, look, if you've got a headache or if you think you might have one, well, just don't
bother. Don't worry, it's all cured, and I've got another little situation to cure when we're on our way. Come on, baby.
Hey, wait a minute. You're taking that along with us?
Certainly. I've got a little errand to do. We're just going to drop it off someplace. Come on.
Oh, listen, this is worse than a blind date. I didn't figure...
Pull up over there, Frank.
Hey, you certainly picked a nice place anyway.
Come to the door with me, will you, Frank?
Okay. Is this where the baby lives?
From now on, it does.
Pretty fancy, all right.
Ring the bell, will you?
Okay.
Goodbye, baby. You certainly are cute. Gee, isn't this a cute thing?
Yeah. Well, why don't they answer the door?
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Is Mr. Merlin in? The son. I'd like to see him.
Merlin?
Hey,
Shut up.
Would you tell me in reference to what?
Well, it's a personal matter. He'll know what it's about when he sees me.
Well, madam, he's not in just now. Couldn't you write him a letter?
Well, I can't take care of this baby. After all, it's his responsibility, and he's got influence, and he got me into this fix. He can just get me out.
I'm very sorry, madam. Good evening.
Oh, no, you don't. Take this baby.
Look here, madam.
Just put your hand under its back. That's right.
But wait a minute, madam. You can't do
I
this.
just did. Come on, let's get going, Frank.
Yeah, let's.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, back home and broke. I'm sorry we didn't win that prize, Polly.
Oh, forget it.
My friend double-crossed me.
Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing me home.
Oh, wait a minute. Say, Polly, how about giving a fellow a little drinking, huh?
Sorry, I haven't any liquor here.
Well, then, how about letting a fellow in for a smoke?
I haven't any cigarettes either.
Well, I've got the cigarettes. I only need a match.
Now, Frank, it's pretty late, and I have to get up early.
All I want is a match. You could give a guy a match, can't you? One little match. That'd never hurt you. One little match. Come on.
Frank,
come
get
on.
out of here.
Oh, stop.
Get
Stop.
out.
Get out.
Who said that?
I did. Go on. Get out of here.
Mr. Merlin.
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sure. I just... good night, Mr. Merlin.
Well, Mr. Merlin, how did you get into my apartment?
The landlady was kind enough to let us in out of the cold. I've been here 3 hours.
Us?
Yes, us. You'll find your child right there on the chair.
But I tell you that...
Miss Parrish, I followed you tonight, and I came back here to ask you just one question. What possibly could be going on in that peculiar brain of yours that lets you jump around a dance floor like an idiot 10 minutes after you've left your child in a strange home with strange people who, for all you know, could strangle it.
Are you through?
No. I've seen some low things in my time, but a mother who's just abandoned her child going out to enter a dance contest, that will stand alone in my memory as something revolting.
I thought that was pretty revolting myself.
Are you interested in knowing what I'm going to do?
Would it interest you to know that I am not the mother of that child?
That, to me, is the lowest thing of all. To deny your own child when it cries as it leaves your arms. Those people have experience. They know a real mother when they see one. I'm going to fire you. In fact, you are fired. But that's nothing.
I am not the mother of that child.
Fine. You're not the mother. As you go from place to place looking for employment, you will discover that no department store in the entire Merchants of America Association will hire you. I'll see to that. But that's nothing. Any employer will ask you for a character reference. In my wildest imagination, I cannot conceive of anyone with a character less deserving of a reference than you. I'll explain your character.
Why? That's persecution.
I'll say it is. And eventually, you'll come and you'll plead for your job back. And then you'll realize what a privilege it is to have security and a chance to raise your child yourself.
What?
You danced, yes. Well, now you pay the fiddler fella. You have an obligation to that child. You fulfill it. Well, you made up your mind to ask for your job back? Or are you going to stop a while first?
Well, I'll take my job back.
Well, that's better. I'm only doing this for your own good, Miss Parrish. As the years go by, you'll realize what a terrible thing I've saved you from doing.
But I'm really not as bad as you think.
Well, then why did you do it?
Well, I had to. There was no one I could turn to.
Oh, I see. Well, but isn't there some legal way to make the father support the baby?
I don't want anything to do with him.
Oh, I see.
He used to beat me.
No.
Yeah. See that scar on my head?
Where?
The coffee pot. He threw it at me.
Oh. You poor kid.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be going now. You'd better get some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And don't worry about anything, Miss Parrish. This store is behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Merlin.
So that's all right. Good night.
Good night. Well, baby, what do we do now? Have you got any suggestions? Gurgle, huh? That's fine. Well, I'll think about that. In the meantime, well, thanks for the job, anyway.
Mr. DeMille brings us Ginger Rogers, Frederick March, and Frank Elton in Act 2 of Bachelor Mother in just a moment. Suppose someone asked you to illustrate speed. How would you do it? One way is with music. A fast, lively tune like this on the xylophone. That expresses musically the marvelous speed of new Quick Lux. It's really amazing how fast it is. An added ingredient speeds up the action of Lux Flakes, so you get suds in a second. Try it yourself and see. Just pour out the delicate tissue-thin flakes and turn on the water. Then watch the suds bubble up. Those suds come so fast, it's amazing. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. New Quick Lux is not only wonderfully fast, it's thrifty. Ounce for ounce, it gives you more suds than any of the other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. There are no bitters or fillers in new Quick Lux. It's rich, pure soap. Have you tried it yet? Well, your grocer has new Quick Lux now in the same familiar box at no extra cost to you. Women who've used it are so enthusiastic, they keep saying,
I didn't think Lux Flakes could be improved. They've always been so wonderful. But now, they're even better than ever.
Don't delay another day. Buy new Quick Lux tomorrow for all your washables and your dishes. Get the generous big box Now our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Bachelor Mother, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly Parrish and Frederick March as David Merlin, with Frank Albertson as Frank Miller. 2 days have passed, and with them, of course, 2 nights. Silent, restful nights, interrupted only by the constant screeching of Polly's adopted baby. Back at her job in the toy department, Polly is still winding up ducks. But her heart isn't really in her work. Her eyes are half closed from lack of sleep, and she moves slowly as in a dream.
Well. Good morning, Polly, my girl.
Good morning. Don't talk too loud. You'll wake me up.
Why, what's the matter? Haven't you been sleeping?
Not for 2 nights. How long can a person go without sleep, Frank?
Oh, Polly, listen. You can trust me. I'm the kind of a guy, see nothing, say nothing. How about putting in a good word for me with, upstairs?
What's the matter with you?
Well, the assistant floor walker job is open right in this department, with that little carnation and everything. Now, 1 word from you, and I stop pushing this silly wagon around. What do you say?
Miller, get that truck out of the aisle.
Yes, sir, right away.
Don't let me catch you talking again, Miller. Converse in your own time, not on the stores.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Hargrave.
And Miss Parrish, keep those ducks in motion, please.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Hargraves. Oh, good morning, good morning. Quite an honor having you visit our department, sir.
Oh, not at all. Thank you.
Any special reason, sir?
Oh, no. Yes. Matter of fact, the new assistant floor walker. I wrote you a memo about it. It's to be a man by the name of, I can't think of it right now, but he's entitled to promotion by seniority.
Frank Miller, sir?
Yes, that's it. Unless you have some personal objection.
Oh, no, sir, no. I'll tell him now, sir. He'll be very happy, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. I can hear you all right, but I can't see you so good. I haven't been sleeping for 2 nights.
Why not?
The baby's been crying.
Is it sick?
No, it's just being a baby.
Well, now, why don't you have it sleep on its stomach? I read that someplace. That's how they sleep.
Do you know how to get a baby to sleep on its stomach? You turn on its stomach, and then you go to bed. Then the baby turns over and starts to cry, and then you get up and turn the baby over, and you go to bed again, and then the baby turns over and starts to cry again, and then you get up and turn it on its stomach, and pretty soon it's 9 o'clock, and you're winding ducks.
Well, but don't any mothers sleep?
I'm beginning to think they don't.
Well, you'll get onto it. It's a natural instinct.
So sleep.
Well, then how are you managing? Who takes care of the baby while you work?
My landlady. She knows all about babies, thank heaven.
Oh, well, there can't be much to it. After all, everybody here was a baby, and they all got through it.
I'll think about that.
That's a pose that all mothers put on, that it's so difficult raising a child. I saw through that when I was 6 years old.
I'll think about that, too.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. Come on now, baby. Come on and eat your dinner. Yeah. See the pretty duck? Now you watch the duck and you eat your dinner, and before you... Come in.
Hello.
Oh, well, hello.
I was walking through the book department, and I saw this book, How to Bring Up Your Baby Scientifically, by Dr. Ernest Eggleman. The greatest thing I ever read. Everything you have to know is right in here.
You mean a doctor would know more about a baby than its own mother, with her natural instincts?
Well, this is scientific and includes the instincts, too.
All right, come on, baby. Just eat your dinner. Go right ahead.
No, wait a minute. How do you know you're doing that right?
Doing what right?
Feeding it.
Oh, there's nothing scientific in this. The baby opens his mouth, and I put the food in it, and he swallows it. From then on, he's on his own.
Well, that's what you think. We'll just have a look at the feeding. Feeding with an F here. There. Here we are. Now listen. After the food is prepared, the mother will, A, get a spoon.
Wonderful. How he ever thought of that.
Don't be so smart. Just do as it says.
Spoon. I've got it.
And warm it to room temperature. Warm it.
I did.
How?
I put it under the warm water.
Well, that may not be right. I think it has to be sterilized. Well, anyway. B, take a spoonful of food and, just a second. Place on a piece of gauze. You a piece of gauze?
What for?
Will you please do as the book says?
All right, but I still think it's
No, please. It's just possible, you know, that a doctor with 20 years of experience knows what he's talking about.
All right, go ahead. Next.
And gently rub into the navel.
What's that? What?
And gently rub into the navel.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, no, it isn't. No, that's probably to adjust the temperature of the baby's stomach to the food. But I think it's very logical.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. Here, let me see that.
Well, I read very well, you know. I've done it for years.
Yes, I read little, too. Let me see.
Begins
Okay.
right here, at the bottom of this page.
Oh, yeah. Take a spoonful of food and place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into the navel.
You read very well.
Well, I don't believe it. I don't care what it says.
Now, don't make out that you know more than a doctor and a printed book on the subject.
I know I'm not rubbing any oatmeal into this baby's navel. Who is this Dr. Eaglefoot, anyway? This book is ridiculous. Oh, look.
What's the matter?
The pages were stuck together.
Well, what do you think of that?
Just listen. To relieve gas on child's stomach, take a spoonful of warm oil and place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into the navel.
Oh, isn't that funny?
It certainly is. If the page had said hang baby by neck, you'd thought it very scientific. I'll feed the baby my own way. Come on, baby, now eat your dinner.
You know, somebody could sue the store for a thing like
That's
that.
a good baby. You might wind the duck, Mr. Whirler, if you've got nothing better to do.
Well, you know, just because those pages stuck together, there's no reason to condemn that book entirely.
Well, that's fine. Now you've broke it.
Well, that's a defective duck.
Could it be that you wound it too hard?
I just wound it normally. This is inferior merchandise. Where'd you buy this duck?
John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh. Well, that's all right. It's still inferior. Out of 10,000 ducks, one or two can be less than perfect. That's what we have an exchange department for. Just have it exchanged tomorrow.
Ha ha.
What's the ha-ha for?
Nothing. Just ha ha.
What's the matter with our exchange department?
I only work for you.
We never resent criticism. We appreciate it.
You won't get angry.
Certainly not. What's the matter with our exchange department?
They won't exchange anything.
Oh, they won't, eh? They only exchanged $60,000 worth of goods last year. You don't have to overdo that flip attitude about the store. It isn't very cute. Just have that exchange tomorrow.
No, I'll just throw it away and buy a new one.
Well, I'll exchange it for you. Give it to me.
Oh, sure, you could probably get exchanged for a grand piano.
I'll show you I can have it exchanged without anybody recognizing me. I'll wear dark glasses. I'll disguise myself. And I'll have a new duck for you by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. What do you think of that?
Ha ha.
Come on, girls. No leaning against the counters. Here, pick up that paper. Straighten those boxes.
Okay, take it easy, Frank.
Mr. Miller to you. I'm the assistant floor walker now.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Well, that's better. There's going to be a few changes around here. Come on. No gossiping here. Break it up.
Oh, Miss Parrish.
Hello.
How do I look?
I'd never recognized you.
Oh, they won't know me. Would you mind escorting me to the exchange department?
Right over here. Just speak to the gentleman behind the counter. He'll take care of you.
I'll have this duck exchanged in exactly 1 minute, and courteously.
Here we are. Go ahead.
I have a duck here. I'd like to,
Just a minute, please.
Oh, of course.
Well, what do you want, please?
Well, I have a duck here I'd like to have exchanged.
Certainly, sire. What's your complaint?
It's broken.
Oh, I can see that. How did it happen to break?
What difference does it make?
I have to know where to place the responsibility.
Oh, well, just place the responsibility on the duck and give me a new one.
May I see the sales slip?
Oh, just a minute.
Have you got the sales slip?
I threw it away.
You should have kept it.
I threw it away. You should have kept it.
How did I know the duck was going to break?
Well, how did I know the duck was going to break?
It's clearly printed on the slip that it's to be kept for 30 days.
You can't expect me to keep a sales slip for everything I buy.
You can't expect me to keep a slip for everything I buy.
My house would be full of them.
My house would be full of them.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't make the rules for the store. They're made by the executive office.
I don't care anything about the executive office. I want another duck.
Well, you're not going to get it by shouting.
That's what you think. I'm exchanging it for a new duck, and you straighten it out any way you like. Give me that duck. I'll show him.
Hey, you. Where you going with that duck?
Get out of my way.
Oh, a shoplifter, huh? Come
Mac,
here.
stop. He's...
Let go of me.
Oh, I got you red-handed.
Did you hear what I...
Hey, Mac, shoplifter, come on.
Will you let me...
Where is he? Okay, I got him.
Trying to get away with a duck.
Let me go. I'm David Merlin.
Mr. Merlin? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Merlin.
Merlin, oh.
Come here, you.
I didn't know it was you, Mr. Merlin. I thought it was a customer.
A customer, eh? You're lucky it was me. A customer had sued the store. How long have you had this job?
Well, you know, since yesterday.
What did you do before that?
I was a stock clerk.
Well, I've got a little secret to tell you. You're still a stock clerk. Get a new assistant, Hargraves.
Oh, Mr. Miller, you've disgraced the toy department.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're broadcasting from the heart of Times Square, surrounded by thousands of persons waiting to usher in the new year just 3 short hours away. Listen to that crowd.
Who is it?
Man from John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh, well, it's you.
Here you are, madam. Your duck. I exchanged it. No trouble at all.
Oh, well, come in. I certainly didn't expect to see you tonight.
Well, I didn't expect to come here. I was taking my shower, and it suddenly occurred to me you must be having kind of a shabby New Year's. You get dressed. We're going to a swell party.
Stood up, huh?
Huh? Huh?
You were stood up.
Well, I just told her I'd call back, and then I forgot to do it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I'd like to go, but I just can't leave the baby alone.
Oh, the baby, the baby. You don't have to devote your whole life to the baby.
That's what you told me to do.
Well, it's New Year's Eve. Get somebody to take care of it. Get the landlady to take care of it.
Oh, wait, there's something else.
What?
Well, me in a sweater and skirt, and you with a... We'd make half of a very lovely couple.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'll take care of the clothes.
Yes, how?
Stop at the store. Everything you need. Dress, shoes, ermine wrap. You'll be beautiful.
Oh, but look, these people, your friends. I don't know how to talk to those people.
Well, I'll tell you. You just say no to the men, and the girls won't talk to you anyway. Come on.
This is where I live.
Yes, I know.
Well, it's been a grand night. See, I've had a wonderful time.
So have I. I can't ever remember a better one.
Thank you, sir. Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, say.
Yes?
I was just thinking, don't people usually, on New Year's, don't people usually exchange greetings? You know.
Yes, usually.
That's what I thought. I mean, there were a lot of them back at that party. Remember, they were kissing each other. Sort of kind of silly, isn't it?
Is it?
No. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Well?
Good night. Oh, you better take this coat back. I don't want to keep it over Sunday.
Nothing can happen to it. You wear it and bring it into the store when you come in.
All right. Thanks.
Say, look, it's just 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock?
Mm-hmm. In Chicago. See, they exchange greetings there, too, you know. Happy New Year in Chicago, Polly.
The same to you.
You, wouldn't want to stay up and welcome in the New Year in Los Angeles.
Well, it's pretty late. Good night.
You know what we ought to do tomorrow? Why don't we take a long drive in the country?
Oh, that would be wonderful. Oh, but don't you think it'd be a little too cold for the baby?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the baby.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, if you want to see us, we'll be in the park all day tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if I can make it, but I'll try.
Well, thanks again for a very wonderful evening.
Hello, Miss Parrish.
Oh, Mrs. Wise, thank you so much for minding the baby.
Oh, it's nothing. Look so cute he is.
Why, he's awake. You waited up for me, didn't you, baby? You wanted to see if I'd come home early, didn't you?
He's such a good baby. He didn't cry even once. My Jerome, he's just now 31, used to cry all the time.
Well, thank you again, Mrs. Weiss. I didn't think I'd be out this late, though.
Oh, it's nothing. What else have I got to do? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Oh, is that so? Listen, baby. I think he likes me. Or maybe it's just that I'm hoping. But, baby, I don't think he likes you. Well, now, don't frown. Nobody's going to come between us. No, sir. No, because you're my fella. Good night, darling. And Happy New Year.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with Ginger Rogers, Frederick March, and Frank Albertson for Act 3 of Bachelor Mother. Men are interested in science. Women in beauty. I want to tell you about a most remarkable scientific test made recently in New York, which has a lot to do with beauty, with the loveliness of a woman's hands. Now, every woman knows that coarse, harsh hands, the kind we call housework hands, are unpleasant to look at. And while everyone admires the woman who does her own housework, nobody admires rough, red hands. That is why clever women who cook and wash dishes don't let their hands shout, drudge. They've discovered by actual experience that gentle, new, quick Lux for dishes leaves hands lovely. Now comes scientific proof of the wonderful mildness and gentleness of new, quick Lux, a series of tests conducted by scientists in a laboratory. To this laboratory came hundreds of women, and each made a one-hand test. She put one hand in Lux suds and the other hand in suds from another soap. She dipped her hands in and out of the suds for 20 minutes, 3 times a day. In some cases, for as many as 27 days. Now, mind you, these women didn't know what soaps were being tested, and they didn't use any creams or lotions on their hands during the test. Conditions were similar to home dishwashing, and they were equal for each of 5 leading soaps, including Lux, used in the test. Well, sir, when this exhaustive test was over, there was no doubt about the result. It clearly demonstrated that Lux was kindest to those hands. In case after case, the Lux hand looked smooth, soft, and lovely, while the other hand looked rough, red, and unattractive. Now think of it. The same woman, one hand embarrassingly rough, the other charming as ever, thanks to gentle Lux. Now this convincing test, the most dramatic test ever made of dishwashing soaps, merely confirms scientifically what so many women know, that with gentle, new, quick Lux, free from harmful alkali, you can wash dishes and do other soap and water jobs you must do every day without having rough, red hands. So why not do this tomorrow? Get a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes at your grocer's and use it for your dishwashing. Prove for yourself how lovely and soft and feminine it leaves your hands. It's so gentle. And it's speedy, too, and truly thrifty. Yet it costs you no more. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue with the third act of Bachelor Mother. The meetings in the park have become a Sunday ritual with Polly and David, and of course the foundling child. But now a new character enters our story. The personification of dignity and breeding, a frock-coated, silk-hatted gentleman, known to the Merlin employees as Old J.B., and to David Merlin as Dad. On a certain Sunday morning, Frank Miller, brooding over the loss of his job, has slipped a note into Old J.B.'s car. On his way home from church, J.B. reads it.
Dear Mr. J.B. Merlin, this is to let you know that you are a grandfather. If you don't believe me, just ask your son and a certain girl whose name I won't mention because I am not a rat. They go to the park every Sunday and wheel the baby. How do you like that, you stuffed shirt? A friend. Good Lord! A grandfather! Jones!
Yes, Mr. Merlin?
We're not going home yet. Drive through the park.
No, you mustn't try to sit up, baby. There, that's a good boy. Look at him. Isn't he darling?
Mm-hmm. You know, you've come a long way from the girl who wouldn't even admit it was her own child. You think it's quite a baby, don't you?
Well, you get used to it. You get used to anything if it's around long enough. But this is an unusual baby. Really it is.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess it's heredity.
Oh, yes?
Why, what's the matter with me?
Oh, nothing. What about the other 50%?
Oh, him. Well, if there's anything in heredity, the baby ought to be able to play a wonderful piano.
That's quite a quality, yes. He might also get to be the world's best coffee pot thrower.
Now, that was unnecessary. After all, you don't know the circumstances. Maybe I was to blame.
Well, never mind. Let's not discuss it. It's none of my business, and I haven't any interest in it anyway.
Good morning, David.
What, Dad? What are you doing here?
Just strolling around, my boy. Just strolling around.
Polly, this is my father. This is Miss Parrish.
How do you do?
How do you do? And who is this?
Oh, this is Miss Parrish's little boy.
A boy. Would you mind, Miss Parrish, if I was very careful, would you let me hold him just for a moment?
Of course.
Thank you. Come to your Come to me, little fellow. There. Oh, he's wonderful, isn't he? I'd know that chin anywhere.
Huh? Why?
What's his name, Miss Parrish?
Oh, John.
John. Well, thanks for that, anyway.
Is there something I can do for you?
No, you've done it, my girl. Here, go to your mother, John.
Well, thank you.
I wouldn't keep the baby out much longer. I think it's getting chilly.
Dad, you're acting very strangely. What's the matter?
I'll discuss this with you at home. Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye.
I'll expect you home in an hour, David.
What's the matter with him? I don't... Oh, holy mackerel. He thinks that he... I'll see you later, Polly.
Dad, wait!
Now listen, Dad. I want to tell you...
Quiet! I'll do the talking. 20 years I've been waiting. What do you think for? Why was I living? What was I looking forward to? So this is modern generation. So this is the 20th century.
Dad, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you? Well, marriage was good enough for your father and mother, bless her. And it's good enough for you.
What?
Young man, you're going to marry that girl. You're going to bring my grandson into this house.
Well, now, I've got something to tell you.
Now, don't you start with me. You know my temper. Remember what I did to Governor Meade?
Listen, you haven't any grandson.
Don't deny it. The least you can do is not deny it. I saw him with my own eyes. I saw you with a girl. I saw you wheeling the baby.
That's not my baby.
The least you can do is not deny it. I have other information. A letter from a friend. And if I didn't have it, if I never saw you wheeling him, if I saw that baby on a desert island by himself, I'd know it was my grandson. Why, he looks exactly like me.
Dad, for heaven's sake, you're jumping to conclusions.
I figured out what to do. My mind's made up. Nobody is playing around with my grandchild. I'm taking it, and I'll get it if I have to go to the Supreme Court. I'll take it now, and you try to get it back.
Will you listen, Dad, before your blood pressure goes through the ceiling?
Never you mind my blood pressure. You don't know me in a fight.
You're the stubbornest person I ever saw in my whole life. I'll prove to you it's not my child.
Oh, you're crazy. That's what's the matter with you. You're unbalanced. You've worked too hard and your mind's cracked under it. What you need is a vacation. Take a vacation in Florida.
Well, I'd like to see him try it. He can't take that baby away from me.
You don't know him, Polly. He's sending for lawyers and investigators.
Well, he can't do it. The baby belongs to me. Well, we've got to stop him.
All right. But if you could dig up the piano player, it'd be a big help.
Well, I can't do that.
Well, you'll have to. I mean, when half a dozen lawyers walk in here questioning your fitness to raise a baby...
Look, take me to your father. Let me talk to him. I'll convince him.
Well, he won't believe you either. He's gone off his head. He even wanted me to marry you.
Oh.
He wanted to set me up with a ready-made family so he'd have a grandson. I tell you, it's serious.
Yes. I would be serious marrying me.
No, I didn't mean that. I just...
Would you please go?
Well, I didn't realize how that sounded.
Oh, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you tell your father to leave Johnny and me alone.
Well, I'll do what I can, Polly.
Will you please go? Now.
I'm sorry, Polly.
Oh, get out!
Well, hello, Miss Parrish.
Hello, Mrs. Weiss.
Come in. You know my son, Jerome.
Oh, sure. Hello.
Hello. Mrs. Weiss, would you help me pack? I'm going away.
Away? Where?
Well, I don't know, someplace. They're trying to take the baby away from me.
Who is?
That there fella just went out?
No, his father.
He's the papa of the baby.
No, but his father thinks he is.
Well, that's ridiculous. Now, I don't pretend to be an attorney, but I know your rights, and I say he can't do it.
Well, he'll send people to ask questions, and that's just as bad.
Polly, darling, why don't you get the real papa to go to his father, huh?
I can't. I wish I could.
Sure, that would be the solution.
Wait, I'm thinking. Jerome, if you could be the papa just for a little while...
Huh? What?
That's it.
Mama!
Jerome, this is your chance to do a good deed.
But, Mama!
Your name's Miller, isn't it, Frank Miller?
Oh, yes, sir. That's me, Mr. Merlin.
Let me in. I had a hard job finding you.
Oh, Mr. Merlin, if you came about that note, I didn't mean to make any trouble.
What note?
Nothing.
Listen, Miller. Do you know who the father of that baby is?
Huh?
Who is the father?
Well, I don't know anything, Mr. Merlin. Nothing at all.
You don't? You sure?
No, sir. I don't know.
All right. Look, would you like to be an assistant floor walker again?
Would I?
Then I can fix it for you. Miller, this is your chance to do a good deed.
Beg pardon, Mr. Merlin.
Well, what is it?
There are two people to see you, sir. A Mr. and Mrs. Jerome Weiss.
Weiss? Never heard of them. Tell them to write a letter.
It's about a baby, sir.
A baby? Well, send them in.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Weiss, eh? I thought you were Miss Parrish.
Well, that's the name I use in the store. Jerome and I have been married for 2 years.
Yeah, that's right. 2 years.
Your son just called, and there seems to be a misunderstanding about our baby.
Your baby, Mr. Weiss? Uh-huh. Hey,
So,
yeah.
So there's no need you're sending anybody to investigate the baby. It's only a waste of time.
His baby. It's as though there'd been a death in the family. I can't believe it.
All right, Miller. Right in here.
Sure.
David, what is this?
Well, Dad, maybe this will convince you. This man I brought with me is Frank Miller, the father of that baby.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, that's right, Mr. Merlin. I'm the father. You see, my wife's a very nervous woman, and your son just came over to our flat and said you had the wrong impression about my son. Well, my son is my son and nobody else's. Why, I never heard of such a thing. And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't send any investigators around to make trouble for us.
Just a moment. David, do you know who this other man is?
No, who?
This is the father she brought around, Mr. Jerome Weiss.
So you finally showed up, did you?
Well, I couldn't come any sooner.
Oh, that was pretty cute, running out on her like that. Come here. You know what this is?
Yes, sir.
It's a silver service. I mean, it's a coffee pot.
Yeah, you ought to recognize it. You give your wife scars on the head, eh? Well, here's one for you.
Oh!
How do you like that, piano player?
You keep your hands off of him. Don't
Oh, it's
touch
all right.
him.
You go ahead and stick up for him.
Stop. You might as well cut all this out. It doesn't convince me. And I'm not through with you, Mr. Miller. I'm going to prosecute you for something.
Mr. Merlin, your son made me do this. I'll tell you the truth, and I know what I'm talking about. Your son is the father.
Dad, this is the truth. Now listen, that man Weiss is the father.
I'm not the father. I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
Now wait. I'll straighten this whole thing out. Now listen, Polly. Polly. Where is she? She's gone.
Gone. She'll take the baby. Catch her. Stop that girl.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry I gummed you up, Mr. Merlin, but a guy's got to think quick.
He does, eh?
Sure, got to use the old bean.
Well, you use it now.
Oh!
Open this door. Open it, I say.
I'll never open it. Get away.
All right, and I'll break it down.
Get out of here. Go away. Let me alone.
Now,
You're not going to get this baby.
Polly, listen. I'm not trying to take your baby from you. Since you threw me out this afternoon, you don't know what I've been going through. I thought I was only doing all this because I wanted to help you. But then I realized it's because I'm in love with you.
You sound as if you mean it. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to give up this baby.
Where is he? Where's my son? Ha! I knew I'd find you here.
Dad, I want to confess something. I am the father of that child.
Well, those are the first true words that have passed your lips in 48 hours. Where's the baby? Come on, Johnny. We're going home. Yes. Going bye-bye. Yes, sir. You and Grandpa.
David, did you mean what you said before?
Yes.
And you're willing to spend your life with a ready-made family?
If the family is you and Johnny. And I've got a surprise for you, Polly. We're getting married. Tonight.
Oh. You still think I'm the mother of that baby?
Well, certainly.
Ha ha.
In just a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But first, a word to women who want their hands to stay lovely looking in spite of dishwashing. Remember the one-hand tests? They've proved how kind these gentle flakes are to your hands.
Yes, and it's just as gentle to your nice things, too.
Oh, that reminds me, Sally. Will you read what Mrs. Mayton Britton of New York wrote?
I'd be glad to. She says, New Quick Lux leaves my sweaters as soft as a kitten. They look perfectly lovely. I've been using Lux Flakes for years for my sweaters, silks, and other nice things. I didn't dream it could be improved, but somehow you've done it. New Quick Lux is amazing. It's so fast. It's thrifty, too. And it has the same marvelous gentleness Lux has always had.
Now, there are 3 good reasons for using New Quick Lux. Count them on your fingers.
So fast? Why, you get suds in a second.
A little goes so far, it's thrifty to use.
And New Quick Lux is so very, very safe for everything safe in water alone.
Yet you don't pay a single cent more for this wonderful New Quick Lux. Your grocer has it now in the same familiar box. Buy a big box tomorrow for your stockings, underthings, blouses, dresses, and sweaters, for your very nice things and for your everyday things, too, to keep them new-looking longer. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone. Having brought Bachelor Mother to the happiest of happy endings, Ginger Rogers and Frederick March are all smiles as they report for their curtain call.
Ginger, I hope you don't always get into trouble when you try to help somebody as you did in the play.
Well, once in New York, an old lady dropped her handbag in the subway, and I tried to pick it up for her, and she threatened to have me arrested.
Hmm? I don't think you look like a pickpocket.
Why, Freddie, that's the nicest compliment I've had this afternoon. No, seriously, though, there's nothing like a good turn to brighten up the day.
And like most good ideas, I believe that's in Shakespeare. How far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world.
Is he quoting it right, Freddie?
Don't look at me. Mr. DeMille's a former Shakespearean actor.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll give him an A on tonight's lesson.
I'll give you both plus A on tonight's performance.
Well, we certainly are grateful to you, Freddie, for stepping in and saving the show at the last minute. And I know you and Mr. DeMille join me in wishing the very speediest of recovery to Mr. Joe McCrae. And now I think it's time for Mr. DeMille to give us a report on what he's planned for next week.
We've planned a play for next Monday night, Ginger. It'll keep us busy all week. We're especially proud of both play and stars. The play is Intermezzo, and our stars will be Herbert Marshall, Ingrid Bergman, and Gail Patrick. Intermezzo is the unusual love story of a genius. On the screen, it introduced Ingrid Bergman to American picture audiences. And next Monday night, we introduce her to American radio audiences when she joins Herbert Marshall and Gail Patrick in Intermezzo.
Even for the world's biggest theater, CB, that's a big event. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. You know, there's a lot more applause for you, too, that you can't hear. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall, Ingrid Bergman, Gail Patrick in Intermezzo. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as J.B. Merlin, Bea Benaderet as Mrs. Weiss, Emery Parnell as investigator, Edward Marr as Jerome, Martha Wentworth as matron, Ralph Sedan as Hargraves, Thomas Mills as butler, Kenneth Lawton as clerk, Walter White as detective, and Celeste Rush, Audrey Reynolds, and Frank Martin. Ginger Rogers' forthcoming picture is RKO Gregory LaCava production, Primrose Path. Frank Albertson is now working in the MGM picture, Hooray, I'm Alive. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. We're happy to announce that the radio editors of the United States and Canada have just voted the Lux Radio Theater their favorite dramatic program in the poll conducted by Radio Daily, as well as the recent poll conducted by the New York World Telegram. May we remind you that the March of Dimes has begun. You can help to stamp out infantile paralysis by joining the march. Get a birthday card from the President's Birthday Committee in care of your radio station. And if you can't, mail the President your dimes anyway to help fight this terrible disease. Your dimes and those of your neighbors will help crippled children to walk again. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With everything Ford Focus has to offer, it's one drive you may never want to end. And with a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain extended service plan, it may never have to. The 2003 Ford Focus, now with 0% financing or $1,000 cash back. Only at your Northwest Ford store.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
boy, Knotty Pine seems to get busier every week. Look at all the people down here shopping today.
Yeah, I know what you mean, pal. I have an idea that before long we'll see a lot of new stores going up around here.
They'll have to... Hey!
Hmm?
Look over there. Across the street. Isn't that Harvey Elroy?
I'm not sure, Henry.
Sure looks like him. I haven't seen him since he went off to college 2 years ago.
Look, why don't you run over there and say hi to him, huh? I think I can find my way back to the ranger station alone.
Boy, if you couldn't, we'd have a fine chief ranger. Thanks, Bill. I'll see you later on. Hey, Harv!
I guess it's Harvey, all right. Well, I'd better get along to the station.
So, when I saw you from across the street there, I could hardly believe my eyes. I haven't seen you for 2 years at least.
At least that, Henry. Why, you're starting to look like a real man.
Wow. What about you? Look at you. All those Ivy League clothes. If I didn't know your name was Harvey, I'd think you were Joe College himself.
Say, have you got a few minutes, Henry?
Sure. I have to meet Bill back at the ranger station later, but I'm free now.
Good. Let's stop for a soda or something. I've been away from Knotty Pine for so long, I'd like to hear what all's been happening.
You know us. Practically a new adventure every week. And that just about brings us up to today. Whew. I didn't think I knew so much about Knotty Pine.
Well, you're the best newspaper I've ever seen.
Now, what about you, Harv? It's been so long since I saw you. I can't even remember what your major is in college.
It's botany, Henry.
Botany? Boy, that's swell.
Oh, I guess when you grow up in a place like this, you can't help but get interested in plants and the like. It's a tremendously interesting program.
Program?
Oh, that's what they call the whole 4-year course.
Oh, I can hardly wait till I get to college, Harv. Every time I hear of the things you do and learn, well, I just get all the itchier.
Well, don't you get too itchy for the kicks of college, Henry. It's hard work all the way.
Yeah, I know. But it's so much more interesting than all the stuff you have to learn in high school.
But did you ever think that if you didn't learn all that stuff in high school, you wouldn't be able to go to college?
I know. They wouldn't let you.
Oh, no, it isn't just the law that would stop you.
No?
No, believe me, you use almost everything you learned in high school. Well, they just figure that you know a lot of things already, so they go right on to the more detailed work.
So I guess it's a good thing to learn all you can before you go to college, huh?
I think so. Makes your college career a lot more fun and interesting.
Say, I just thought of something. Harv, what are you doing this coming Saturday afternoon?
Nothing that I know of. Why?
Well, I was just thinking, you being a botany major in college and all, my boys' club is going on an all-day hike Saturday. It sure would be swell if you could come along. You could show us some of the things we might not ordinarily see about the trees and plants and things.
Boys' club, huh?
That's right. Some of the younger fellas in Knotty Pine get together over at the school once a week. They asked me if I'd be their leader.
Yeah, sounds like fun. What all do you do?
Oh, you know, hikes, games. We visit all sorts of places and study lots of things that have to do with nature.
It sounds like maybe I could learn something from your club.
Oh, no, I doubt that. What about it, though, Harv? Would you come along?
Well,
There'll be food. We can plan to cook lunch and supper in the woods. And then maybe you could say a few words about school and things at our meeting after supper.
Meeting?
That's right. One of the things we do each week is to look at a portion of the Bible and study it. We plan to save this week's study for after dinner in the woods. It kind of makes you feel closer to God.
That's right. I'd forgotten. You always were a religious guy, weren't you, Henry?
I guess you could call it that.
College will do you a lot more good than I thought.
What do you mean?
Well, I think you'll change a lot of your ideas about God after you've been there for a while.
I suppose I will. As a matter of fact, I'm planning on it.
You are?
Sure. I figure the more I learn about his creation, the better an idea I'll have of what he's really like.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid that I can't buy God at all. There's a big lack of evidence.
Huh? You don't believe in God?
That's right. I tossed all that over when I grew up. Henry, I'll give you a good little rule to follow, a rule that anybody who is anybody uses, and it's this. Believe anything only on the basis of how much proof there is for it.
That's a pretty good rule, all right.
Yes, it is. And seeing as there's very little, if any, proof for God, well, I'm afraid I just can't buy the whole idea. Hey, Henry, I didn't mean to shatter your faith just like that.
Oh, you didn't, Harv. You just got me to thinking a little.
Well, good. With a brain like that, you'll be a college man before you know it.
Bill?
Yeah, Henry?
Can you prove that God really is?
Oh, been talking to Harvey Elroy, pal?
Yeah. He says that you should only believe something that has enough proof for it, or something like that.
Uh-huh. That's a good rule to follow, pal.
Well, that's what I thought, too, but then he said that there isn't any proof to prove God, so he doesn't believe in him.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. It really shook me up. I never met anybody who didn't believe in God before. I mean, I know a lot of folks who aren't Christians, but they all probably believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
Is what he said right, Bill? Can you prove that God really is?
Well, Henry, that's one of the oldest problems in the world. You see, pal, it isn't as easy as just saying that you can or can't prove that God exists.
What do you mean?
Well, let me give you an example. Let's take the argument that says that because the whole universe is running in an orderly way, you know, all the planets spinning around the sun at their own speeds and seasons always coming around on time, well, almost everything you know about nature is pretty well ordered.
Sure. Otherwise, we couldn't really know anything about nature. I mean, if everything was all haphazard, how could we know what would happen next?
That's right, pal. Now, some of us look at this orderliness of things, and we say that it's a proof that God is running it all. We say that it shows that there is some single operator of the whole thing. And in this way, we say that this is a proof that God exists.
Makes good sense to me. But what did Harv mean?
Well, what he meant was just this. Still using our orderliness argument, it might not mean that God is running things. It might just mean that things are just that way, that they don't need any single person to run them. There are some people who take this side of it.
Yeah. I guess you can say that could be. I just never thought of that side of it before.
Maybe it's a good thing that you do, pal. That way, when you meet people who are highly respected, learned people, and they believe that way, you won't be swayed.
At least I'll know more of what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
But, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
If all the facts that you can use to prove God might really not prove him at all, how do we know there really is a God?
Well, I would have been disappointed in your thinking if you hadn't thought of that, pal. And there is a rather complicated process, but I'll see if I can boil it down for you. It might not all make sense to you right now, but as you get older and study more and think more, I'm sure it'll all fall right into line.
Boy, I sure hope so.
What the thinking Christian does is to use the kinds of proof we were just talking about to support the only real evidence of God's existence.
What's that?
The Spirit himself beareth witness with our spirit. You see, the only real assurance we have is personally from God.
But that doesn't help show someone like Harv, who doesn't believe it to start with, does it? He'd probably just say I was having hallucinations.
And that's pretty well where these other proofs come in.
It all sounds like a big circle to me.
Well, we've said an awful lot in a little time, pal. It'll take you a lot longer to work all this out for yourself. But don't worry too much. Your friend Harvey has just as big a problem with his side.
He does?
Sure. It takes as much, if not more, faith to believe that God doesn't exist. And it takes just as big and fancy a circle of argument to keep him out of things.
You said all that, huh?
That's right.
Hey, your guardian sounds like he's a real intelligent guy. I'm a little surprised. I never saw an intelligent man who called himself a Christian. I mean, like you mean it.
Well, boy, I'll tell you. What you said the other day sure had me shaky. I don't understand the whole thing yet myself, but I know that there is an answer.
Well, I'll stick to my faith, as he calls it. I think there are too many reasons why belief in God is opposite to what's really good.
Well, what do you mean?
Don't you have something there in the Bible that says to believe in God no matter what?
I think so. I know we're to have faith in God no matter what the circumstances.
That amounts to the same thing. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, why do you say that?
I think it's pretty obvious. Look, if I believed that hitting somebody with a ball bat didn't really hurt them, and you showed me a whole hospital full of people who were hurt by ball bats, and I said, it doesn't matter, because I don't believe that ball bats can hurt people, well, you'd think I was crazy, wouldn't you?
I guess so.
Sure you would. Nobody in the world believes anything at all on a no-matter-what basis, except in religion. And I think that that is crazy.
Oh. You sure come back from college full of ideas, Harv. I can't answer a thing like that. But on the other hand, I sure can't toss over my whole Christian faith that easy either.
These are just some of the things we kick around at school, Henry. I didn't mean to get you all bothered. I suppose you don't still want me to join you in your club on Saturday, huh?
Oh, that's not so, Harv. I still think we can learn a lot from you along the lines of botany.
Don't worry, Henry. I won't preach any of my anti-religious sermons to your impressionable young boys. No, really, I think religion is good for young people when they're young. It gives them some pretty right ideas about how to act.
We'll see you on Saturday, then?
Right. Sounds like it'll be fun.
Father in heaven, I don't really know how to pray this to you. Harvey has some pretty good sounding arguments against you. I never thought anything like this before. Maybe it's even a sin to think this way. But you have said to be honest, and I don't think honesty could be a sin. Please show me more about yourself. For two reasons. My faith is a little shaky right now, and Harvey needs to know the truth about you, too. I ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, Frankie. Now hold on tight. Here we go.
Geronimo!
Okay. Now don't trample each other to death trying to get up there for the next ride.
Hey, this really kicks, Henry. No kidding.
We always have a good time, Harp. But you sure have contributed to the fun.
Hey, you sure know some neat things, Mr. Elroy. We never rode those birches before.
Fellas, try not to ride any one birch too many times. They lose their spring after a while, and it does real damage to the trees, huh?
Boy, who'd ever thought you could climb up high enough to make a bend over that way? Boy, that's really keen.
Hey, what happened to your hand, Frankie?
Oh, me? Oh, nothing. Just a little splinter, I guess. Don't hurt much.
Let me have a look at that.
Let's see it.
Boy. We better get that splinter out before it infects.
It's okay, honest.
Come on, Frankie. Looks to me like you'd rather have it hurt just a little than a whole lot when it's taken out.
Come on, Frankie. It'll only pain for a minute. Just let me do the work.
Ow! Hey, is all I hurt going to make it better?
I know what I'm doing, Frankie. Trust me. Here we go.
Ow! Hey, look what I found.
Hey, what'd you find, Frankie? Hey, what do you got?
What is it, Frankie?
Hey, look, it's an old metal trap of some kind.
Boy.
Hey, what do you make of this, Henry?
Ha! Didn't they tell you about how traps grew in botany class? Seriously, I think this is probably one of those traps they used out here a few years ago when there was such a plague of timber wolves.
Yeah.
I guess they tried just about everything to get rid of them.
Well, it's not too good an idea to leave a trap like that lying around where somebody might step in it.
That's right. Let's take it with us.
Hey, can I carry it? I found it.
Well, it isn't set, so I guess it's safe. Sure.
Boy, look what I have.
Huh? Hey, wow. How's it work?
I don't know.
You know, Henry, when you've been away from here for a while, you sure forget about what a beautiful place this part of the country is.
I didn't think you could ever forget that.
I guess I thought that, too, when I used to live right here. But, well, when you get away and taken up with studies and other things, you sort of forget all this.
Ow!
She got in a trap.
Frankie, now what?
That's what I was wondering.
I'm caught. Give me...
How did you do a thing like that?
I was just seeing how it worked. Please get it off my arm. It hurts.
Give me a hand there, will you, Harv? It looks like he's really stuck in this thing.
Here, let me take a look.
Oh, boy, it sure hurts.
It looks to me like you have to pull these two things apart and then slip the arm out this way.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But he's got his arm in there so funny.
It's not so funny.
Harvey, you pull those pieces apart, and I'll wiggle the trap around a little. Frankie, I think you'll have to push your arm farther in.
Farther in? I want to get it out.
But it looks like you'll have to push it farther in to get it out all right.
Doesn't seem right. Push it farther in to get it out.
Henry's right, Frankie. Just trust us. Now, we'll have you out of there in jig time.
Fellas, may I have your attention for a few minutes? Thanks. For our Bible lesson tonight, I want to read just one verse. It's from Hebrews in the 10th chapter. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering. Now, you know that means we should believe in God, that we should trust Christ. And it says without wavering. And you know that means no matter what. I was having a chat with a fellow about this very thing not too long ago. And he was saying that in everything else we do, we follow a different idea. In everything but religion, we only hold fast to that which seems right. And as soon as anything else comes along that makes it look wrong, we can't hold fast to it anymore.
What do you mean, Henry?
Well, if I was to say that I believed that lions were friendly animals, what would you say?
I'd say you were crazy.
Well, sure you would. Because you know that some lions have been very unfriendly, don't you? But what if I just kept on believing it? What if I held fast to it? You'd think I was crazier still.
Is that what the Bible says to do?
Well, not about lions, Frankie, but about God. We're supposed to believe him no matter what things look like around us. Now, that isn't very hard for you fellas, because you haven't seen too much of the troubles of the world. But for my friend, this was very hard. He could see many things that looked like just the opposite of what you would expect if there was a God. And he said that to hold fast in the light of all these things was foolish.
Boy, what'd you tell him, Henry?
Yeah, what'd you tell him?
Well, right at the time, I didn't have any answer for him. But thanks to God and to you fellas today, and especially you, Frankie, I have a good answer.
Who, me?
Sure. Because at least twice today, you held fast to an idea, even when the way things were working looked like the exact opposite of what you wanted.
I did.
Sure. Remember your splinter this morning? You believed that I could make you feel better, even when I had to hurt you to do it.
And you did, too.
And then, this afternoon with that trap. Remember how you believed that they were going to get you out of it? Even though we were telling you to put your hand farther in?
Yeah.
All I want to say to you fellas right now is that a lot of times during your life, things are going to come along that just don't look like God is interested in them at all. But you might have all kinds of reasons to doubt his care. And when that happens, remember Frankie and his splinter, or his trap. Things may hurt more for a while, or even what seems to be backwards for you. But, in the words of our verse from the Bible tonight, let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering. And now we'll pray, and then we'll have to break camp and head for home.
Good night, Frankie.
Good night. And that's the last of them. They sure are a lot of fun, but it really tires a fellow out.
You can say that again. Want to stop at the soda fountain for a minute before you head for home, Henry?
Sure.
Henry.
Uh-huh.
I guess that little talk was aimed at me, huh?
No, it wasn't, Harv, really. It's just that I've been puzzling over all that you said the other day, and when I finally got a few of the answers, I thought that the other fellows ought to know, too.
Well, you make me feel kind of stupid.
I'm sorry, Harv. I sure didn't
Oh,
mean...
you don't need to apologize, Henry. I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's just that, well, what you said was really good. I should have thought of things like that myself.
You didn't need to.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't believe in God, so you don't need to work your way out of tight spots like that.
I see what you mean.
I just thought it was great that God arranged all those little things just to show us the answers.
You think God did that?
I'm sure of it. You see, Harv, lots of places in the Bible, it says that God will tell you what to say when people question your faith in him. All I can say is that I believe in him and trust him because I know him. But that doesn't convince you. I left this whole argument up to him, and I think he did pretty well with it.
You give the guy the creeps the way you talk. Like God was really right along with us out there.
I think he was.
Henry, on second thought, I think I'll just go straight home tonight. Let's take a rain check on the drugstore, huh?
Well, it all sounds wonderful, pal. I can't help getting a little excited about it myself when I hear of God's definite answering of prayer.
You know what I think is so great about all this, Bill?
What's that, Henry?
Well, I have to admit that all those things Harvey was saying about there being no reason to believe in God and things like that.
Uh-huh.
Well, I really was bothered by them. I probably even started to doubt a little bit, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised.
But when God really arranged things out there on that hike and made just the right things happen, well, how can you doubt a thing like that?
Isn't it pretty much what we were talking about a few days ago, pal? The only real assurance we have is personally from God himself. We can think up all the reasons we want, for or against, but that is only man at work. When God makes himself known, he does it in a definite, positive way.
I sure hope Harvey learns that about God.
Well, from what you've told me, I'd say he's well on his way to learning it.
Bill? I just thought of something. Why didn't it make you upset when I started bringing up all those questions and when I told you that I might have started doubting God?
Henry, when you get as old as I am, you've gone through a great many doubting times. And as I think you've seen this time, if you follow through honestly, God will honor your truthfulness with an even more thrilling assurance of himself.
He sure did that this time.
God is real, Henry. He's all in all, a great God of gods. If he can't stand up to a few little arguments, then he isn't God. But he can, and he does. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Just live my life with what I've got. Loving every minute of it, keep calling the shots. Oh yeah, right there, keep hitting the spot. True to myself, do it my own way. Don't give a second thought to what the others say. Totally focused when you see what you want, see what you get. Come on, we got the best yet. Just live your life.
Got a passion for cheeseburgers? Then you got to get to DQ. Because right now, you can get 2 DQ cheeseburgers for $2 or 2 double cheeseburgers for just $3. Calling all cheeseburger lovers, DQ's something different.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen are the show when his orchestra for singing glee. We're the Smoothies 3. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston.
George and Gracie have dropped in for another visit. Of course, you've been expecting them, but what about those folks who drop in unexpectedly at mealtime? Well, don't fret, don't fuss, just serve Spam, S-P-A-M. This tender, juicy meat is perfect for hurry-up meals. It's all ready to eat. Just open the Spam can, slice it, and serve with sliced tomato or a salad. Spam is always ready for quick action because this delicious meat doesn't need refrigeration. And the rich, satisfying goodness, the tempting taste of Spam always makes a hit. Get a supply of Spam when you shop tomorrow and try the easy recipes on the label. You'll discover the easy way to please your unexpected guests because cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Together just like Spam and eggs. Ooh. Why, the stars of our show, and here they are in person, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Folks, you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little out of breath. But the minute we hear Artie Shaw's music, all of us on the stage here, we just have to dance.
Oh, yes. George, did you see Bud and me doing the rumba?
Yeah, what was that? Artie Shaw was playing a foxtrot, and why were you and Bud doing a rumba?
Well, Bud used to be a football player.
Well, what's a football player got to do with a rumba?
Well, he's used to keeping the backfield in motion.
I see. So, Bud, the rumba is the only dance you can do, huh?
Oh, no, George. Do you know the can-can?
Uh-huh.
It's full of spam.
Yeah, oh.
Nice plug.
Well, thanks, George. You're a pretty good dancer yourself.
Oh, it's really nothing. Of course, I was a student of Nijinsky.
Really? Let me hear you say something in Nijinsky.
Say about a temperature.
Oh, good.
It's not a language. Nijinsky was an internationally famous dancer. At one time, he had the world's largest ballet.
Well, why did he go on a diet?
Gracie, I'm sure you've seen ballet dancing. Look, I'll give you a demonstration. I'll put my foot out like this.
Yeah.
See, then I'll point my toe
Mm-hmm.
and place my hand on my hip like this.
Uh-huh.
Then throw my head back gracefully like this.
Oh, isn't he pretty?
Yes, I'm a little dreamboat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget one night in Cleveland. The ballet was doing the Dance of the Faun, and there I was in an amber spotlight singing the Pipes of Pan. The audience was spellbound.
Senor Burns, you sang the Pipes of Pan?
Yes, Senor Lee, I sang the Pipes of Pan.
Which was worse, your pipes or your pan?
Artie, will you put a muzzle on that South American guitar player?
Sure, George, but first I'll have to take it off the piano player.
Well, take it off.
Now, George, don't let him upset you. I happen to know that you know a lot about the theater. In fact, my grandfather used to tell me about seeing you on the stage.
When you were a kid?
No, when he was a kid.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, anyway, I do know a lot about the theater. My father and mother were actors. As a matter of fact, I was born on the stage.
Did you get much of a hand?
Yes, for an encore, I did a minuet with the stork.
The stork?
Yes.
You know, I once saw a stork that looked like a duck.
How can a stork look like a duck?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he wore his legs down delivering to Bing Crosby?
Yes, well, maybe. Where was I? Oh, yes, Nijinsky. Ah, those were the days. What acts they had in vaudeville. Bankoff and Gurley, Tittenfest and Lee, Croveney Brothers and Croveney. Where can you find talent like that today?
Well, I don't know about the rest of them, but I do know what Dittenfest is doing.
Dittenfest?
Yes.
Dittenfest and Lee?
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing?
He's an assistant to a doorknob polisher.
Assistant to a doorknob polisher?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Well, he's the fellow that goes, and the other fellow polishes.
That's some job.
George, as long as you're in an old-time mood, we smoothies would like to sing a real oldie, Alabama Bound.
Okay, kids. Alabama Bound. You know, I used to do that in vaudeville, too. Those were the days. You know, folks, vaudeville is in my blood.
Oh, so that's where it went.
Artie, you and Bud and the rest of you can kid all you want to. But if it hadn't been for vaudeville, I wouldn't have met Gracie. Remember, Gracie, the first time we met at the Hill Street Theater in Newark? You came into my dressing room?
Yes, and you had a picture of that balloon dancer on the wall.
That's right. And the minute I saw you, I took the picture down and put it in the wastebasket.
And then you put the wastebasket in the safe.
And then came all those tough years. I struggled and worked my fingers to the bone.
Yeah, but you couldn't open the safe.
Those were the days, yes. Smoothie's the song.
I'm Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all I'm worth to put my tootsies in an upper berth. Just hear the choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground, and then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama bound, Alabama waiting for me. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth to put all my tootsies in an upper berth. Just hear that choo-choo, now we're bound to cover ground. Here I go, choo-choo blow, I'm Alabama bound. Goodbye blues, birds are singing, every old thing's in tune. Goodbye blues, nothing but laughter morning and afternoon. I'm Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging around, leaving town. I just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all I'm worth, the bestest that I had. To put the tootsies in an upper berth, just hear the choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground, and then I holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama bound, I'm Alabama bound. We're leaving this town, from now on not a frown, 'cause we're Alabama bound.
Smoothies, that was beautiful. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play. We're going to give you our version of the popular MGM picture, Gold Rush Magee. In this story...
George, we're not going to do Gold Rush Magee.
We're not.
No, I sat up 2 days and 2 nights and changed the whole title.
You did? Well, what is it now?
Gold Rush Gracie.
That's some twist. That
Isn't
took you
it?
2 days and 2 nights.
Mm-hmm.
How did you happen to think of changing Magee to Gracie?
Just blind luck, I guess.
Well, all right, I'll do it your way. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled Gold Rush Gracie. And I know you're going to like it because it's got a lot of old numbers. And I love old numbers.
No, eso a mí me consta. Yo sé que a ti te gustan mucho los números viejos.
Artie, what did Senor Lee say?
Well, George, he says he knows you love old numbers.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yeah, he saw you out with one last night.
Senor Lee, every week you start some new trouble. Why don't you go home and stay home?
I cannot do that. My father, she has the measles.
My father, she has the measles?
Your father, too?
Look, senor, your father, he has the measles. Your mother, she has the measles. Your brothers, they have the measles.
Catching, isn't it?
Oh.
Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled Gold Rush Gracie.
Now.
Now?
Now, I changed the title.
What is it now?
Gracie of the Brown Derby.
Gracie of the Brown... This is a story about a gold mine.
What do you think the Brown Derby is?
All right, then. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled Gracie of the Brown Derby.
Mr. Byrne.
Look, I know you went to Harvard for 4 years and that you're very unhappy because you're a sound man, but that's not...
It's not that. Would you mind if I slammed the door just once?
Why?
I read tonight's script, and I noticed that there are no sound effects for me.
Well, you're still getting paid.
Yes, I am getting paid. Could I please slam the door just once?
Well, all right, slam the door.
Ah, now I feel better.
Why?
I refuse to accept charity.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled Gracie of the Brown Derby.
Now.
You changed the title.
Yes.
What is it?
She was killed wearing slacks, or she died like a man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to do a play entitled She Was Killed Wearing Slacks, or She Died Like a Man.
George, I hate to interrupt, but tonight I'd like to repeat Frenesy, the number I played on the opening show, because there's a very fine musician waiting to hear it.
Who?
Me.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled She Was Killed Wearing Slacks.
To think I'm a lowly sound man.
Sound man. Stop grumbling.
To think I've got one brother who won the Pulitzer Prize and another brother who won the Nobel Prize.
You've been telling me about those two genius brothers for weeks.
Yes, and they're ashamed of my being a sound man.
Well, if they're ashamed of you, why don't you quit?
If I quit, they don't eat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to do a play entitled...
Perdón, Senor Burns.
What is it, Senor Lee?
How about a part for me in the sketch?
Sketch? It's sketch. You don't even know your ABCs.
I do, too. A, B, C.
Well?
There's more?
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a play entitled She Was Killed Wearing Slacks, or She Died Like a Man.
Now, I changed the title. The title is The Bus Drivers Who Wear Pajamas, or They Drive by 90.
Gracie, is this the last title?
It's positively the last title.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to do a play entitled The Bus Drivers Who Wear Pajamas, or They... Come in!
George Burns and Gracie Allen?
Yes?
I'm Joyce Moon.
Oh, Joyce Moon. George, I forgot to tell you, this young lady is from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, and she has been chosen Queen of the Lakes at the Minneapolis Aquatennial. Go ahead, Joyce. Go ahead.
Mr. Burns and Miss Allen, the people of Minnesota have sent me as a goodwill ambassador to inform you that we in Minnesota are naming 2 lakes after you, Lake Burns and Lake Allen.
Naming 2 lakes after us. Well, Gracie, say something.
I don't know what to say. I've never been a lake before.
Gracie, please.
Here are 2 jars of water, one from Lake Burns and one from Lake Allen. As we knew you were too busy to come to Minnesota to christen the lakes, we brought the lakes here to christen you.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And before you go back, Miss Moen, I must give you some water from our Los Angeles River. That is, as soon as I can find a shovel.
Miss Moen, we just can't wait until we see those 2 lakes.
Oh, they're very pretty little lakes. You know, Lake Burns and Lake Allen have a little bay?
They have a little bay, huh?
Well, isn't that cute? How long have they been married?
About 2 years.
Oh.
Well, goodbye. I've got to be running along.
Well, goodbye, Miss Moen, and thank you, and thanks to the people of Minnesota.
This is what I do for a living.
Quiet, sound man.
Pardon me, old man River.
Oh. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're definitely going to do a play entitled The Bus Drivers Who Wear Pajamas, or They Drive by 90.
No.
No!
No. Now, I've really got the title now. Why I didn't think of this before, I'll never understand. This will really floor you.
Well, what's the title?
Gold Rush Magee.
Artie, play Frenesy. I heard everything.
George, isn't it wonderful having 2 Minnesota lakes named after us?
Yes, Gracie, but we have to go there. How are we going to find them? There are 10,000 lakes in Minnesota.
But there's only one Spam.
Spam? What's Spam got to do with our finding the lakes?
Well, you'd be surprised. George, spell Spam backward.
Spam backward. Let me see now. M-A-P-S.
That spells maps.
That's right.
So if we want to find our lakes, all we have to do is look at some maps.
Well, Bud, there's another easy use for Spam.
It's a good thought, too, George, because Spam is so easy to use. This delicious tender meat goes hand in hand with warm weather lunches and suppers. When mealtime rolls around, just open a can of Spam, slice this grand-tasting meat, and serve with your favorite salad or make plain Spamwiches. Spam is all ready to eat as soon as the can is opened. Now, here's another hint. Follow the Spam platter idea that Bubble served at luncheon in Gracie's honor the other day. Put a mound of cottage cheese on a platter, then a ring of sliced tomato, and surround the platter with slices of Spam. Decorate with radishes and olives, and you're all set to entertain in grand style.
Oh, and boy, was that good.
Yes, Gracie. The meaty flavor, the satisfying taste of Spam makes the meal complete, and you can see it's so easy. When the family says, "What do we eat?" surprise them with Spam, S-P-A-M. Then try the easy recipes on the label. Be sure to ask your food dealer for Spam, a Hormel product, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
And now for our play, and you can make up your own title. Bud, set the scene.
The scene of our story opens in a typical frontier dance hall, the Cafe Elbow, just a joint. All the dance hall hostesses are working hard trying to make an honest mink coat. In the center of the floor, we find our heroine, Gold Rush Gracie.
Well, the dance is over, Killadilly Shaw, and I sure enjoyed it.
I'm mad about you, Gold Rush Gracie. You got me walking around in circles.
Well, with your bow legs, what else can you do?
Hello, Gold Rush Gracie.
Sheriff Burns. Sheriff, you're just in time. Dead-Eye Dawson is here.
Dead-Eye Dawson?
Yes.
Why, he's a killer. Quick, let's call the posse.
Oh, I can't.
Why not?
The posse's outside having kittens.
Out of my way, Gold Rush. I'll get him. Where is he?
Oh, there he goes. He's heading for the free lunch counter.
Well, out of my way.
Ouch. Oh. You got him, Sheriff.
I got him? Well, where did I get him?
Between the chopped liver and the cold cuts.
That's a mighty painful place.
Well, there goes Dead-Eye Dawson, the only real bad man in the town. The only man I could have loved and married. I love bad men. I love good men. I love tall men and I love short men. I love men.
Quiet.
I can go out like this for years.
I know. Gold Rush Gracie, according to the terms of your father's will, if you're not married by 5 o'clock today, your gold mine goes back to the one your father hates the most.
You mean to Mama?
Yes, I mean to Mama. And Gold Rush, you've only got a few minutes left to pick out a man and get married. What do you say?
Nick, give me a drum roll.
Drum roll.
Now, come on, boys. Get around me. Boys, you all know I'm going to lose the gold mine if I don't get married before 5 o'clock.
That's right, yes, sir.
So now we're going to hold a contest, and the toughest man gets me and my gold mine.
Oh, boy, that's going to be fun.
Oh, but wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. The man I marry must be as bad as my pappy.
Well, what did your pappy do?
Well, he once met an Italian with a sore throat, and pappy did something that was terrible.
What did he do?
He tied knots in his spaghetti.
He did he?
Yeah.
Make way for Gold Rush Gracie's new husband. Gold Rush, you don't have to look any further. I'm the baddest man in town. The rest of these here fellas are all sissies.
Sissies? Did you hear that, men? This fella says that you're all sissies. Well, are you all sissies? Well, are you all sissies? Well, are you?
Don't rush us, kid. We're trying to think.
Well, Gold Rush, you better make up your mind. You've got to get married to somebody.
Make
you know.
way, here comes Bullethead Heaston. He'll gallop through the window. He's riding for trouble.
Whoa!
That.
He's a Fanchnamarco unit, this kid.
You call that riding for trouble? When my pappy rode, there was real trouble.
How come?
Well, he didn't know how to ride.
Oh, well.
Out of my way, varmints. Gold Rush Gracie, if you're looking for a real bad man to marry, I'm a man with a record. On my right arm here, I've got tattooed names of the men I've killed. On my left arm, I've got tattooed all the names of the banks I've held up. And on my back, I've got tattooed, well, you wouldn't be interested.
Oh, well, yes, I would. Come here, let me read it. Listen, boys. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy. Or was he?
Well, what do you think of Fuzzy Wuzzy?
It's pretty lousy. You've got a poem tattooed on your back and your record tattooed on your arms, eh?
I got something on my chest, too.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, for a tasty snack, just open a can of Spam. It's all ready to eat. You'll find everybody in the house likes its meaty flavor and it needs no refrigeration. And there's nothing like Spam for lunch.
You call yourself bad, huh?
Oh, I'm plenty bad. Today, for lunch,
yes,
I had hamburger.
Oh.
That is bad.
You ain't half as tough as my pappy. My pappy would take a telephone book and tear it with 2 fingers like this.
Say, tearing a phone book with 2 fingers? That's wonderful, Gold Rush Gracie. How did you ever do it?
Easy. It was a Glendale phone book.
Well, it's no use, Gold Rush Gracie. You'll have to go a long way to find anybody as tough as your pappy.
From there to here is far?
Yeah.
You're tougher than her pappy?
You really think so?
What makes you so bad?
I'm the black sheep of my family. I'm in bad with my uncle. I'm in bad with my father. I'm in bad with my cousin. And it's no good.
Why?
It's too many in one bad.
Well, Gold Rush, your time is just about up.
Well, I guess I'm going to lose the gold mine after all.
Oh, don't take it too hard. Come on over to the piano and I'll sing you a little song. One April showers all will come your way. Oh, for they bring clouds of that blooming May.
Oh, stop, Sheriff, stop. After hearing you sing, I've made up my mind that you're the man I'm going to marry.
Why?
Because nobody can be as bad as you are.
Is that so? And now, ladies and gentlemen, that was the story of Gold Rush Gracie.
Now,
No?
I changed the title.
Quiet. Gracie will now sing I'm Nobody's Baby. Play it, Arthur.
I used to be my mother's baby, but when I smiled, my dad went wild. Whenever we had company, they'd bounce me on their knee, and the neighbors thought I was a darling child, I think. Once I was everybody's baby, but right now I'm lonesome as can be. You see, I'm nobody's baby. I wonder why each night and day I pray the Lord up above. Oh, please send me down somebody to love, but nobody wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me, because I'm nobody's baby now? Oh dear Beatrice Fairfax, what shall I do? Sign perplexed. Why, oh why do they shy when they spy that gleam in my eye? I'm 5'2" with eyes of blue, and people tell me I'm attractive. I can cook and sew, but my evenings aren't very active. So won't you hear my cry and take a chance on I, because I'm nobody's baby now, but I'll get somebody's baby somehow.
Friends, when the weather is hot and sultry and appetites are dull, here's the way to give your family grand-tasting food that's easy to fix. Just open a can of Spam, tender, juicy meat that's all ready to eat. Slice it and serve with your favorite summer salad. The delicious taste, the meaty, satisfying flavor of Spam wins approval from the huskiest appetite. Ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow. Try the easy recipes on the label. Be sure you ask for S-P-A-M Spam.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night.
Say, Gracie, wasn't that nice to have 2 lakes named after us?
Yes, but Jack Benny had a mountain named after him.
A mountain?
Yeah.
What is that?
Mount Baldy.
Good night, folks.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Something different.
What'd you get? You're not gonna believe this. Top's Deli has 25 different kinds of sandwiches. 25? 25. And get this, if they don't sell the roasted chicken within 2 hours, they don't sell them at all.
How can they do that? That's impossible.
Oh, wait, it gets worse. The chefs at Top make the salad from scratch every day. Then we, dump ours out of a box and leave it in the case for days.
Top Food and Drug. Quality in the bag, savings in the bill.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Racketeers in Gas Coupons. The Green Hornet strikes again. As a car drew up at a certain gas station on the west side of the city, the station attendant leisurely walked out from the office and approached the two prospective customers who sat waiting.
Evening.
Evening, Bud. We want to have a little talk with you.
Talk, huh? What about?
Well, supposing we did want gas and didn't have any coupons. What could you do about that?
No coupons, no gas. You ought to know that by this time.
Sure, we know. But if a lot of people who needed gas came by here without coupons, and you had the coupons to sell them along with the gas, think of the dough you'd be making. Get it?
Look, I ain't no dumb cluck. I get it all right. We know he ain't dumb, don't we, Joe?
Sure, Pete. We wouldn't have stopped here if we thought he was dumb. We stopped because we thought he's smart. How about it, buddy? Want us to tell you how to work it?
If you guys are trying to deal me in on a phony gas coupon racket, you can get going. I'm not interested, see? Gee, Joe, what do you know about that? He ain't interested.
Oh, he's just a little hard to convince, that's all. Hey, fellow, what if I told you we ain't dealing in phony coupons? What then?
If you got real ones, then your racket's worse than I thought. I deal honest, see? I'm not knuckling down to any mugs like you. For 2 cents, I'd turn you in. That's what I ought to do.
So that's it, huh? You got 2 coppers to give the dope, Pete?
Nope. I ain't got 2 coppers to give him. But I got a couple of lead slugs he can have. Hey, put that gun away. You can't do that and get away with it.
Oh, yeah? Give him the slugs, Pete.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll show you.
Make better deals when other gas station guys hear about that one being plugged.
Yeah. It's too bad when a guy has to go quick like that. Makes me feel kind of sad, you know? Nobody around to see him go, either.
That was a break for us.
How many we got that took coupons, Joe? Boss will be anxious to know.
About half a dozen so far. But there'll be more. Don't worry about that. They all paid cash on the line.
Where are we going now?
Back to the boss's apartment. You better lay low for the rest of the night. Somebody will find that dope at that gas station, and the cops will be on the lookout. Step on it, Pete.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was talking to Ed Lowry, one of his reporters, in the publisher's office at the Sentinel building.
The murder of that gas station attendant turned out to be quite a mystery, Lowry, since he was found out near the gas pumps, and since there was no cash missing. Robbery certainly wasn't the motive.
That's right, Chief. The guy must have been there alone when it happened, too. Cops haven't found anybody who knows anything about what happened.
Oh, hello, Axford. Come on in.
Sure I am in, Reed.
So I noticed.
Hi, Lowry.
Well, if it isn't our star reporter, Mike Axford. Coming in with another scoop, no doubt.
If you were really complimenting me, I'd know you're out of your head, Lowry. And if you're trying to get me goat, you're crazy. Because any ribbon from you rolls right off me back. That it does.
Oh, fooey.
Why don't you two grow up? What's on your mind, Axford?
Nothing but me hat, Reed.
For once he spoke the truth, Chief.
Oh, is that so now? Can't a guy crack a little joke around here without somebody...
Calm down, Axford, and tell me whatever you came in to say.
Well, it isn't very important, Reed. But I wondered if we might get a story out of it. Sergeant Burke told me down at headquarters that some gas station guy tried to sell an investigator some gas coupons this morning. But when the investigator offered to take some, the guy became suspicious or something and wouldn't sell him any. He swore he was only kidding.
Did they take him down for questioning?
Sure, but they couldn't get anything out of him. They let him go, but they're having him watched. Well, some little independent station he come from on the east side. A guy named Lewis.
Well, there's a lot of those coupons floating around lately, Chief.
So I've heard. It's a mystery how people get a hold of extra coupons like that, ones that are really genuine.
It'd be a good scoop if we could run down some guy who had some to sell. I think I'll make a point of trying to find some.
It'd probably develop into a good story, Lowry. Especially if we could find the source. If you do come across any, let me know.
Okay, Chief.
I have a hunch the discovery of the person or persons behind the whole thing might be a bigger scoop than we think.
That evening, a car was parked in the shadows a short distance from the gas station, which was run by the man Lewis, of whom Axford had spoken that morning.
Look, Joe, I think he's locking up now.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, all right.
Are you sure he walks home?
Yeah, he don't live very far up the road. It's kind of dark up that way, too.
Hey, how about the dick that's been tailing Lewis all day? He must be down the road there a ways watching the station.
Lewis comes up this way, see? The other guy will tail him at a distance so he won't know what's happening here in the dark till it's too late. Anyway, we can throw a couple of slugs back his way to scare him off.
Hey, here comes Lewis now.
Yeah, get ready. Open the car door. Come on, get out. Keep quiet. You won't see the car with the lights out.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Here he comes. I'll stop him. You sock him from behind. Quiet now. Hey, you.
Who's that? What do you want?
Come here a minute. Keep quiet. I want to talk to you.
Well, what do you want to say to me?
I told you to keep your voice down, Dope. Somebody we know wants to have a little talk with you. So you're coming with us.
I'm not going anywhere, fella. I'm going home, and you're not going to stop me, see?
Is that so? Pete, let him have it.
Got him right on the cocoa. Fresh guy, ain't he?
Shut up with your gabbing and help me put this lame brain in the car. For your own good, I hope you didn't conk him too hard.
He'll come out of it all right so the boss can talk to him. Come on.
Easy now. There. Come on, get in.
Okay.
Hey, there's somebody coming. That Dick, I guess. Get going. Give him a couple of shots, Pete.
Meantime, Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was working later than usual, typing up some important letters for the young publisher.
Well, if it isn't little Casey, working like a trooper even though it's way past 6 o'clock.
So what? It isn't the first time I've stayed overtime, expert.
That it isn't. And I hope Reed appreciates it, too. That I do.
Hey, why all this sudden concern about my working hours, Axford?
Can't a man show some interest in your welfare without you getting huffy about it, Casey?
That depends. But if it's a loan you want, nothing doing.
No, did I say anything about a loan? Did I?
Not yet. But I suspect something like that when you start handing out your blarney.
Casey, I can't for the life of me understand what makes you so suspicious all the time.
Well, it's just one thing, Axford. You.
Casey, I think you ought to go see one of them there psychoanalytics. There's something wrong with your Lombardo or something, I'm thinking.
Oh, skip it. Only don't come in here impersonating one of the intelligentsia.
Say, did I do that now? Maybe I ought to go on the radio. I heard some guy impersonating the other night,
Your
and he was...
impersonation is much too poor for public exhibition, Axford. Now, if you came in here to see Mr. Reed, go on into his office and let me finish my work.
So that's the thanks I get for being thoughtful about you, is it? Well, the next time I won't even stop to say hello. That I won't.
That's certainly something to look forward to. Goodbye now.
Phooey.
Well, Axford, are you trying to impersonate Lowry by any chance?
What? You too, Reed?
I too? What do you mean?
Every time I open my mouth around this joint, someone says I'm impersonating someone or something.
We'll see if you can impersonate a good reporter for a while. What's on your mind this time?
Well, I just came back from Cops headquarters after phoning in that story to the rewrite desk.
Oh, did you pick up something down there? I haven't checked downstairs recently.
Sure, I picked up something. That guy I told you about today, name of Lewis, you know?
I remember the gas station chap. The police were having watched. Well, what about him?
He got picked up by a couple of guys in a car out near his place. He's disappeared.
Oh, I see. Then it looks as though he did have something to hide. Something others didn't want him to tell the police.
Sure, and the guys who took him away were plenty tough, too. They shot at the man Sarge had tailing Lewis, but it was too dark for him to get a look at them or see the car number.
The whole business gets more complicated all the time. Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Lowry. I got something hot.
What is it, Lowry?
I found a guy at a little independent gas station who sold me some gas coupons. Some real ones, too. He was leery about me at first, but after I hung around a while, he broke down and let me have some.
Where are you now? Where's that place you got those coupons?
I'm over on the east side in a drugstore. Gas station's right near here at the corners. Hey, I thought I'd find you here, buddy. Hang up that phone.
Hello? Hello, Lowry. Lowry, hello.
What did he do, hang up on you, Reed?
He hung up all right, but not because he wanted to. Call Sergeant Burke and tell him Lowry's in some sort of trouble, somewhere on the east side. Somebody didn't want him to make a report on what he found. Then you'd better get on down to headquarters right away.
You mean somebody's got Lowry?
Yes, and before the night's over, I think they'll be very sorry they laid hands on a reporter of the Daily Sentinel.
A short time later, In a small apartment on the east side, Lowry, flanked by Joe and Pete, stood before the seated figure of a well-dressed man.
Who is this? Why have you brought him here?
We don't know who he is yet, boss. We do know he's been snooping around trying to buy up some coupons. He wouldn't take no for an answer over at the Eastline gas station.
Yeah, boss, but he ain't so smart. Guy at the station went in and gave us a tip-off on the phone. We told him to sell them at a few, but to stall till we got there to tail him.
Good work, boys.
He went into a phone booth and was calling somebody to give him the dope when we grabbed him. Should I frisk him?
Yes, we might as well know just who he is.
You jerks keep your hands off me.
Hold him, Pete.
Yeah, with pleasure.
I told you to keep away.
I got him now. Go ahead, Joe.
You guys will be sorry for this. You wait and see.
Dry up. Here's the stuff from his pockets, boss.
Good. Edward Lowry, Daily Sentinel.
Sneaking news hound, huh?
Exactly, and we can't let him go.
We just got back a while ago from giving that squealer a ride, boss. We can do the same with this cluck if you say so.
Ain't nobody's taking me for a ride, you dirty bunch of killers. Oh.
That'll hold him for a while.
But think, fool, you've knocked him out. Now I have to wait till he comes to find out how much he knows and who he's told. After I do find out, you better get rid of him as fast as you can. And remember, he must disappear completely. There must be no slip-up.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. Concerned over Lowry, Britt Reed hurriedly left his office and went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty, Cato. Lowry's in some sort of trouble.
Trouble, Mr. Britt?
Yes, he disappeared. He was phoning me from a drugstore on the east side about a lead he had on racketeers and gas coupons, when I distinctly heard someone forcibly make him leave the phone.
Oh, evidently one of the racketeers followed him to the phone booth.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. And it means that Lowry's in great danger.
You have plans, Mr. Britt?
Not yet, Cato. But we'll make some plans as we drive over to the east side.
Oh, Black Beauty is ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Good. The police have been notified, but they're going to have the help of the Green Hornet in rounding up those racketeers. Come on, there's no time to lose. When they find out Lowry's a reporter and has something on them, there's no telling what they'll do.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go first, Mr. Britt?
To the gas station owned by that man Lewis, Cato, the one who disappeared earlier this evening. We're almost there now.
What you expect to find there? A clue?
No, not necessarily a clue, but if he had a quantity of coupons which he was selling, I'd like to get a look at them. There's the place. Pull over in the shadows and stop. Someone may be watching the place from nearby. I'm going to try to get in the back way. You wait right here, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Keep the lights out and the motor running, Cato. We may have to leave in a hurry.
Melting into the shadows along the road, Britt Reed quickly but cautiously approached the back of the darkened gas station. Using a thin steel tool, he swiftly manipulated the lock of a back window. Then, moving silently, he lifted himself over the sill.
This place isn't very big. Now, here's my flashlight. Detached gas coupons in that cigar box near the cash register there. Evidently the ones taken from customers. Now, look in this drawer. There's no doubt in my mind the police have already been here and gone through everything, but I did hope I might... sheets of new coupons lying into these reports here. Uh-oh. That must be a plant by the police to see who'd come searching for these unused stamps. Something tells me I've unwittingly walked into a trap. Maybe there's time to... I guessed right, someone was watching this place. Time for me to get out of here and fast.
Hurry, Mr. Britt. Must hurry.
Step on it, Cato, quick.
Narrow escape, Mr. Britt.
We're used to narrow escapes, Cato.
What good it do you to find coupons genuine?
Well, since they're genuine, Cato, it shows they must come from a place where such coupons are kept in large quantities.
Only such place be ration boards.
Exactly. And I have a hunch, Cato. I want you to phone the police from some nearby drugstore. Tell them that you want to tip them off the Green Hornet's about to steal a lot of gas coupons from one of the gas rationing boards, and then hang up.
But there's more than one in city, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I know.
Which one you plan to enter?
None, Cato. We'll just lay low for a while. And if my hunch is correct, we should get some news over the radio here on the Black Beauty within the hour. News that will lead us to the place where Larry's being held, and to the man who's responsible for his disappearance. Stop in the nearest drugstore and make that phone call.
Meantime, Axford was waiting at police headquarters for any news that might come in regarding Lowry or the racketeers.
Sarge, you ought to be out doing something instead of hanging around here like this. Maybe poor Ed Lowry's already been done away with by now.
Is that so now? Well, if he's already done away with, there's no need for us to bother about getting him back. He'd be no good to Reed or the Sentinel as a corpse. Even at that, he'd probably do more around there than you do alive, Axford.
Say, is that any way to be talking at a time like this, I'd like to know? I'll just overlook your insults for the time being until you get busy and find Lowry. What kind of police force is this, anyway?
Listen, Axford. Any cracks out of you about the force, and you can heave your lazy carcass right out the front door. And stay out, too.
Ah! The shoe's on the other foot now, that it is. It don't take much to make you bristle up, Sarge.
Police headquarters. What's that? He's going to what? Now, wait a minute. Say that again. Who's going to do what? Glory be. Which one? Hey, wait. Which one? Hello. Hello. Ah, he hung up.
What's up, Sarge?
Never you mind. The force will take care of it without your help. Cassidy, get in there and tell them dispatchers to spread the alarm to all squad cars. The Green Hornet's planning to swipe a raft of gas coupons from one of the rationing board offices. Hurry up.
Okay, Chief. Great sense of little fishes, Sarge. Is that what that call was? And didn't he say which one of the rationing officers
Stop
that Hornet
blabbing
was...
about something you know nothing about. If you want to come with me, come on. Maybe if we find that Hornet, we'll find the gang who slatched Lowry. To my way of thinking, they're working together from the looks of things.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato parked the Black Beauty in a secluded spot on the outskirts of town and sat patiently waiting for certain news to come over the car radio.
Radio tuned in the police broadcast, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. The lead I'm expecting should come over the police shortwave. I hope my hunch proves correct.
We've been waiting a long time now.
Yes, but if what I hope for does come over that shortwave, it will well have been worth waiting for.
You not say what you expect?
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Attention, please. Attention, please. Mr. Milton of East Side Gas Rationing Board Number 3 reports many thousands of gas coupons stolen by Green Hornet. Many thousands of gas coupons taken from Number 3 East Side Rationing Board by Green Hornet. All cars be on lookout. All cars be on lookout. That is all.
You hear, Mr. Britt? They say Green Hornet steal coupons.
That's what I was waiting to hear, Cato. Come on, we'll get that Mr. Milton's address from the city directory. And then the Green Hornet's going to pay him a visit.
Mr. Milton?
Yes, and when you phoned the police a while ago, you see they put out a warning to all rationing boards. I knew that if someone at one of the boards was misusing the coupons entrusted to him, he'd take this opportunity to shift the blame to the Hornet and would announce that shortage.
Oh. Then we find where Lowry is, maybe.
Right, Cato. Get going and hurry.
Hey, where you been, boss? We've been worrying.
I just completed a bit of business that's put me in the clear regarding those gas coupons.
How come, boss?
Yeah. What's the dope?
I merely phoned the police and announced a big shortage of coupons in the board office.
You did what?
Holy cats, you going nuts or something?
Yeah, take it easy. Don't get excited. While you two were tying up that report in the other room a while ago, I heard a police broadcast that the Green Hornet was on his way to steal a lot of gas coupons from one of the board offices. Actually, the Hornet must have been scared off, but the police don't know that. I told them he had already broken into our office and taken the coupons, you see?
Say, that was smart, boss. Yeah, now before we do anything else, what about that jerk in there?
Yeah, he ain't come to yet. That is, not since the second time I bopped him.
You make me sick, Pete. Well, you might as well get him out of here. Drag him down the back way to the car and dispose of him once and for all.
Come on, Pete, I'll help you. Let's go.
Hold it, Muggs.
The Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel. Is that the Green Hornet?
Person, Dopey, and ready for action.
Let's give him a little action, then.
So that's your game. Good. That shooting ought to bring the police. They're in the neighborhood.
Help me, boss. He's got me. Not me. I'm getting out of here.
Do not leave yet for a while.
Take it, you rat.
No.
Where's that other lug?
Behind drape, hiding. This one not so much.
If I get to my gun, I'll...
So sorry, you not get chance. Hey, I'm coming out. I give up.
We'll make sure of that, killer.
Hey, look, Hornet, you and me can run the racket. All the coupons are in the desk
Thanks
there.
for the tip, chump. Now you can have that, too.
Oh, no, not the gas. Please, don't. No.
The police are coming. Get those coupons out of the desk and leave them on the table there. I'll open that door so they'll find Lowry. Hurry, out the back door. Lowry can tell who those men are. Come on, let's get going.
Here's where the shooting came from, all right. Glory be, what a mess. See what's in that other room.
I'll take a look in there.
Hey, look on the table. Thousands of gas coupons.
Sarge, here's Lowry. He's safe.
Get in there, Cassidy, and see what he's talking about.
Okay, Sarge. Here, Cassidy. Let me take him out there.
Oh, I'm all right, pal. Just a little bit weak.
Glory, hallelujah, it's Lowry, safe and sound.
Isn't that what I said to you?
Half the time I don't listen to you, Axford. What's this all about, Lowry? Who are these guys anyway?
Well, these guys are killers. They're the racketeers who were pulling all that stuff at the gas stations. And they already did away with 2 guys. They were fixing to take me for a ride, too.
Well,
and that smooth-looking junt is the leader, a guy by the name of Milton.
Milton? Hey, now it's all plain. He's the guy from one of the ration boards who called and said the Hornet stole thousands of coupons.
Well, they must have been working together, Sarge, and had a falling out.
It's easy to see the Hornet's been here, all right.
Did you see him, Lowry?
No, I just came to about the time you came in.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, boys, get these skunks out of here. Lowry will be chief witness against them.
Sure, but what about the Green Hornet, Sarge?
Well, what about it?
Asking each other what about him won't do any good. Listen to that.
It's him. It's him, all right. The Green Hornet sneaking away and leaving his gang to take all the blame. That's the Green Hornet for you.
Let's be faithful! Gas coupon racketeers caught, gang indicted for murder. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Snow finally moving into the mountains. The forecast at 11.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, when the red man still ruled vast sections of desert and plain, the establishment of settlements by the whites often caused dangerous conflict. But there were those in that pioneer period who believed that Indians and white men could live peaceably in the same great Southwest. One of these, the greatest champion of justice ever to ride the plains of western America, was a masked horseman mounted upon a great white charger, a figure who inspired the pioneer of long ago. Return with us to those days when the West was young, and the ringing hoofbeats of Silver sounded on the outlying trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Follow the river! Faster, old boy, or the Indians will attack! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Along the eastern bank of the Rojos River squatted the century-old adobe huts of Ora Rico, home of the superstitious Zuni Indians. On the western bank lived Dana Sturgis and his small but determined band of pioneers. These men, with their families, had but a short time before been attracted by the fertile soil and had founded a farming settlement. One day in the new general store, operated by Dana and his wife Mabel, the pioneers talked to the strange, seldom-seen tribe across the Rojos and...
Rick, you say them Indians is called Zunis?
Not Zuni, Tom. Zuni. Zuni.
Zuni, huh?
Oh, sure, Tom. Ain't you ever heard Dana talking about him? There's a Y sound in it, just before the I. And them redskins are just as strange as their name.
Yeah, I know that, Mrs. Sturgis. Because just before Dana went down the river's edge to fish, he was saying something about what mighty funny superstitions them Indians has.
Well, Tom, I don't know much about 'em myself,
But I guess Dana does, because he told me this tribe across the river here is an offshoot
Well,
of one of the
lordy
old
me.
tribes in the
I
country.
just now noticed you, mister. Was you looking for something special?
No, thanks. I just dropped in to pass a little time.
Riding through this way?
Yes, I'll be heading north again soon.
Well, make yourself to home here, mister. If you see anything you want, let me know.
You say, Eric, them Indians is an offshoot of some real old tribe?
Yep, that's what Dana told me.
Why hasn't Dana told us this before if he knows so blame much about them? Why, ever since we first settled here, them adobe huts across the river has been a mystery.
Now, just a minute, Tom. Don't get the idea Dana knows all there is to know about Zuni Indians. He don't.
Well, what did Dana tell you?
He said an old prospector told him that the original Zunis controlled all this land around here, but that the Spaniards come in and tried to drive them out.
And did they?
No, but they stole plenty from them and made the Indians forever plenty mad at the sight of any white man.
Eric, you ain't telling it all.
Well, how's that, Miss Sturgis?
The old prospector told Dana about 7 cities of gold.
Oh, sure. Now I remember. The 7 cities of Cibola.
That's it. It seems the Spanish explorers imagined a lot of that gold business.
Yeah. They saw the sun is shining on adobe huts like the ones we can just see across the Rojos here.
And thought they was made out of gold.
Oh, so that's how it all started, huh?
Yep. And I suppose that's why we ain't seen much of them Zunias over there. Because we ain't never crossed the river to their side.
And I hope Dana's got enough sense not to try it now, either. I always say leave well enough alone. Them redskins don't come over here. You ain't got no business on their side.
Oh, shucks. Dana can take care of himself, Mrs. Sturgis. He's likely as not busy hauling in a nice mess of river fish.
Yeah, I hope so. But you never can tell about Injuns.
Hey, listen. What's that rumpus?
The Injuns. Look up there in the river.
By thunder, you're right. They're coming in canoes. The whole tribe of them.
Eric, get out of my way. I've got to find Dana. He's down there by the river.
Wait a minute. Here comes Bob Foster and all the other men.
Eric, Tom, get your muskets loaded. The Indians are coming.
I can see he is, Bob. But where's
He
Dana?
was fishing down at the river's edge. Where is he?
I don't know, but we ain't time for nothing except to get our muskets. Come on, you fellas. Get ready for a fight. Them red devils are paddling plenty fast.
Unnoticed by the pioneers, the stranger had left them at the first cry of danger, made his way to the great white horse, hidden a short distance away. Then, astride Silver, the Lone Ranger raced along a slanting trail toward the river.
Come on, Silver. The Indians are attacking the whites. We've got to find a way to stop them. Head for the river. The river, old fellow. Come on, Silver.
Breasting the summit of the by-trail, the Phantom Rider shot down the slope to the bank of the Rojos. Lined 6 across and 6 deep, the war canoes of the Indians cut swiftly over the river, the first flank nearing the western bank and the white settlement. The Lone Ranger sighted but a short distance ahead of Silver another horse and rider as he shouted at the top of his voice.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there. Tonto.
War canoes. Right past. Oh, Scout. Oh,
Kemosabe, you bring news? You and Scout are both dripping wet.
Indians lose big god Ramda from Dobi Temple.
A Zuni idol stolen?
That's right. Somebody take it last night.
And they think it was the white men. That's why they're attacking now.
Already 2 war canoes up there.
Yes? I see them now. They're almost out of sight around that bend.
Indians capture 1 white man.
Dana Sturgis.
Take him back to Orrico now.
Tonto, we can't wait longer. The first flank of canoes is almost ready to land the warriors. But now I know why the Zunis have come across the river. And I have a plan that may work. Come on, Kemosabe, and hurry.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Right along the riverbank. Come on, old fellow. Come on. Kemosabe, those Indians are armed only with bows and arrows. If the whites fire upon them, Dana Sturgis will die. Ride up the bank to the whites. Tell them not to fire at any cost.
Tonto, go. Come on, Scout.
The life of a white man depends on you, Tonto. Now, Silver, our plan will only prevent bloodshed. Come on, old fellow. We're riding between the red men and the white. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Suddenly, a single war canoe shot ahead of the others, nearly touched the river's bank as the Zuni chief stood erect at the prow to command his men.
You, Dragnet, Antula, Ramda, Tula, Yapu.
And high up on the western bank, Eric shouted a command to the pioneers.
Raise your muskets, every man of you. Take aim.
But even as he cried these words, riding to the midst of the whites came Tonto.
You not shoot musket. Wait.
What's that?
Wait.
A redskin already outside the river.
You not shoot Indian. You not shoot, or Indian kill white man.
Kill Dana. Kill him.
Me know that Zuni already capture white man.
Then what are we waiting for, Eric? Look, down at the river.
They'll land any second. Tom, Sam, Aaron, come on.
Wait. You shoot Indian. Indian sure kill white man. You wait.
Eric, Tom, maybe this redskin's right.
Tom, look. That fellow on the big white horse.
What's he doing?
He's a masked man, and he's riding right along the riverbank, right out in front of them war canoes.
The fool. They'll drop him in no time. He ain't a chance.
Him have plenty chance.
What?
Him friend Tonto. Now, you look. Indian have bow, narrow. Him have gun.
Injun, you're right. Look. Look at the masked man.
Before the amazed eyes of the pioneers sped a phantom figure on a great silver horse that raced before the very prows of the advancing warcraft. But as bows were sprung taut and deadly arrows poised, another kind of weapon, the white man's 6-gun, roared a language any man could understand as terror struck at the Indians.
There's one, old fellow, the chief's canoe, and there, another, and another. They're sinking, Silver, sinking, and we're going to turn the tide of battle. Come on, Silver, keep close to the river's edge. Once more, past them, old boy. We've got to show the Indians we mean business. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
And with the tide of jumbled, bouncing war canoes now turned back toward the huts across the Rojos River, the white men dropped their loaded muskets, hardly able to believe what they had just seen.
Eric, Sam, all of you, did you see what the masked man did?
He rode right up to them drawed bows, crossed in front of a whole tribe of Injun warriors, and scared them out single-handed.
The masked man, here he comes.
Tonto know him come.
Oh, Silver, oh, there. Masked man, you drove off the engine.
How in blazes did you ever do it?
Mr. Maskman, I suppose we ought to be afeard of you. You look just like an outlaw.
Outlaw?
But I guess we ain't. Not now.
I have my own reasons for wearing the mask, and I'm not an outlaw.
Gosh, even if you are, after what you did for us, well, we can forget most anything now.
Yeah, but where in thunder did you come from? And how did you ever scare them red devils out so quick?
It doesn't matter where I came from, but when I saw that those Indians were armed only with bows and arrows, I had to protect them.
Protect them?
We thought it was us you was protecting. It was both the Indians and you I had in mind.
But I don't savvy, mister.
And perhaps you'll understand this. You men were greatly outnumbered.
We sure was, mister.
But even if you had opened fire on the Zunis, who know nothing of bullets and powder, their bows and arrows would have been almost useless.
Seems like you proved that, masked man, with only 2 6-guns.
Yes, but you men would have aimed to kill. I only sunk their canoes. And if you had killed, that tribe would be your everlasting enemy.
I see your point, mister. But you can't tell us them redskins ain't our enemy right now.
Just a minute. Not a one of you is going to cross that river.
And why ain't we?
You ain't our boss, masked man. But Dana's our leader.
Yeah, it was him brung us here first, and I say help
Listen
Dana.
to me, all of you. You want to get Dana back alive, do just as I say.
Are you in league with them redskins?
No, but I've learned a few things about them. I have a plan that'll save Dana, and at the same time weld a lasting peace between you whites and those Zunis.
How do you know your plan will work?
I don't, but I've good reason to believe it will. And you men are going to do as I say.
What makes you think that?
Because what you want more than anything else is Dana Sturgis alive.
Oh, we do, Mr. Maskman. I'll do anything to get Dana back.
Then listen, and I'll tell you why the Indians attacked you today.
You know that? The reason they come after us?
Yes. Someone, perhaps white men, perhaps red, has stolen an idol from the Zunis.
What? You mean one of the gods they worship?
Exactly.
But how do you know that?
Tonto know that. Tonto tell friend.
Injun, you mean you've been over there in the Zuni village?
Tonto know that Rumda, guardian god of Zuni, gone.
Well, sure. Eric, Tom, look at his horse. He's dripping wet. From swimming the river, don't you see?
Well, I'll be doggone. And that's why we must try my plan to safeguard the life of Dana Sturgis. Don't attack the Indians if you would save him.
You think the Indians are holding him as a hostage?
I do. Now, Tonto and I are leaving you for the present. We've got work to do. In the meantime, keep guards posted along the riverbank, just in case the Zunies come here again looking for their idol.
But, mister, we ain't got their idol.
I know that, but the Indians don't. And when we find out where it is, I'm coming back for some of you. Because you people are going to take Rumda back to the Zunies.
Get 'em up, Scout.
They're going. Look at that white horse travel.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The masked rider and his Indian companions scoured the country across the river, even to the very borders of the Zuni village of Orarico, but no clue to the theft of the idol could be found. Then on the fourth day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to the western bank of the Rojos, where we find them picking a slow trail northward along the river's edge.
Tonto, the Zunies are superstitious, but I'm convinced we're matching our wits against a tribe more clever and superstitious. I think you're right about them wanting the Zuni idol for their own guardian spirit.
You look. There.
Tracks, Tonto. The clue we've been looking for.
Scout.
Tonto, look over here. Heavy hoof prints. Too heavy for light Indian ponies. What do you make of them?
Maybe them carry heavy load.
The idol, yes. Still, how could horses carry it? Its weight might not be too much, but its size would make it almost impossible to handle with horses. I wonder... Wait. Look at these marks here.
Them long marks go way off there. Cut ground.
2 parallel lines about 3 feet apart, leading out of the reeds along the riverbank and heading inland. Come on, Tonto. Into these reeds.
Tonto, think this end our trail.
It's here, Kimosabe. Hidden in these reeds. The raft.
Me see.
This is what brought the idol up the river. Here it was unloaded onto what was probably a crude sled. Perhaps 2 poles for the runners. Then horses dragged the sled away.
That's why hoof print plenty deep. Same way mark goes.
Yes. The horses dug the feet in because of the weight they were pulling. But, come on, Tonto.
You ready now for plan?
Yes, the idol will keep. Wherever it is, it's too bulky to hide. When I get back, this well-marked trail will lead us to it. Here's Silver.
Here, Scout.
Steady there.
You want Tonto go now?
Yes, Kimosabe. Back across the river. Finding the clue on this side, the pioneer side, changes our plan but little. You can still carry out your part.
Tonto know what to do.
Hurry, Kimosabe. Be ready by daybreak tomorrow.
Hail, Silver!
Southward along the riverbank raced the Lone Ranger, while Tonto and Scout recrossed the Rojos to the Zuni side. Several days had passed since the masked man had left the pioneers, and even as he sped toward their settlement, they became increasingly restless. To Mabel Sturgis, wife of their captive leader, the few days had seemed an eternity.
Just look at poor Mabel. She ain't no nerves left.
Ada and Mabel, listen. Tom and Bob and me and all of us told the masked man we wouldn't go attacking them Injuns ourselves.
You didn't, Eric. You just said...
Just said as much as the same, Mrs. Sturgis. The masked man told us Dana'd be safe as long as we kept ourselves.
That's why we're waiting for word from him.
Sure. And when he comes back, we're going after that there idol of the Redskins in order to save Dana and make peace at the same time.
Your old idol be blasted. What good's that to Mabel Sturgis when she don't know what's happened to Dana? He's fed up on waiting. Waiting for a masked rider who may or may not be our friend. Why, it's been 10 days now and he ain't showed up yet.
Fellas, part of what Ada says is right. There's no arguing a masked man's been gone a long time. Too long, maybe.
You weakening, Bob?
No, I ain't, but listen. It's about 5 hours till dark. Suppose, more for Mabel Sturgis than anything else, we wait till sundown. Then if the masked man don't come, take our boats and go look for Dana.
Bob Foster, you will do that?
If Tom and Eric and the rest are willing.
Oh, bless you, Bob, bless you.
Listen, fellas, the boats we got could take us all across the river in about 3 trips. Then we'd have a chance.
Yeah, bullets and powder against bows and arrows. The masked man himself said the Indians wouldn't have a chance.
How about you, Tom?
Well, I don't know.
Tom Crawford, if you ain't man enough
Wait,
to get up...
look! Coming right toward us.
The masked man.
Bringing the word we've been waiting for.
If it only means I'll get Dana back.
Masked man, what'd you find out? Where's your engine pard?
Are you ready for us to help you fetch back that blamed idol?
Yes, I am ready for you. I want 4 of your best men.
Mister, you can have all of us if it'll bring back Dana Sturgis.
I can use only 4, but hurry and pick them.
Tom, you and Bob and me are as good as any of us.
Sure, and I'll go after Sam for the port.
Choose your best horses. Get guns and ammunition. We've a long trip ahead of us, and danger when we get there. But success is ours if you all have the courage to follow my plan. There's the raft I told you about.
Mister, this horse of mine couldn't stir another foot.
You can all rest your horses here. But I'm going inland now to follow that trail leading west.
You mean them 2 scratch marks there in the ground?
Yes. Those marks will lead me to the stolen idol.
Well, wait a minute, masked man. How do you know that?
Never mind how I know. But I expect to find an Indian village not far from the river.
More Indians?
Yes. The thieves who took the idol. Over there in those reeds, you'll find a raft.
Huh?
It was used to get Rumda away from the Zuni tribe. And it's going to be used to take that same precious idol back home.
Then you ain't even been trying to rescue Dana all this time?
I've told you, men, that Dana is safe. Saving him before we return their guardian Rumda would only send them on the warpath again. They'll keep Dana alive until they're convinced their idol won't be returned.
But supposing they've already...
I've no more time for talk. It'll soon be dark, and I've got to follow this sled trail to its end. Come on, Silver.
A raft and a sled.
Never mind, fellas. The masked man's trailing down an Indian idol, and we're taking his orders.
The deep-rutted, double-line trail led the masked rider to an Indian village some 2 miles from the riverbank. Once he was sure of the landmarks surrounding it, he swung Silver about, ready to carry out the rest of his plan. Darkness had fallen when he rejoined the 4 men near the river.
Oh, Silver. Come on. Men, to your horses, and hurry.
I know what you was after, mister.
I did. Now ride with me. Let's go. Come on, Silver. Back over the same way. Come on.
Get up there.
Through the night, under a cloudy sky, the pioneers rode, following the masked man, until, at length, not far ahead, they saw the fires of the Indian village. But here, at a command from their leader, they reined in their mounts.
Silver. Follow me.
Masked man, you heading for that little patch of light that's coming from that adobe hut there?
Yes, the temple. Rumda's sure to be inside. But there'll be a priest, too. A medicine man.
And how are we going to pull this stunt without waking up all the Indians? The medicine man will make a fuss.
We'll handle him. But the idol's our big problem. We can't drag it away. That would make too much noise. It'll have to be carried by hand the full distance back to the raft.
Gosh, near 2 miles.
We'll make it somehow, masked man. You lead us.
We've got to make it back to the river. Our horses are no good to us without the sled these Indians used to bring it here.
They can follow light, masked fella, after we get that blue and idol back to them.
Yes. Now, don't talk anymore. We're getting close to the temple, and... the medicine man's chanting half aloud. He's inside, facing Rumda. Careful now, but keep on coming.
Against the background of an Indian ritual fire, the medicine man knelt, his back to the approaching whites. Beyond the fire squatted the huge head of Rumda, a crude wooden idol but mighty to the superstitious Indian. Then at the very door of the temple, the moon slid from behind a dense cloud. One of the white men, Bob Foster, stumbled over a loose stone and brought the worshiping Indian priest to his feet. Bob sprang forward.
I'll fix the varmint. There. That's one painted devil won't bother us.
Now, quick, all of you, get a hold of the idol at its base. Tip it to go through the doorway. Now, hurry before the village wakes.
Carrying the heavy idol, the masked man and his companions retraced their steps even more quickly than they had come. Hours dragged by as 5 weary men trudged on. The moon paled, the stars flickered and went out. The sun began to rise golden in the east. But at last they reached the rojos. Stumbling feet plowed through mud and reeds. A final desperate effort, and the Indian idol Rumda was placed upon the raft.
Mr. Masked Man, in my whole life, I never worked so hard or got so scared all in the same night.
I'm so doggone tired I'm shaking.
Listen.
The Injuns. From the village.
Then we're done for. Come on, climb aboard the raft. Out in the river, we can make a fight for a spell.
No, we'd be worse off there than here. The sun's up. We'd be in plain sight. Duck low in these reeds.
Masked Man, they're getting close. Too close.
But they've only got bows and arrows like the Zunis. Fire to stop them over their heads.
That's done it. Look, they're pulling right up.
Keep firing. We've got to make sure.
Hey, who said Zunians? Look. What? Right behind you out on the river. There comes them war canoes again.
Thunderation, Masked Man. Now there's 2 tribes of Indians after us.
No, don't you see? Dane is with them in that lead canoe.
What?
He's going to land in a minute now. And there's Tonto swimming across from the other side on scout. Hold fire! Hold fire, men! The attacking Indians are scattering, and our friends are here.
By golly, the Masked Man's right. Fellas, just look at them red devils ride. The other way.
Turning tail like scared rabbits. And over here landing on the bank right now is Dana. Hi, Dana. Dana Sturgis, come here.
Hello,
Dana.
to see you.
Right glad to see you.
Over here, Tonto.
Dana's home. Me bring help. Scout.
I knew you would make it, Kemosabe. We had those other Indians stopped, but the sight of Yampo and his war canoes turned them to flight.
Say, them canoes full of Injuns settle matters all right, but who in blazes is Yampo?
Me, Yampo.
Huh?
That's right. Yampo, big chief of Zuni Indian tribe.
Nila, Rokat, Luray, Ti, Toho, Rumda.
What's that? What kind of lingo's that?
Yampo say, pale-face save great God of red man. Now, red man brother to pale-face for all time. Say peace last all time.
Well, that's fine as far as these here Zunis are concerned, but what about the other tribe of redskins?
Mana, Zuni, Sula, and Ragna.
Don't you fellas worry none about no other Injuns now. Why, shucks, old Yampo here is a blood brother of the whole bunch of us from now on.
Me, Yampo.
See? And now I ain't never met up with a masked man yet, but I aim to this minute, so I can thank him.
You're too late, Dana. There he goes now.
Well, of all the strange acting fellas, that there masked man...
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's another valley just ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
On Disney DVD and video.
Are there any aminals in here?
Meet Stitch.
How? Wow.
He's the new breed
Look how curious the puppy is.
of family fun.
Knock him dead!
Hey, over here, little buddy.
He's just cranky because it's his bedtime.
Lilo and Stitch. Own it today on Disney DVD and video.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Oh, I thought it was pronounced tablet. Really?
You bet your life.
Oh, that's awesome.
More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Land sakes, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we asked for married couples to volunteer, and here come the two that were chosen, Dr. and Mrs. Lloyd Ely. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Like to find that around the house, eh? Dr. and Mrs. Lloyd Ely, eh? Well, the baseball season hasn't started yet, but I see the Giants are with us. Lloyd, which one is Lloyd? This is Lloyd.
I'm Lloyd.
Oh. How tall are you?
About 6 feet 3 inches in my socks, my stockings.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Eli, is that the way you pronounce it? Ely, eh? You look even taller. How tall are you?
I'm about 6'5" with shoes.
Oh, well, that's marriage for you. She wears shoes and he goes around in stocking feet. How much you weigh, Doc?
About 240.
Is that with or without shoes?
It doesn't much matter.
Well, Mrs. Ely, what's your first name? I can't keep calling you Mrs. Ely.
Ann. Ann's fine.
Ann? Mm-hmm. So you're not Ann Sheridan, huh?
Oh, no. Ann
Sheridan.
Sheridan.
You look like her. You sure you're not Ann Sheridan?
Ann Sheridan's a redhead, and I don't believe she's 6'5" with shoes on, and I think you're flattering me.
I don't think so. Have you ever been a redhead?
No, I've been a blonde for about 16 years.
How old are you?
26.
Now, Doc, are you a dog doctor or a horse doctor? And if you're a horse doctor, what do you hear from Mare Island?
Well, I'm not a horse doctor. I'm a resident physician in internal medicine at Wadsworth.
You mean you just take care of residences?
No, not exactly. Veterans. It's a veterans hospital.
Oh. You're pretty young to be in a veterans hospital, aren't you?
Well, you have a point.
Yes, I have. It's right on top of my head. How do you like keeping house for a doctor, Ann? Do you find it exciting?
I don't keep house. I, too, am a resident physician at Wadsworth Veterans Hospital.
You're both doctors? Say, this is an amazing medical discovery.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 500 pounds of doctor staring down my throat. You work in a hospital, too, huh?
Yes, I do.
Well, one good intern deserves another. How long have you two been married? I presume you are married.
4 years and 8 months.
Mm-hmm. When did you meet old Sawbones here, Ann?
Met him in the first year of medical, when I was a medic.
Did you shake him well before taking him? Tell us about it. Was it love at first sight?
I didn't think too much of him when I first met him.
Thought he was just another pill, eh? Not even sugar-coated. What was the matter with him when you first met him that you changed your opinion of him?
Well, we were working over adjacent cadavers, and he asked me for a
date. You were working over what?
Adjacent cadavers.
What a lovely name for a summer resort. Spending a weekend at adjacent cadavers. Wish you were here. Well, was it easy to distinguish him from the cadavers? Not at first, huh? He was fairly quiet, huh? And what happened?
We were working...
How did you know whose hand you were holding?
At any rate, he asked me for a date at one of the fraternity balls, and I thought it was a bit late, and I didn't like the way he asked me.
How did he ask
thought
you?
It was a last resort.
Well, that's the summer resort, I guess. Doc, that's you, Lloyd. How is your bedside manner? For example, how do you cheer up a patient?
Well, try to reassure them, explain the disease that they have, what they can look forward to in the future, and try to make them as happy as possible.
Do you ever tell them jokes?
Well, rarely. Rarely. My stock isn't too good.
Well, do you have any rib ticklers at all? I'm always in the market for a real corker, you know.
Well, I have a few.
Could you knock one off here?
Well, I occasionally tell the one about seeing a man in the hospital hall who was hopping up and down on one foot. And I asked him what was the trouble. And he told me, well, I saw my doctor the other day. He told me to take pills for 2 days and then skip a day.
And do any of the patients recover from that joke?
Only a few.
Seems to me that's worse than giving him an appendectomy. But what are your plans for the future, Lloyd? Will Anne retire and take up housekeeping as a career?
No.
Or housewifing?
We plan to set up an office together.
Oh, that's nice. Well, how are you going to decide who gets the patients?
Well, we'll probably divide them.
I had no idea you were both taking surgery. They don't bother splitting fees. They just split the patient. Well, you're a charming and interesting couple. And, Doc, if she ever gets mad and sticks her tongue out at you, be sure to send her a bill.
I'll do that.
Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,500 question. Now, right now, I want you to listen to these words of importance.
It's the talk of the nation. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. America's most spectacular new car. The new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. With a revolutionary new Fire Dome V8 engine. 160 horsepower. Thanks to its dome-shaped combustion chambers, you get more power from every drop of gas. More power using less gasoline. And regular gasoline at that. That DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine gives you surging power and acceleration in all speed ranges. Power with smoothness never before achieved. The new DeSoto also brings you sensational power steering that lets you turn the wheels with one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. Add in the sleek lines of DeSoto's new air vent hood, new safer power brakes, and a host of other great features, and you have America's most talked about new car. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow. See and drive this great new car. The 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules,
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected sciences ending in ology as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
1950.
What is the science called that deals with the structure of the Earth?
Geology.
Geology is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.50.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of $39.50 will you risk now?
$39.
What is the science called that deals with the skin?
Dermatology.
That's true.
You've now climbed to $78.50.
And here's your third question. How much of this vast loot will you bet this time?
78.
Oh, all right. 78.
What is the science called that deals with human behavior?
Psychology.
Psychology is right. How do you spell it, Doc?
P-S-Y-C-H-O-L-O-G-Y.
Say, that's right good, huh?
You now have $156.50.
I thought that was Physio Wally School. You have $156.50, and how much of this are you going to try this time?
All of them.
All right, all of it.
All right, what is the science called that deals with ancient things and relics of early races of mankind?
Archaeology. Paleontology.
One answer now.
Do you think it's paleontology?
Come on, kids, time's a wasting.
Archaeology.
Archaeology is right. You're pretty large there. And she talked him out of it, too.
You wind up with $313.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you.
Lovely luck.
We have a couple of young people for you now, Groucho. They were chosen from our studio audience just before we went on the air. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Perry Ann Webb and Mr. Herman G. Smith. Folks, would you come in here, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome, kids. See you bet your life. Huh? Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see. Herman G. Smith and Mrs. Perihan Webb. Is that right? Perihan Webb, eh? How old are you, Herm?
35.
35, huh? And where are you from?
Born in above an undertaker's parlor in Dillon, Montana.
You didn't happen to meet two Gadavas there, did you?
I have to ask my mother.
Where were you born? In Montana?
Dillon, Montana.
Uh-huh. Is that a cowboy town? A mining town?
I believe it's a mining town.
Oh, it's quite some time since you were there. Huh?
Yes.
How long?
35 years.
You left the day you were born?
2 days later.
You learned to walk quickly, didn't you? What sort of work do you do?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to tell you. I'm in between jobs. I worked for the Red Cross for 16 years, and now I'm making a change.
You going with the Blue Cross now?
No. I'm going to private enterprise, Long Beach Amusement Company.
That's what we need, more private enterprise. This is a Hoover man, I can tell that. Mrs. Perihan Webb. Huh?
Webb.
You're the housewife?
Yes, I am.
A very attractive one, too.
Thank you very much.
Have you always been this pretty?
Well, I don't remember.
What's your hometown, Perihan?
Istanbul.
Istanbul?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is that?
In Turkey.
Oh, really? I thought the only thing in Turkey was stuffing. That's not a very good joke, is it?
No.
You don't have to agree quite so quickly. You can kind of played around with it for a while. You're married, huh?
Yes, I am.
Unfortunate. Where did you meet your husband, in Turkey or in America?
In Paris.
Was he a parasite?
No.
Did you like that joke better than the one about the stuffing?
No.
This girl is 100% right. She doesn't like any joke I've said. Well, did you get married in Paris or in Turkey?
In Greece.
Got married in Greece, eh?
Yes.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
No.
What does your husband do?
He's in the army.
In the Greek army?
No, in American army.
Oh, I see. How did you meet your husband, Perihan?
Well, I was in Paris, and we were crossing the street with my friend, and somebody was coming so fast.
He was crossing the street with your friend?
I was crossing the street with my
friend?
No, with my own friend.
Oh, and he was in Greece?
No, In Paris.
Oh.
I was in Paris, and he was in Paris too that time.
He was in Paris?
Yes.
Huh? Oh, I see.
And then after I was crossing the street, and somebody was coming so fast, and he put the brake, and he went, whee!
He was in a car?
Yes, he was driving the car.
Oh.
And
This was
then
an
after-
army car?
No, he was his own car.
Oh.
Yes.
So he put the brakes on real fast?
Uh-huh.
And?
And then after, I scared, of course, and my friend also
You what?
scared. I scared very much.
You were scared?
Yes,
Why?
I was
Did he
scared.
look so horrible? Or?
Well, we almost got killed.
Oh.
And then after he got out from the car, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you, but I can take you where you go.
I didn't mean to kill you, but I'd like to have another go at it.
And then after, I said, okay, take us home. And we ride the car.
And you make
And
a
he took
practice
us
of
home.
getting in cars with strange men and driving around Paris?
Well, it's not so bad.
I hope you've broken that habit, have you?
No, I didn't.
You mean every time you cross the street and somebody stops their car, you hop in and go away?
Oh, no. Well,
Just
no.
occasionally, yeah?
Sometimes.
When do you plan on crossing the street again? Let's talk about your romance a little more. Now, you say you met your husband in Paris.
Yes.
How could you marry him in Greece? Didn't you catch him until then?
Well, I went to Greece. I used to go very often to Greece.
You used
Just
to go
visit
where?
my friend to Greece.
You used to go to Greece?
Yes, very
Salonika?
often. No, Athens.
What did your husband say when he asked you to marry him? Do you remember?
Yes, he come and he said, who is those guys? Well, I said, they are my friend. And then after, he said, please don't go with them out. I said, why? I like to have a couple of friends. I go out, I have fun. I don't have anything serious with any of you, I said. Oh, he said, please don't talk like this. You know how much you mean to me, and I want to marry you. And then after, I said, I can't say yes unless if you go and ask my mother first.
You mean you gave your mother first crack at this guy? They do things different in Athens. Now, where were the Romans while this was going on? Were they at the gates? Well, what happened then?
And then after I wrote, dear mother, I said, this guy is a nice guy and he wants to marry me. What you think about it?
What'd your mother say? Did she say yes?
No.
She said no?
Yes.
She certainly changed her mind in a hurry. Well, I've enjoyed talking to you two. And if you want to enjoy something, you take a ride in the new DeSoto, Fire Dome 8. You'll be crazy about it.
Okay.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our two doctors won $313, and the secret word is table.
Let's see how high I can build you $20. You get 4 questions. All of these questions can be answered by pronouncing a single letter of the alphabet. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? And talk real loud. And talk it over between you.
1950?
Yes.
Okay, 1950.
1950, yeah? All right, give me the name of an insect that can be answered with one letter.
Flea? That's more than one.
B.
B.
All right, well, that's too bad.
You,
All right, the big money, anyhow, is the $2,500. You have 50 cents left. How much of this will you bet on your second question? How much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it.
All of it? All right. What do you call the rod or stick used in billiards?
Q.
Q is right. All right, now you've got $1. How much of this are you going to bet this time?
All of it.
All of it. What is the letter that is an abbreviation for a national club for young men and women?
Why?
Y is right. How could you miss the first one?
Well, you got me.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $2 are you going to bet
All
now?
of it.
All of it. Give me the name of a bird that can be answered with one letter of the alphabet. Take a stab if you don't know. Nothing?
Nothing.
Jay.
Jay Bird.
Blue Jay.
They went broke, Groucho.
It's a corn plaster. All right, well, we can't let you leave here with... How much have they got, $2?
Nothing.
Nothing? Well, I'm going to give you one question. You get it right, and you'll win $25. You ready?
Ready.
What color is the White House?
Happens to be white.
White is absolutely right. Here there, kid.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a couple of young people. They're single. Groucho, I want you to meet them. They're Miss Mary Lou Schwartz, Mr. Michael Magee. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx. Right there.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Marilyn Schwartz, huh?
Mary Lou.
Mary Lou Schwartz, huh? And Mr. Michael Magee?
That's very good.
It is, huh? How old are you, Mary Lou? That's a blunt question. I expect a blunt answer.
24.
24, huh? Well, you're a very young-looking 24. I thought you were about 23. I understand you're not married. Am I right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you engaged?
No.
How old are you, Mike?
I'm 30.
30? Well, that's the... And you're not married?
No.
Well, don't get any wrong ideas about Mary Lou here.
I'm not.
I'll thank you to go out and find your own girls. Are you interested in matrimony, Mary?
Yes, I could be.
Mm-hmm. This is leap year, you know. Have you made any plans to do any leaping?
No.
Then why are you wearing your third finger on your left hand? No answer. Well, let's find out something about you two. You two may be more compatible than you realize. And Lloyd's will give you 8 to 5. This boy doesn't leave this program single here tonight. What sort of work do you do, Mike?
I'm a landscape architect.
Just what is a landscape architect?
Well, a landscape architect is probably a man who designs, develops, and supervises outdoor space for human use and enjoyment. To the average homeowner, it means maybe...
It means about $3,000.
Well, that's a good price. Yeah. It really means designing... to a homeowner, it means designing a garden.
Mm-hmm. In other words, you're a gardener. Well, why didn't you say that?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm not a gardener. A gardener couldn't perform my job any better than an usher could perform your job.
Not so loud. There are 6 ushers out there, and 4 of them have their own program. And the other 2 have their eye on this job. Well, I originally started out thinking I could get you two together, but it seems like I'll have to resort to trickery. I'll bet you a dozen roses, Mary Lou, against your phone number that I can get you to propose to Mike here. You want to bet? Huh?
I'll bet you can't.
We'll see. I'll give you a little practice quiz. Huh? Now, wait a minute now. Let me think. What do you call the document disposing of a person's property at death?
Will.
Okay. Now, what do you call a female sheep?
You.
Oh, am I sucking her in here? Now, think hard, Mary Lou. Who was the little girl who had a little lamb?
Mary.
Now, what have you got so far?
Will you marry?
This is a cinch. One more question now. Think now, Mary. What is the third note in the scale?
Fa.
Why, you scoundrel, you, huh? Why, Mary, it's supposed to be me. Your scale is even crookeder than the one in the butcher uses. Well, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The 2 doctors still lead with $313.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected names of states. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Nicknames of states. Oh, I beg your pardon.
19?
Nicknames of states.
19.
All right. What state is nicknamed the Sunflower State?
Kansas.
Kansas is right.
You're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 will you bet on your second question?
39, you say?
You don't have to kiss her. Just tell her what.
38.
$38, huh? All right. What state is named the Show Me State?
Missouri.
Missouri is right.
You now have $77.
Here's the third question. How much will you bet?
What'd you say?
Talk over. Talk it up.
75.
75,
She
all right.
chooses.
What state is nicknamed the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Indiana.
You climb to $152.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $152 are you going to try?
150.
150. What state is nicknamed the Buckeye State?
Ohio.
Ohio is right. Put your arms around and give him a big kiss.
And you wind up with $302.
This is killing me for the roses tomorrow. You know?
And that means that our two doctors with $313. In just 1 minute, get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Don't let another day go by. Now is the time to get your car ready for spring. But remember, don't take it just anywhere. Take it tomorrow to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask for a springtime live action tune-up. Here, expert mechanics will go over the engine of your car, adjusting carburetor, distributor, and timing, checking your car's electrical system after the heavy load of winter. They'll check the cooling system and put it in shape for the extra miles of warmer weather driving. And they'll see to it that your car is properly lubricated to factory specifications. You'll drive out in a far peppier car, ready for thousands and thousands of miles of trouble-free economical operation. And remember, too, the service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers is prompt. The price is fair. So drive in for that springtime live action tune-up tomorrow. You owe it to your car. You owe it to yourself, for this can mean a summer of happy driving and trouble-free operation for your car. Just look for the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here comes the two doctors.
He's real joy.
The winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
All right, here we go for $2,500. And if you lose this money, you can go home tonight and at least you'll know what to take in the way of medicine. However, I'm not rooting for you to lose. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the sights of London is a famous waxworks, where celebrities of all kinds are displayed as wax figures. For $2,500, what is the name of this world-famous oddity? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Chase's Waxworks.
No, I'm sorry. It's Madame Tussauds Waxworks.
Yeah.
It's a very famous museum. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$313 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. Remember, see the DeSoto 508 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.